So we can't, because somebody's posting this full podcast, Leo probably. We can't just talk about the autopsy without talking about like where the fuck everybody's been, obviously. Yeah. So Leo is not dead. Thank God. Let's talk about what has been going on with you, dude.
Wait, why talk about me first? You've been disappeared from YouTube for the
I'll probably put a video up what I've been doing first, but I'll do yours is way more intense because at least I was responding to messages. Yours was, I almost sent a search and rescue team to your fucking house, dude.
I contacted Jerry Branium to drive by your house. That's the only reliable guy we knew in LA that would be close enough just to give you a visit.
Yeah, I'm unbelievably touched by your actions and Boston and Pete's as well. First of all, two things. First, I was very shocked because I didn't realize that it would be alarming to everyone because I had posted like a few weeks before on Instagram that I was feeling introverted and didn't want to converse with people too much. So I thought people knew, but I realized I never not posted at all for 10 days. My friends back home in Dubai know me. When sometime I go once a year or something, I stay away from people. I didn't.
Was that an Instagram story though that deleted itself that not everyone saw?
Which one?
The one that said you're going to be like taking time off.
Oh, I didn't know it deleted itself.
It's Instagram stories? Because I don't.
Oh yeah, it deleted itself. Yeah, the next day, obviously. Yeah.
Not everyone knew. A lot of people had no fucking idea, dude.
Well, I apologize for that. I really apologize for worrying you guys. I'm very touched by your kind actions as well. And in the future, I'll make sure not to. But the reason I found out about it is because I always check your messages, Derek. I only checked like 2 or 3 messages during that time. So I found out, I checked Boston's and Derek's. So I found out very quickly, but I apologize for that. All that was happening is that, some new personal issue happened or news that happened in my life a couple of months ago. And I was not feeling so well emotionally and I just didn't want to bring anyone down. And on podcasts, especially, it's really hard to talk on a podcast when you're not feeling very well. Mm-hmm. It can... So that's why I've not been. That's all. It's not a big deal at all. The question is, what have you been doing with your first vacation in life?
Yeah. So I guess I didn't really like go anywhere for vacation because the whole trip in the States was like work based essentially. So I think most people, I don't know if people know like the actual timeline of basically December 1st, I left for the States and I haven't left the country for a long time now. Went to Texas, did the Joe Rogan podcast, went to Sugarland after that, which was like a few hour drive to do. It's called Mogcast with James and Sush. They're like two of the top Gorilla Mind athletes, friends of mine. And then after that, it's funny because there was so much stuff happening in a row that, and I also had to prepare for this Dan Bilzerian podcast in Vegas too. So as I was like walking through the Austin airport, like to leave, there was people like watching my Joe Rogan podcast that I hadn't even seen yet. So there was like people, I could visually see people looking up at their phone and then looking at me walking through. And I'm like, damn, I don't even know if it was good yet because I just did it. I didn't even have time to watch it because I was on my way I went to Sugarland right away. And then I flew to Boise, Idaho right after for Gorilla Mind stuff. So I was there for, I don't know, like 4 or 5 days in Boise, Idaho too, working for Gorilla Mind stuff. And then right after that, flew to Vegas for it was supposed to be just Marek Health stuff. We went to this A4M conference. It's like the most premier anti-aging conference. Guys like Walter Longo spoke and a bunch of other people. Mm-hmm. I think you would have really liked it, Leo. There was expos with like, compounding pharmacies and stuff that we were touching base with. And it also gave me an opportunity to like physically obviously meet up with the team of Marek Health too, because a lot of it is telemedicine based. We don't always get to meet up in person and actually, hash it up. And, obviously stuff progresses way faster when you're able to talk about, corporate planning and, strategy and stuff when you're literally in person. It helps, fortify better relationships with everyone and everything. But Dan happens to live in Vegas too. So it was just like good fortuitous timing because I never travel. And I was like, just happened to be going there. I was like, okay. So I had to buy a bunch of podcast shit because I don't have any. So I had to buy I got like 2 of these camcorders, which are like pretty intense. And then I got a bunch of like mic stands and stuff. And
you got it there for the podcast.
Yeah. So, it's funny because I'm doing a podcast right now with my shitty webcam still, but I have these for if I go to somebody's place to do podcasts, I guess. I don't know if I could sync this into like my
live
Zoom.
Yeah, you have like an HDMI absorber USB port, and you can stream directly to your computer. Yeah, sometimes
Just type that in on Amazon, HDMI absorber.
No, absorber. Fuck, what is it called? HDMI
Adapter?
Something like this. Yeah.
Okay.
HDMI to USB 3.0, and then you can stream it on your computer. I tried to do it with my camera, but it doesn't really work. So it doesn't work with every camera. Yeah.
So anyway, I had like an extra suitcase full of podcast stuff, which I wasn't planning on till last minute, and then went to his place, set it all up, did the podcast. I think it went really well. And then there was like Marek health stuff for the rest of the time I was there, and I was there with my girlfriend, and we did, went out for some dinners and walked the strip, went to some shows. And then after that, I was kind of like, it was weird because it was
two questions. I have brief questions. One, when you met people at Marek that you never was there anyone you never met before, and did they like surprise you?
I haven't actually physically been in person with any of them ever.
Yeah, I would have assumed it would be interesting. Like some people would be different than what you would have assumed from video conferencing and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
Actually, that's a good point. With the Mogcast too, you met a lot of people that you never met in person before.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are more like surprised of the different heights of people when they see in person. But other than that, no one's really shocked otherwise of different stuff, because everyone, I don't know, I've talked to everyone on the phone and over video conferences so many times at this point that I don't know, like met up with like Memo, Brian, Mike Stratton, Kyle, like everyone that I've already been talking to for a long time. And it was pretty much just like, you just like pick up where you left off sort of thing. I imagine it would be the same for us. So it wasn't really that, other than it being a very large amount of people to meet at one time, obviously. There was nothing kind of like, surprising necessarily about it, but
you have a wonderful team there. But have you been to Vegas before? And what did you think of that?
I went one time with Chris a few years ago. But it was a bit of a different experience because I kind of just was like on his itinerary. He kind of just like traded me to Vegas, and I just came along for the ride with him and his wife at the time. And this time it was more like we went to a club one time. We had like a lot of team building stuff. Like we like rented out the whole like top of the Top Golf area and have like a team like party thing, as well as in the first night. It was like a meet and greet sort of thing. And it was just like a big like buffet and everyone's talking. We took new team pictures for the website and stuff. We had like a professional photographer and everything. And yeah, it was really good, dude, especially being there with my girl, because I've never, been there with a significant other before. So it was really nice to like walk the strip and get dinners and stuff. So yeah, it was, you don't like Vegas very much, but it seemed okay to me.
Wait, who
but
does?
It's like, it's underwhelming to you, right? You always talk about how shitty it is.
Well, no, not so much. But when you grow up abroad, maybe Steve, you feel the same way. You hear about Vegas like it's, you feel like it's like a huge place with so many things going on. But it's the Strip is called the Strip because it's apparently literally like a short road, and you can walk past it really quickly. But no, I don't think that badly of it. What really surprised me about Vegas was the cigarette smoking indoors. I was like, I had already quit smoking by the time I arrived there. I was like, God, I should have lived here. This is so fun. But after you quit smoking, you still get jealous when you see people smoke, even though you're against it. So I was like, oh my God, these guys are enjoying themselves. It's cold here. They're smoking and drinking at the same time. Anyway, it was a fun place.
Yeah, so it was a pretty good time. And then when I got back from Vegas, I was actually considering doing a trip to Arizona after, because one of my friends in Vancouver, he just moved there recently and he was asking me to come down, but I was so like burnt out at that point I was on low sleep pretty much the whole time, doing the podcast stuff, going to team stuff. I don't know, just the entire trip I was pretty much underslept, and I was just a little bit burnt out at that point. I was like, I just kind of want to get home for, and just chill out for a few days. So, came back to Canada, and I kind of just like fucking did nothing for a few days, which was really nice. And then I did the whole, manually editing the audio of the Bilzerian podcast, which took like a couple full days of work out of commission too. And then after that, I was kind of like, so much stuff kind of accumulated that I had not really even considered was going to be a part of my timeline at the end of the year, like a residual, like corporate accounting stuff. And with me, my corporate structure is very complicated, being a Canadian resident who owns Canadian companies that own US companies that do this, that do that. So just a lot of stuff sort of like creeped up on me that I was like, I had about like 6 months of emails backlogged that I need to get done because I've just been leaving them as I've done this like 2-a-day video schedule. So I'm like, I can't feasibly concentrate on new videos when I have all this other stuff going on at the same time. Like I'd be half-assing both of them essentially, or just not doing this while I do the 2 video a day thing, which is partially what I was doing before. So I was like, okay, I'm just going to get back to like ground zero, get all this accounting done, get all this corporate stuff done, get all the emails done, get like Gorilla Mind formulation stuff that's been up in the air done. There's like 5+ products that we've been sort of like right about to finish on that I haven't been able to do because I'm the one who signs off on stuff too. So there's like some stuff that's bottlenecked when I'm behind. So I'm just trying to get back to like ground zero, essentially, if that's the right, terminology for it, and then get back to videos. But yeah, it's kind of been like a vacation a little bit, but at home, because I'm just like slowly chipping away at like the old stuff that's built up and just trying to like, I don't know, fortunately the subscribers hasn't really like fallen off that bad. Like I was gaining per day roughly the same amount I was even when I was putting out a lot of videos per day just on the back of the Joe Rogan and Dan Bilzerian stuff. And then just like, I don't know, it seems like when you stop posting, YouTube almost is like, oh, there's like nothing going on here. Let's like sort of like prop up some of your old shit a little bit more. Mm-hmm. So it's been like, okay, it's starting to definitely like slowly die a little bit because I have had nothing new for a month at this point. But yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at now. And I definitely knew.
We thought your channel has turned into a podcasting channel. Like the last 3 months is all podcasts.
Well, it's only 2, but it's yeah, the Bilzerian was just like so long that it made like 20 clips. So that's why it seems like it's inundated my feed. But when we do like 4-hour podcasts, I do like 20 clips as well. Yeah. I usually just break it up into more stuff because I have other videos in between as well, kind of thing.
You know what I noticed, Derek? I only tried the 2 videos a day for a little while, and I'm sure I'm less efficient than others. But what I've had to do well, also I have the baby. I'm very inefficient. So what I had to do to edit the videos and like, I have a lot of the research done. I have, hundreds of pages of research on different subjects, but I have to put it into a video format, and then think about how I want to structure it. It basically, like, to be able to do it multiple days in a row, I guess with the kind of content we make, I had to like get rid of things during my day that I need to do. Like it's responsibilities, like this is gone, this is gone, this is gone, sleep gone. And I guess you must have been doing that for, I assume, years to some degree. And so the things build up over time and you can't address them if you're at that pace, sorry. By the way, I haven't slept, if anyone hears me saying weird things, I haven't slept only 3 hours last night because my daughter is teething. So I tried to sleep, but the Oura Ring tells me it was 3 hours and the night before 4. So I won't make much sense and be a bit slow today. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. No, dude, the fact that you're able to do 2 videos at all with a new child and like no editor, I was like baffled because it was still good. Like you elevated the editing too. You have this like timeline thing on the bottom now and like all this stuff that you didn't used to have.
Is your wife, is your wife helping with the editing?
Yeah, well, sometimes when because the problem is with the baby. So basically I structure my day so that I wake up before the baby. So when I'm energetic, I can have some quiet time and I sleep just around the time the baby sleeps. And Lucy does the same thing. She sleeps around the time the baby sleeps and wakes up a bit earlier. So when we're not with the baby, we try to get things done around the house. I'm usually working. And then during the day, I watch the baby for 6 to 8 hours also. And during that time, Lucy gets what she wants done. And if I have like delays in editing and stuff like that, she's very helpful as well.
Yeah. I ask my wife to do all the pre-editing. So when I finish recording a video, I'll send it to her and she'll go through everything, get the clips which are relevant to the top, because sometimes you go off on a tangent and it's just making sense for myself to explain the next subject. And then she crimps down an hour worth of footage into 20 minutes. I'd get the best segments and then I'll do the last segment of about an hour work. So our structure works quite well. She works like 4 hours on the video and then the last hour I do to do the overlays and maybe fact check a couple things and just to make sure that everything is high quality, and then it goes out. And then I do the thumbnail while I'm rendering the video, exporting. So it works quite well that way. Yeah. Of course, you can always level up the editing, So.
Yeah, I mean, that's, we'll talk more about editing later, I guess. But I wanted to bring up to the audience, the reason why we're recording despite me being barely there mentally is because yesterday So what happened was several weeks ago, a professional bodybuilder died suddenly just before a competition, George Peterson. God rest his soul. And hopefully this will be only educational and not disrespectful in any kind of way, not prying in too much in his personal life. In Florida, if people die in Florida, there's sort of some kind of law where almost everybody seems to get some kind of autopsy. And if it's a slightly odd death, they do a really full autopsy and they publish it. So I learned this a long time ago because I was looking at my lineage. I have a great grandpa who died in Florida and I found his autopsy. I was surprised. He had cirrhosis, by the way. It's pretty interesting. But because I knew about that when George Peterson died, I contacted the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office in Orlando, Florida, just after his death and requested that they send me the autopsy when it's ready. They sent me an email with the autopsy yesterday at 5:40 p.m. PST, which is interesting. It was nearly 9 p.m. their time. They sent the email to visible emails. Like there were exactly 4 people who received the email. I assume his family or the police or governing bodies received a separate email, but there was one email sent to the public. It was sent to me, to the Sun newspaper, to TMZ, and to the people who produced Kai Green's documentary.
So when they put a CC on the email so you can see everyone?
Not even CC2. It was to all of us.
That's really weird.
Oh, wow. So no BCC.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Or maybe it's a CC. I can't remember. But so yeah, I was surprised that they let us see all the emails. I guess it's because it's public information or something like that. But so what happened was, I texted Derek yesterday. I said, hey, we got the autopsy. We should look through this. And I thought we'll be the first ones reviewing it, but apparently, I guess TMZ already published some information online and some other sources. But I think it would be so.
But what kind of insight can they give? They're like, it looks like he did something like stanazolol.
So Nick Trickman Powers say boldenone is stanazolol. I don't even know what that is.
Okay, even though we're not the first, we can have some insight. Hopefully, that's useful.
Yeah. Sure.
I didn't watch the other responses, but I thought it'll be fun to discuss, and that's why to discuss, and that's why we recorded immediately today on quick notice.
Right.
So I think it'll be fun. We can discuss that. Do you guys want to start with it?
Yeah.
Let's get into it.
Are you feeling like, are you back to normal schedule now, or like your hiatus is?
Yeah, I'm completely back. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. I'm trying to do as many videos as possible now. Yeah.
You too, Steve?
Yeah, just go back to the schedule. I could totally go a little bit of a hiatus just because I know, end of the year and I reached all my targets. It was like, okay, now let's spend some time with the wife. Right, going on a holiday and instead of working until 10 o'clock every evening, let's not do that and just watch TV for a change. So we caught up on all our Netflix and now I'm ready to roll.
Enjoy yourself before you have children. Enjoy yourself. Netflix,
that's why we keep that's why we keep procrastinating. You know, it was always about I want to be financially secure up until this level, right? And then we reached that like 5 years ago, and we just keep procrastinating to have kids. And now probably at the age of 40, 2 more years. I think I'm one cycle left, and then I'm going to come off completely.
I have 2 things to say. One, I don't know who Netflix is anymore. I just don't even know. Second of all, I wanted to comment, Steve, being in Thailand, it might be much easier to have children because getting some help around the house, just for house tasks, stuff like that, so you can focus on the baby, it must be so much cheaper than in the US. You know?
Well, my wife's mom is going to retire from her Navy work, right, in about a year. So what we'll do is we might move houses, donate this house to the family, move somewhere else or somewhere close, or get her a house close by, and then she'll be the third assistant that I have. So I have all my wife's family as an assistant.
Well, that's the best thing if you have a family to take care.
It's great. Yeah. I'd rather get my own family from Holland, but they're happy there. So we just take the family that's here, and then so I'll have my wife employed, her brother employed, and then her mom employed. Or their mom employed, and then I have no more say in the matter, obviously. And then it's those 3 against me.
Majority,
yeah. Well, we'll see how that works. And then
they just take over the channel.
Yeah, they take over the channel.
Videos you do.
It turns Thai, like it's not like
just cooking videos.
Thai cooking videos.
Yeah, exactly. So they'll be able to help out a lot, and then I could just focus on revenue streams, and. Yeah,
Derek, when are you gonna start? Are you planning a date to go back to post? Are you gonna post 1 video or 2 videos in the future? Do you plan to reduce it?
I might do if it gets, because I have promised some like sponsored integrations by the end of the month. So I'm kind of like, I have to come back, even if my emails and stuff aren't caught up on. So I'm thinking I might do one a day
Magic
for the
spoon
foreseeable future. Yeah, I have to do the seed symbiotic ad, by the way, too. I don't know if this would be a good integration now, because I have Leo's the one who told me about it initially, because he dealt with Crohn's his whole life, or a big portion of your life, right? And that was like one of the only probiotic formulas. Well, it's a pre and probiotic, but you vouched for it, and that was kind of what made me take it seriously and really look into it. And do you still use it yourself, by the way?
I do. My wife does. We've been using it for about 8 months or 9 months consistently.
Okay.
I wanted to mention, so yeah, I have Crohn's disease. I didn't have it most of my life, but in my mid to late 20s, I developed Crohn's disease. I had fistulizing Crohn's disease. For people listening that have gastrointestinal autoimmune issues, fistulizing Crohn's disease is what Louis XIV in France had. It's a very painful thing that can turn cancerous, and you have to have surgery for it. I had a very serious Crohn's disease. One of the most important elements of me trying to tackle the Crohn's disease issue in the long term, which, by the way, I've been in remission for a year and a half, 2 years with almost no incidents, was trying to find the right bacteria strains to be included. Not a lot of people focus on the fact that the probiotic is fresh or it's refrigerated, sent to you cold, so on. But if you have the wrong strains, or if you look at the probiotics on the market, you'll see that most of them copy each other, sort of. They have some, and the strains are really don't seem to be based on the latest research, but rather on what other companies are doing right now. Seed was the first company I saw that chose strains very specifically according to research. I didn't know much about them, but I was looking for those strains, and it was the only company that I found with them. I was really happy to know that Derek got sponsored by them, because this is a company I really believe in.
They ship
fantastic.
They ship these strains cold, right? They ship the probiotics cold.
Yes.
Yeah, so
they're in like
I don't know
a
if it's
double.
cold. It's in like a double.
They have like a delivery system for protection to prevent degradation. So it's like a capsule, like a 2-in-1 via cap technology. So it's like a capsule in a capsule that also prevents degradation during GI transit. So it actually like reaches where you want it to reach without being completely degraded into nothingness. But yeah, that's like, for me, I had actually heard of the owner talking about it on an old like Ben Greenfield podcast back in the day, and I went to go subscribe to it. And then they didn't ship to Canada at the time, so I was like, fuck, well, that sucks. So I was still buying like random companies, just like picking strains out of a hat sort of thing. And then eventually you put me onto it again, and I was like, oh, let's like check it again, see if they ship to Canada, and they did now. So then I was like pretty on board, and then they happened to email me too separately. I was like, oh, this is perfect, because I only want to like promote stuff I actually use or believe in or think there's like high efficacy in or has some practical application for people in my channel. So I was like, fuck yeah. And they seem pretty happy with my integration so far. And I'm, pretty stoked to have them on board and like consistently featured on the channel.
Steve, what I wanted to mention is they basically ship it in an interesting styrofoam kind of container, but they ship it to you very quickly, and they ship it to you every month. So you're not buying something off the shelf.
Right. That's always fresh.
You know what I mean? So very minimal degradation. And, the degradation happens a little bit slowly. It's not that fast,
Can you send me a picture of the package of how it arrives? I might be able to forward it to Thailand, because I got a new shipping forwarder.
Absolutely. I have a couple of extra ones. Yeah.
I'd like to try that also. I'm like in the middle of the process of healing the gut video, so I got most of my research done, but this one I haven't tried yet, because most of the probiotics I kind of gave up on, because everything I have access to is subpar.
Yeah. So this is by far the best probiotic on the market, by far. It is really fantastic.
Chris and his wife recently subscribed to it too, because their newborn Emery, the child I'm a godfather of, he has had very unique and odd. Yeah, they've talked to you about it. The skin issues from autoimmune reactions, presumably. Like, it's basically like classic leaky gut that I think a normal family doctor would be like, oh, here's like corticosteroids, here's this, here's that, and fuck the kid up. Whereas they're digging into some of this like new age literature on, gut health, the integrity of the gut microbiome, et cetera, and like feeding the baby a bunch of different like very specific strains, and seed is of high interest to them. So for them, it was like something to really dig into and look into seriously too.
Briefly speaking of that, my daughter is 5 months old, 5 months and 15 days old or so. She's been taking seed in her milk. Open it, put it in the milk. Yeah, from a very young age. Yeah.
Nice.
What skin condition does he have?
It's like, I don't know exactly what the name of it is, but basically every time he eats almost anything, he goes like literally red and he starts like clawing his face from being so itchy that he cuts himself open. So he has to wear like gloves and like a mask thing because
I used
when
to have the same thing when I was younger.
Oh, really?
It went away with age, and back then we had no idea what it was. So one of the reasons why I'm on a ketogenic diet is simply just to prevent that, because I used to get it from carbs. Now I grew over that, but when I was younger, I would get like these super itchy spots here to the point I would just scratch it off, and in my neck and in the inner knees. And every time we'd go on holiday, right, to summer, it would be hot, and then I would eat just random food. So we would go to France and eat bread, and then immediately I would just be itchy everywhere to the point I was bleeding. Like literally, I couldn't extend my arms.
Wow.
That's how bad the scratches were. So I know it's
you
a
have
little
celiac? You have gluten intolerance?
I'm not sure if it was celiac disease, because it would happen from any sort of carbohydrate, even from rice. I would just get some sort of, I don't know, inflammatory response.
It seems like the gut barrier integrity is like very
it's one of the most important
in like a bad way when you're super young. So like an antibiotic course by the mother during pregnancy could like really fuck the kid up, which they think is what happened.
Not only that, when often when a mother delivers, the mother may have a bacterial colony that the baby would reach in the exit. So they test for that during the delivery. And if women do have that, they give them antibiotic treatments through the delivery. And then also oftentimes they'll give the baby an antibiotic treatment right afterwards. So there could be really intense antibiotic treatments right around the birth. Happens to a lot of babies.
No, it just goes to show like how much this your choices of what you put in your body like translate to your child and like what they're dealing with for months on end potentially.
I dealt with it until I was like 8 years old.
Wow.
I had my parents didn't know, right? They're not researchers like we are. And you're just on a cookie cutter Western European diet, or what is it, Eastern? Whatever, European diet. That just gets been there. It's been a while.
Speaking of which, honestly, Steve, I felt the exact same thing yesterday or a few days ago. I was looking at these Colorado births, that when people are born in Colorado, they're born small, have worse health for probably the rest of their lives. I was born in Colorado. The funny thing is the papers were released the year I was born, the year before I was born, the year before they, like literally all concentrated 5 years before I was born. I was like, these guys don't read. These parents don't read at all. Like,
right.
My father could have easily come across that. Like there's serious birth issues.
I have my old diet from when I was 1 year old. It's right here in the closet. It's in Dutch. Yeah, my mom wrote it down. It's all carbs, oatmeal, bread, apples, bananas. There's no protein, no vegetables. It's all carbs. Dude,
makes me wonder.
I had to sit down with my parents and say, "What the hell is this? What are you doing? What have you been doing to me?"
I wonder what I think Leo, you might have made a video on this, but the difference in like ultimately what you reach height wise, if you had like a protein deficient diet versus if you were like eating like a bodybuilder, I guess, when you're like a teenager.
It matters more than your genetics within a country. Yeah. So within like Europeans, your genetics matter less than your protein amount, generally. Not for everybody, but for most people.
So let's just say you have a kid who's, I don't know, like 110 pounds or something, and he's growing, he's a skinny kid, and you start putting him on like super, I don't know, like 1.5 grams per pound or something versus a normal kid who's like, I don't know, like 0.5 gram per pound because he's getting so many carbs and like fats from like a standard Western diet. Like, what do you think the disparity in height could be? Is it like 1 or 2 inches, or is it like multiple inches, or what do you think?
We can analyze them. Well, there's two ways. There's a lot of statistical analysis right now around different countries. So some countries consume less protein, so you can see the differences there. But let's take an extreme example. What European height used to be. So the tallest Europeans are now the Dutch, Steve's country, and I think you guys are around 6 feet or 6'1" or something.
I'm about this much shorter than everybody else.
Oh, you're 6'1" to us, but the point is in the Netherlands they have an average height of around 6'1". Their historical average 150 years ago, when they had less protein and were eating more carbohydrates, or 200 years ago, was 5'8".
Wow.
So you're talking about 5-6 inches. The difference between why are so many Middle Easterners so short, or in India, for example, low protein also, not just their genetics, especially India.
You can
So
see
a lot
that
of
here in Thailand within one generation from the people that grew up with a low protein environment and then got rich. Right? Because some people get rich here within one generation quite fast if they find the right business. And then they feed their kids a high protein diet. They're literally 5 inches taller than their
Yeah, I mean,
parents.
look at-
It's insane. You see,
I'm
these are my parents,
jealous.
and they're like this high. I'm like, what the hell happened here? You know, it's a
One
big
thing
difference.
that I've been jealous of is the access of information of the current teenage generation versus us. So like it's in hindsight, it's almost hard to not be like slightly annoyed at your parents for not like knowing this shit. But at the same time, like, why would they, dig into this kind of literature or even know it exists or even think about it? Because they've been told by the food pyramid that you learn in school, like this is the correct way to eat. So the people nowadays, you have like biohackers who are like fucking 14 who are like trying to maximize their DHT production for dick length and like max their protein intake for like height and stuff. Like this is info I would have liked to have back in the day. Like,
That's why we're all
giving
giving back, right? That's why all the stuff we had to figure out like 15 years too late, we're now giving back through the YouTube channel. That's all the stuff on my channel about like hardcore bodybuilding and stuff. I had to piece together because the information was not there. And now we all try to give back to at least prevent the next generation from making similar mistakes or learning things early. Like you're way ahead of my generation, business-wise, because you had access to social media from the beginning. And me and Leo were kind of like, it's maybe a little bit reluctant to start social media. And where in reality, if we had access to social media from the age of 15, then I think we would have been way ahead.
I'm basically frightened by TikTok. I still can't use it. Just the word, and Snapchat really scares me as well. These things are. But
I'm banned on TikTok right now.
When I was 15, I tried to biohack. I tried to be this generation. I went and X-rayed my bones, and I found out the growth plates, supposedly the growth.
Awesome.
Yeah, had closed. So I X-rayed it, but I didn't know at the time that it's not so much of a dichotomy. Some things are still growing. But I tried. I was a year or two late because of estrogen peaking, because nobody told me you should control your estrogen. Yeah. I also used to ask my father for some interventions, and they would just say no. I couldn't do anything. So
imagine going at like 14, be like, "Can I have an aromatase inhibitor?" To your dad.
Yeah.
I did when I was like 24. When I broke my leg, I called the doctor. Said, "Listen, I found all these studies about growth hormone helping with bone healing." So I sent him all the papers. He said, "Can you please?"
They were probably like, he was probably like, "Shut the fuck up, you idiot."
Yeah. So what do you know what you're talking about? And then I started looking around in the bodybuilding community. Then I realized how expensive it was. I was like, dude, I can't afford this.
I mean, that's how I got into bodybuilding. I was never bodybuilder, never bodybuilded in my life. Only studied it to learn how they biohack. Basically, I didn't know there was no word for biohacking at the time. But these were people who did everything to their bodies, unlike powerlifters or arm wrestlers, which I was more into. So you could see how the nutrition works in the the highest levels, and you can see how the drugs work. So that's what interested me in it, honestly.
Yeah, it's one of the earliest biohackers available. Right? It's a little bit stuck in its place. We're trying to change it. Slow and steadily, but I think the biohacking community is way ahead of the bodybuilding community when you look at modifications to what they're doing in order to improve longevity and quality of life. Bodybuilding is mostly like crisis management and persisting through side effects.
3 days later.
At this point, when you do cycles, like how much do you gain? Like at what rate? Like because you're like a hybrid entrepreneur / bodybuilder when you do these blasts now. So when you blast, is it like
a blast? 600 milligrams? Is that a blast?
Okay. Well, I don't know what you're doing exactly right now, but I mean like the last blast you did, for example, I don't remember when that was, but like how many pounds of actual new tissue are you shooting for when you're at your level doing it now?
I don't expect to gain much because I only blast in a caloric deficit. So I ramp up my dosages as the calories are coming down. And then usually I end up around 100 kilos, 102 kilos pretty lean. Right? That's dialed in, peaked, and to some water manipulation. So I usually hover around 110, 105 kilos. So that's what, 230, 240 pounds. And then by the time I'm dialed in, I'm 225. I'm not dialed in like bodybuilding competition shape, but maybe 6 to 8% body fat. And of course, from that point on, you you notice a severe cognitive decline. So I usually don't push any further because I do have things to manage. And right, bodybuilding is just a hobby, not a source of income. So, I mean, I gain a couple increments of strength, and how much actual muscle tissue that is, I'm not really sure. And then this previous cycle, right, doing, what was it, 280 milligrams, and then bumping it up to 600 milligrams in total, I just restored what I had. I gained a little bit of size in my triceps and quads, and in particular areas that I've been trying to enhance. But that's about it. I'm solely relying on muscle memory. So that 118 kilos, 255 pounds that I used to be, that's long gone. I only got up to 225 this time, 100 kilos. So don't need much to maintain that.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, guys, in one of our early episodes, we talked about how we were sort of maybe it wasn't an episode, maybe it was on the chat. We were sort of complaining to each other that after the gym, we have like a little bit of brain fog and we're less energetic, right? So I stopped working out for the last 3 or 4 months and managed to lose all the muscle that I gained almost very quickly. I tell you something. Yeah, I completely stopped. But it's great news. My mental function, my clarity of thinking immediately all improved. My ability to work improved. And
I noticed that. I mean, you're on fire, dude.
It's much easier, bro. I couldn't have done it. I mean, not that I was having so much inflammation, but I mean, so I wanted to comment on this. I thought about it so much. Obviously, there's an inflammation thing, right? I was just taking notes while you guys were talking, but I think there's more to it than that. I think having a lot of food in your body or eating throughout the day affects somehow your cognitive signaling. Like not just your size, but the food in your belly. Do you think so? And then I also thought,
just to interject real quick. So I've been taking a week off right now, and I feel that my cognition is improving finally. I literally trained myself stupid by going to I wanted to take it easy, right? And then you go on 600 milligrams. You're like, you know what? We're gonna go for it. And I trained super hard again. I manage my volume correctly, but I take maybe 6 to 8 sets to failure. And then over time, I just felt like, man, I can't even focus properly. Of course, there's some contributing factors in that aspect, right? Like the mega dosing melatonin, it just didn't really play out for me, and I felt horrible. And
I've adapted completely to that, by the way. I have no side effects.
That's good. Now I got worse and worse and worse over time, so I had to discontinue that. Yeah, I almost felt depressed, dude. And several people mentioned the same thing. Yeah, it doesn't work for everybody. So I'm really at a very conflicted road myself right now because I love bodybuilding and training hard, but it doesn't pay the bills directly, maybe indirectly. But I just literally feel the longer I do it and the more strenuous I become in the gym, the stupider I get.
I move my workout to as late in the day as physically possible because I know that once I do it and then I eat that post-workout protein and carb dense meal, brain function is like 50%.
Yeah. So that's what I do. I moved my workout to the end of the day, whereas before I would train in the morning, I'd get my workout in and then do client work, which now my work is completely shifted to a YouTube channel. And I would move my workout to the end of the day, train at 6, and then have my post-workout meal. Then I would be cognitive enough to do the editing for the YouTube channel, make a thumbnail, and then upload it, and I'd be good to go, right, for the rest of the day. But as you get stronger and the working sets gets more intense to progress, or at least restore a decent amount of muscle mass that I used to have in the past, I just overlaps to the next day. And in 2 days, right, I do my leg workout, max effort on everything for 1 set, maybe a back off set. And then the next day, and it doesn't matter how much cerebral lysine I take, dude. 10 milliliters, it doesn't matter. I sleep 10 hours, it doesn't matter. The next day, I'm messed up.
But the problem with there's 2 things I want to say. Just to complete what I was thinking earlier, one of the other things is physical size. So when I in my lifetime, I think that always my best function was when I was the skinniest. Not average. When I was skinny, my brain seemed to function better. And this is not because of pharmacokinetics of drugs or anything. This is even when I didn't use any kind of, cholinergic thing or anything else. my brain felt lighter, faster, more clear. My thinking was more clear. What I noticed though, when I was fat, see, I've been fat many times. I'm naturally a fat guy, so I've been like 50 or 60 pounds of fat overweight before, and the effect on my brain. Remember, I was probably eating as much as I was when I was muscular, but my brain was functioning way better than the limited times that I was similarly muscular. So I've been 240 pounds fat and 240 pounds muscular with a bit of fat. The other one was way worse for my thinking. And the other thing I want to say is what I'm thinking is it could be cerebral blood flow even. Like the focus of the blood and the nutrients in your body. And the other thing I wanted to mention, the final one, is that, Derek, the thing about putting it at night, I don't know if you experience this, but I would get, because when you do like resistance exercise, the increase in blood adrenaline levels can be very high, like 15 times.
Yeah.
Like if you go in a cold shower, it's like 3 to 5 times higher. But when you go work out, it's actually like 15 times higher. And you were not supposed to get this spike of adrenaline just before bed. So
there's new literature that says it doesn't actually, I forget exactly what like there was research before that said you shouldn't work out before like within a couple hour, at least a handful of hours window of going to sleep or something like that. And then more recently, there was some literature that came out that said as long as you don't finish within like 2 hours or something like really close, that you would think is, as long as you're not taking pre-workout and stuff, then, and I guess maybe if you have like a good HRV and are good at shifting into parasympathetic after, like it's probably individual dependent, but the literature suggests that it's not as bad to train closer to sleep as was otherwise thought. However, I'm sure this is contextual based on what are you eating after your workout, because if you're allocating your entire like allotment of carbohydrates and like so much of your food to an hour before bed, like obviously that's going to spike your body temperature and make it way harder to fall asleep. And if you're an individual who stays like revved up after the gym, maybe your brain isn't going to be able to get into deep sleep properly. But yeah, I know what you mean. But for me, it's like the amount of hours in a day I lose by, if I went and trained like right now, for example, and then tried to do any sort of like cognitive work whatsoever, it'd be like, I might as well just not even fucking work. I might as well just try and go to bed like earlier and then get up, and you know what I mean?
And then the weird thing is you go to bed, you train in the evening, right? You maybe take a little bit of pre-workout because you're tired from the day of doing cognitive stuff. You do your workouts, then you do a little bit of work, but then you're hyperactive. And I think sleep quality gets less and less and less if you continue to train in the evening also. Because I noticed over the last couple of months I've been training in the evening that my sleep quality is less also, way shorter. Maybe 6-7 hours. And the most cognitive I was is when I was doing that fasting mimicking diet for 6 weeks without training, 500 calories coming from vegetables and a little bit of supplements. I was able to do 2 videos a day. Easy.
Yeah. That's the
easy.
Thing. It's a huge difference. It's huge. I mean,
dude, I'm so conflicted right now because I love bodybuilding, but the YouTube channel is what fuels my business.
Well, not just the business, but like your life and your brain is just limited. Like can I just give a funny example? Have you guys ever seen this comedian called Faison Love, something like that? He's like a really, oh, you guys don't know him, then it won't be that funny. But whenever I see his interviews, he's like he's a really big guy. It feels like in the middle of his sentence he forgets what he's saying. And he just sort of drifts off, and he remembers it again. All his stand-up is like this. If anyone's listening, they know Faison. That's how I feel when I'm at all fat or muscular. I'm like, I actually forget stuff. Anyway, sorry to interrupt.
I wonder if it's like nutrient. So like, you know, when you're fasting, how you're more mentally sharp, and presumably it's like a biological response to your body. Like we need nutrients. So like, I would think the smaller you are and the less like nutrient full your entire infrastructure is, the more like seeking behavior your brain kind of like, it knows you need to, you know, scavenge for things and like accumulate resources. And if you're like right on the precipice of being like prone to getting killed easily, or like prone to, if something happened, you don't have the resources to survive because you're not fat, you don't have a lot of muscle to eat into, there's not a lot to work with. Like I can just imagine your brain would shift into like, I don't, that's just speculation, but I would imagine anytime you deprive yourself of anything, your brain clearly shifts into a state of like over compensate, try to accumulate that in some exaggerated way. Like if you haven't had sex for like 2 weeks or something, and you have, high test, you're just like, and you just want to like go fuck like crazy, versus if you have it like every day, it's not that case. So if you're like really fat and you have all these nutrients available, your body is not like that worried. It's kind of like we can chill out and hibernate, versus if you're like borderline super skinny, it's like, go get fucking food. You're about to die, bro. So it keeps your brain sharper, maybe.
Wait, on that topic,
I have to a little rebuttal about the sex every day, but maybe
yeah, that's what I want to ask about. What do you guys think that, like, I often get questions from, there's like a big movement called NoFap or something like that. I'm older than that generation. I don't even know what FAP is.
I think it's mostly the dopaminergic system that you continue to stimulate with obscure porn that's get more obscure and obscure over time, right? So, like, if you don't do that, like what I did like years ago, you don't follow those Instagram models, right? You maybe can follow a couple girls that you know from the gym, and if they're super sexy, you just mute them. So you build, no, really, because you get oversaturated, dude. And a lot of the libido consultations that I get are from overmasturbation and overstimulation from society. So you see a lot of these Instagram girls, unfollow them. You see a lot of ads with sexual innuendo, unfollow it, right? Stop watching that stuff. You build it up and you hold it for your partner. It's like you're doing like little sets at home with your biceps, and then you want to do a bicep workout at the end of the day. Dude, it's not going to work. So a lot of these issues just by overstimulation, and then due to this dopaminergic system which builds up, right? This response, by the time you actually have sex, it's no longer pleasurable, because it's not representative of the porn that you've been exposing yourself to. So if you don't do any of that, by the end of the day that your partner gives you a wink, dude, you're ready to roll, even after 8 years of marriage. It's
the guys who a lot of guys, especially bodybuilders who get ED, like sometimes it's hormone mismanagement for sure. Having like estrogen imbalance, sometimes progestogenic activity is problematic, prolactin, but a lot of cases, I think it's just guys who their sex drive is really high and they touch their dick way too much and watch porn. So it's like 99% of the time, especially if it's a natural guy, I'm like, just don't touch your dick for 2 weeks and don't watch porn for 2 weeks. Yeah. That's a lot of people, even a week, to be honest. Like most people can't do even a week. And the amount of like the erection quality increase, the ability to just like get horny regardless of what you're watching or not watching, like just sitting there and just thinking about something, it's like magnitudes higher, and people don't realize how much they're desensitizing themselves and fucking up their brains. I think it's becoming more widely known, and people still do it though, even knowing it's like bad for them.
Well, it's a lot of teenagers got problematic libido, and it's just hard to focus when that's in the back of your head, like I remember that day. So now I'm a little bit better, a little bit older, even though I'm on exogenous hormones. Like my hormone balance is pretty managed, right? I manage everything, but I can also control the libido. So I just hold it. I patiently wait until my wife is available, and then I take care of business.
For you guys, talking about allocating mental resources to the gym, what is your mental resource allotment like for sex with your wives? Like, do you guys have a certain time of day because it's going to like eat up mental capacity a bit, or is it how many times a week, or what is it for you guys?
Well,
Leo, you want to go first?
Well, I'm a little bit, I have some comments before we move on. There's some interesting. I just wanted to mention the NoFap thing. The reason why I was curious about it, I'm wondering if you believe, Derek, that it affects your motivation outside of sex also. Let's just go back to that. And then I wanted to mention the weird thing about the NoFap thing is it's actually really ancient, right? So yoga positions, one of the weirdest things about yoga is a lot of these upside down positions. Well, not weird, but I mean the historical origin of it is this idea of keeping the semen, which is your power, within you. And originally they thought, I'm not joking, I've seen these diagrams, they thought that upside down, the semen would go to your head. So like a lot of it
Wow.
came that way. A lot of the positions were developed around this idea of holding sexual energy, which is your life force energy. So there's some, and then I wanted to mention a final thing, just if you don't jack off for a long time, just for people to know, that is actually one of the ways that you can increase the atrophy of your penis over time in your lifetime. The reason why, for people that are younger like us who haven't experienced this yet, I read a lot of papers and get consultations from people in their 50s and 60s. Oftentimes, if I ever get a consultation from somebody about penis enlargement or about libido, and the guy's in his 50s, I ask, has your penis gotten smaller in the last 20 years? Every single time. Yeah, it did. How did you know that? What is, and I always notice this, what it is, I think, is that over time, due to changes in androgen signaling, you get less blood flow to the penis because of less morning erections, other than jacking off. And those morning erections seem to be part of maintaining the health, I think, in the penis. Think of it this way. Your blood vessels are normally dilated. The penis's vessels can dilate so much more than they would be at rest. So I think that mechanism is part of maintaining the health of the penis. Evidence of this, in the finasteride studies, you can see that there's apoptosis of cells in the top part of the penis of the rodents who have less DHT signaling because of less endothelial nitric oxide synthase signaling from the androgen receptor on the penis. So basically their blood vessels dilate less, but then coincidentally the cells atrophy and die. So just a warning for people that want to say, like, for example, because some people I've been talking to on the channel, like, I have done NoFap for a year. I was like, oh, my condolences. Like, you've lost some cells in your penis, and you probably shouldn't have done that. I mean, at the very least, you could have pumped and not ejaculated just to maintain the health.
This is NoFap without a partner.
Yeah, I think use it or lose it
Yeah.
is like something that actually kind of applies, because it's like, even when you don't do like stuff with your brain, for example, when you don't read and you don't try to actively learn, like even my time off, like I feel stupider than when I left for Joe Rogan 2 months ago right now, like because I haven't been actively like involved in what's going on, haven't been staying up to date on literature, haven't even been reviewing the stuff that I was like, you know, even super interested in already. Like some of the stuff, I'll like random stuff, I have to double check my own videos to remember, because it's just been like a little bit. So even with like the dick thing or muscle at the gym, if you don't train it, or like not train your dick, but like if it doesn't get erect ever, and it's just sitting there flaccid all the time, like I would expect that there would be shrinkage, you know.
Yeah,
and if you're not getting adequate like NO, nitric oxide, to it as well, like your ceiling on your erection quality is obviously probably like, I would imagine, and this is something that's hugely controversial in the finasteride and 5-alpha reductase inhibition like discussion, is a lot of people, I think the lack of DHT is so imperceivable, not lack of DHT, but reduction in it is so imperceivable that they don't notice the reduction in erection quality. But I would imagine, let's just say you were at 100% pre-finasteride, I would imagine a lot of people end up at like 95% or something, or 90% maybe, and they just like don't notice the difference. But yeah, like DHT does definitely play a role in the health and, you know, like function of your erections, I would say, for a lot of people.
What I also think is an issue with this fapping frequently is that the duration of the
With
injection.
Fapping.
Fapping,
He said
masturbation.
fupping. You're right, Steve. I'm with you. I don't know what that word is either. We'll call it fupping, because I really,
I'm
I don't know what
sorry, it's my Dutch
where did it come
accent
from?
creeping up on me. So masturbation, right? Frequent masturbation. I think the duration of the erection is very short. So you don't allow for a lot of blood flow. You right? You get a semi-boner, you take care of it, and then it's done.
True.
Whereas
With porn, right?
Yeah, with porn. True. So whereas with intercourse, you have a little bit of foreplay, right? You have intercourse, you have to clean up afterwards. I think your erection is like, well, maybe in my case, maybe 10 times longer. Yeah. And you see that at night, where you have multiple erections to improve blood flow to the penis, right? And then send nutrients and just improve blood flow overall. And those are multiple minutes as well. And you have multiple erections throughout the night. So how many times did we wake up with a boner, but you have to go to the bathroom, and you sit there waiting for the boner to go down so you can actually pee, and this keeps you awake also. This is horrible, but it happens.
But is the masturbation also training you to because if you're efficient by the time you're like 25 or so, you can masturbate very quickly and get the job done. Yeah. So is the masturbation also like training? I wonder, is it training you to ejaculate faster if you're not having sex with women as often? You know what I mean?
I think if you did, sorry, but I think if you're doing the whole porn thing and fapping way too much, you're desensitizing yourself to a point that not only is it harder to get off, but you like can't even get hard with a hot girl in front of you a lot of the time.
That's a psychological.
Because with the porn that you're watching, and you're desensitizing your penis by doing this masturbation. And well, especially if you're a bodybuilder on steroids, I mean, how bad is your hand quality from all this training? So you'll have to resort to lotions and
no, these guys with
whatever.
like vice grip bodybuilder hands, and then you go to have sex with a new chick with a condom.
True.
Like, good luck feeling enough.
I had the same issue, dude, when I was like very sexually active in my younger years. Right here, you're like enraged, and then you don't feel anything. Yeah, enraged at home. I mean, you're enraged at home. You just do the wrong thing, and then you have a condom with a girl, with a regular. You just don't. You don't feel anything. That's one of the reasons why I stopped doing that stuff. Like
sometimes
over a decade.
Sometimes that happens because the condom is too tight. By the way, just to let you guys know, sometimes you don't notice the condom's very tight. Honestly, like if you try a normal Magnum, not the Magnum XL. Okay, that's for other people, but the Magnum XL is very extreme. The normal Magnum isn't. It's a bit looser. It's way easier to use, bro. If you if you try, you might be. If it's slightly tight, it'll cause that also to happen. It'll be harder to maintain
Thailand,
erection.
you have those cookie cutter condoms that are super tight. So I'd always had to order them online and get Trojans delivered. Yeah, because the condoms here, they break easy. Yeah. Oh, dude. Wow. Yeah, it's like
I didn't know that.
Pinky size. If you like asphyxiation, that's the way to do it. You know, you got to.
I remember back.
You get those super tight condoms.
Back when I used to Bathmate pump like stupid, like for a ridiculous amount of times. Like the duration was so excessive that I used it before fucking when I was like maybe like 21, 22. I used to get, like, the Trojan Magnum, and I would be like, you couldn't, because you have so much like fluid buildup too from doing it way too long. Yeah, and it would just be like this fucking weird, like it doesn't even look like a penis anymore. It's just this giant fucking hammer hanging off you. Yeah, and
the only thing you can do with it is slap.
You have to take a Magnum and like go like that and like pull it over because you can't even roll it on. And then you just show up with this fucking balloon dick ready to go because you thought you were.
A couple of things happen. So then the lady thinks you have like a weird looking dick. It could be also slightly like pinkish or red because it's inflamed from the thing. Yeah. And then it looks like, for anyone who's not done this before, it's really weird looking. Your penis head, because it could be traumatized. The head doesn't get fully, but the rest of the thing is like fat. And it like, if you're circumcised, it'll accumulate around the end of the penis, this lymphatic fluid. Now, porn stars like this sometimes because it looks impressive. It's not overdone. But a lot of people, I think, do that party trick. I've done like 10 hours in the pump. I've done 11 hours.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, we didn't know back in the day.
Sometimes you end up with like asymmetric fluid buildup too. So you'll have like a fat dick and then it's like juts out to the side all fucked up. And you're just like,
in and back out.
Yeah, and you'd like
that, you know.
I remember there was a certain amount of time that I would have between. I would pump for like 40 minutes or something like absurd, like max pressure for like 40 minutes, and then maybe even longer. Fuck, and then I would.
That was nothing. That was daily.
I knew I had like a certain amount of hours before it like resembled an actual penis again. Versus, so
and then it gets really good, extra full after it recovers.
Yeah, so you would have like a mutant dick for like 6 hours or something, and then it would sort of like transform, like shrink back down a little bit to like before it gets back to baseline. You have this like medium sweet spot where it's like not a mutant, but not a normal size dick. It has like enough fluid where it looks like a dick, but it's like way bigger. So you would try and like time your sex. So it's like not only are your PDE5 inhibitors peaking and everything's perfect, but you've also had your dick is like not completely like fucking horrible to look at the time.
So you know that women talk, right? So I would like to know, because both of you have been doing penis pumping for some time. I would like to know if you get a positive review afterwards, leading to other girls wanting to get an experience like that. Because I do know that when I was sexually active and had multiple partners at the same time, the girls would talk, and if you leave them a good review, then other girls would like to get a part of the action as well. So I would like to know. So this guy's like got like a monster penis. I need to get my ride in. Does that happen or no?
Not in my experience. I think you must have, because my penis at the max got to around 9 inches in length. That's not as impressive. No, dude, there are
Bone
people with
pressed or non-bone pressed?
bone press. Like,
Okay, so
not-
what's
like
non?
eight
No,
or so?
okay, a lot of
Eight,
people would hear that and they'd be like, "No fucking way!" But
no,
bone
yeah,
press
exactly.
is
Bone press
no
means
one measures
you're
bone
pushing on the
press
fat
except
pad.
people who do PE. So
Yeah,
non-bone pressed, what was it?
I mean, I don't know. I don't measure that. We in PE we don't measure non-bone press because you get fatter or less fat, and the pubic pad goes in and out. So
it's like-
I don't know.
That's like not
Maybe
what
it's
you
like
actually
8,
get to
10 a
work
quarter?
with, though. That's like
No,
counting
no.
your inner penis is like a bit unfair.
No, it's not. No, because mine was stretched fully. So mine, what happened was, this is a little bit too detailed, but the point is, originally you would say it's not fair, right? Because you have a bit of fat there, and because the inner part. I'm trying to explain this. Like, imagine your penis is exiting this way. The inner part is a bit tied in there, and when you use the ruler, you're sort of pressing in there. But when it exits lower, which mine eventually got to, you have the full use. Mine actually, the angle went down. So like it was, you get if you thrust hard, it's going fully in. Like I couldn't go fully in. Most girls, they will get hurt.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to say is, dude, there are a lot of guys with, I guess there are guys with huge dicks, because sometimes you hear about these girls that they say, there was this guy, his dick was this. I mean, there are people like that. So chicks get around, they encounter those. They'll always tell you have a huge penis. I love it's perfect. But you're not. I mean, we're all pretty much similar. So I don't really, I don't believe what they say. And then I know there's some chicks that encounter these like basketball players and stuff like that are pro. So I don't think they were talking about me.
For me, it never really made a difference on retention, to answer the question. At least I don't think it did. But at the time, when you're more insecure about this stuff and you're younger, it gives you more peace of mind going into situations if you are more confident in what you're dealing with. So yes. I think it's as silly as the whole thing may sound to people who like otherwise are secure in themselves, which to be honest, not very many people are secure about that stuff anyway. So I can see why a lot of people gravitate to it, but just knowing that that's one less thing you have to think about, because a lot of guys, when they're new to having sex at all, they're like, oh my God, not only is my dick even gonna like work properly, am I gonna come too fast? But also, like, am I small compared to the other guys? Like, am I going to stack up? Blah, blah, blah. So just not having that to worry about is huge for a young guy's self-confidence, I feel like. So it doesn't even matter if the chick thinks it's, like, way better or anything at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Oh, I have two things I want to say real quick, just before I forget, because I think they're important. They might help people out. Sorry, brother. Just want to say that the pump for younger guys listening to this, if you're not insecure about your size, it's still valuable, because I mentioned this on my channel before. The most valuable part for me was, like Derek said, obviously the confidence, but also the confidence comes from having better erectile quality. So you can, like what I mentioned on my channel, if you're having sex with a girl and you stand up, especially if you have muscle, you stand up, your erection gets weaker. Like if you're trying to get in a new position, you have to like jack off again or something like that. If you pump properly, you get such good erectile quality that doesn't happen. So you have that kind of confidence of not being scared that you're gonna not get hard or something else traumatic is gonna happen to you like that. That's all I want. Oh, the last thing I want to say is just about like, you have to stand up for yourself as a guy. I feel like to younger guys, I feel like I made a mistake I wasn't insecure in real. I was trying to maximize, I thought, everything about myself. But to be honest with you, bro, the girls are not doing that for us. Like, I don't know if you guys know this. There are balls girls can put in their pussies vaginas. I don't know if it's a bad word or whatever. There's balls that you can hang weights from. I've had girls do, my exes do this. Different sizes of balls, so you can go into a smaller ball that you hang a weight from. Just like us, they can hang. They can hold. They can learn to hold a certain static position with heavier weights. Not Kegel. This is like Kegels with resistance exercise. So you can hold a static weight with a weight, and you can also, there's something called the Gynflex. This is like a gripper for the penis. There you can be dynamic, so she can learn to hold so powerfully, bro. If you have a girl who trains this, it's unbelievable. She can make you come at any moment, because it's not that light pull. It's like she strangles your dick. Because they can do that, but they're not worried about that. They're not worried. They're not asking you, am I loose? Am I loose? Were you with a girl tighter than me? They don't ask that. Yeah. Why do we have to worry about us?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's very true. Yeah, but if you have a good supportive partner, they will do that for you. I will just tell you.
Yeah,
that.
Of course.
So I think the worst thing about penis enlargement, I've never done it, but I've met girls especially when I was younger, maybe girls are like 18, 20 years old, that are so tight that you have like 2 inches or 1 inch of dead space. So it means you can never connect your pelvis to the girl because there's just too much. You can't go in fully. And I think that's another main issue of like if you get a 9-inch penis in a girl that's not ready for that, you have like this much space left. And that's not very pleasurable also, right? I mean,
it is.
Really, is it? I think the
I'll
most
tell
fun
you
part
do.
is when you fuck, we're going to go into
I'll
way
tell you-
too much details, but you go in fully and your hips connect and you're like, yes, I'm all the way to the end. But
That's true.
if you go in fully and you're like, oh, and you get the hands on your stomach, like, oh, it's too much. I don't know. It's not so much fun, in my opinion. And I've had that happen a couple times where the girl's just not ready for, well, I have average size.
Unless you meet a girl, two situations. Unless you meet a girl who likes cul-de-sac orgasms, they're rare. Some girls like that end pain thing. The second thing though is this is the solution. This is the hack. You'll start to like girls with huge asses. That's the reason.
Yeah, because
So
you
when
get
girls have
padding.
huge asses, and you do doggy style, the exit part of your penis is never exited. It's still
No,
touching
right.
them a little bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a hack to it.
All right, I think
I don't
that's
get
detailed.
guys who like huge asses personally because it's like if it's like muscular from working out or something, like I would sort of get it. But when it's like, I don't know, like usually it's representative of like worse body composition in general.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like
There's
I don't
there's
get
a
why
nice-
guys are like,
There's a nice round ass, all right? But it shouldn't be so big that you need another 2 inches just to get the job done.
like I want like tight, tiny, where it's like I can see their fucking asshole without having to like go like this.
Holy
Yeah.
shit! Oh my god, we have opposite. That's so funny.
Oh, you like that shit? Okay.
I respect your opinion, Derek. I understand it, but unfortunately, I have a bizarre taste. When I was younger, I was so paranoid about dating girls that didn't have a good ass, or like being like if I was in a club
So
trying
a
to approach
good
a girl.
ass, the definition is like way different between
Yeah.
obviously. Because big versus I can understand big versus just like small and toned, but like good versus bad. Like for me, good is like small and toned, like congruent with a good body composition, rather than like where are you gonna find a chick who's like lean, athletic, and then just has a fucking like tank ass?
No.
Like,
Bro, I'm gonna make you laugh. I'm laughing at myself. You're gonna laugh at this. I was literally when I was like 18 or 19, I go to like a club or a party and I wanted to approach a girl. Sometimes you can't see a girl's physique from what she's wearing properly. So what I would do instead of like finding a girl with a pretty face or whatever, if you're being superficial, I'm not the superficial, but just say you're being superficial. Instead of finding a girl with a pretty face or girl who has a nice, it looks like she's fit a little bit, I would say, you know what? I'll take the safe bet. Find a fat one. For sure, she's gonna have a huge ass. That's how my mentality was. I would look for like, oh, she's chubby and like she's from a certain ethnicity, probably has a huge ass. I'll go to that direction. That's how my mind was. It was the complete opposite. But I'm not
girls
like that anymore.
Are so good at like contouring their makeup on their face now, where they can make
Yeah.
it look like they're lean even when they're not. Like very like look fit in their face, and that's usually good. Like for example, in bodybuilding, you're like, oh, do you have death face to see if you're in shape or not?
Mhm.
With chicks, when they like contour their jawline and cheekbones and stuff, you can't even tell now. So it's almost like my go-to thing is I look at their arms. Arm fat on chicks
Yeah.
is like the dead
Smart.
giveaway
Okay.
on what the rest is doing.
They got
But
like a little bit
arm
of
fat
jelly
correlates-
over here, you know?
But I noticed one thing: girls who have this is so weird. Girls who have fatter arms when they're in their early 20s are the same girls who have big asses usually and big legs.
Oh,
I don't know why.
yeah.
If they're not fat, if they have smaller waists and like slightly fat arms, they're usually the girls who have the biggest asses.
You get very superficial if you go into the dating game, especially when you go clubbing. Like I did that a lot when I was younger. And you get into a point where you're within 10 minutes that you can screen women very, very fast. Like this is the one for tonight, or that I want to get a number of, or I'm just going to move on. And you get so jaded from that stuff, dude.
Well, in Tinder, especially in online dating, you have to get really good at spotting who is fucking with like camera angles and like contouring their face aggressively. So that's where my arm thing came, because most chicks aren't heavily photoshopping their arms as much as they are their faces and manipulating it with makeup and stuff. But they have their high waist pants, they have their makeup and shit, and it's like they're pretty good at making it look like they're a lot leaner than they otherwise are. But you got to have your methods to kind of figure it out.
That's why the best place probably nowadays is just spot girls in the gym, even though it's super creepy. But you can see girls work out that wear super skinny spandex stuff anyway, if they're happy with their body shape. And then it's up to you to have enough social status and reputation so you don't have to approach.
But yeah, good luck with that. Fuck.
I don't know. That's what happened to me.
Maybe where you live, because you have a gym that's like very community and like there's a lot of community around it and you're like known there, but like just random recreational gyms. I'm telling some random guy who wants to like get a date with a chick, like make sure you have enough status at this like gym.
No, I mean, it's what car you drive. I mean, how you present yourself, your social network, who you say hi to. I mean, if you just be yourself and you're a likable guy, I don't think it's very difficult to approach women in the gym. I mean, just you don't have to be a creepy about it.
That's a very interesting subject. Do you guys think that when, say you're an introverted guy and you don't as much approach women throughout your life, and instead, because you're introverted, women tend to approach you, do you think that you would date different kinds of women? And how would it bias the kind of women that you date? Do you think you would date higher quality or lower quality? Would they like you more?
I think you would date lower quality because you would have such a limited amount of options, because you would almost never get approached, at least the majority of men wouldn't, that you'd end up, settling for whatever the fuck you get. I don't think you'd have very many options at all. Like, I don't know what it's like where you were growing up, but for me, it's not. I was never approached almost ever, dude.
In Holland, no. In Thailand, all the time. So it depends on where you live. Right. And
Sweden also, right? Sweden, they're like that culture. Women approach men.
Yeah, Sweden, from what I remember when I went to Spain, also. It really depends on where you live. But in Holland, dude, never. But then again, I was a little snot when I was living in Holland. I was not the man I am now. And now
in Holland, they don't approach men.
No, they do, but it depends on your social status also, right? If you're a high quality man that is known for whatever reason through a little social network, or people just perceive you to be a high quality man, then you get approached, obviously. But when I was
what's a high value man? This term has been used a lot, and you said high quality, but recently in YouTube, have you guys heard this high value man thing?
Yeah, it's just like another way to say that you're the shit,
Like, how many boxes do you check off? So like, how much of a leader are you? Well, like, value is just like how people perceive you overall. So like,
how many subscribers and how many subscribers? That's all that matters. Followers and subscribers. You got 1 million, you're set. Women are gonna trip over and land on your junk.
No, dude, because there are a lot of people who have 1 million subscribers who just have stupid, like, they're just fucking like dweeby dudes. And
are there?
Yeah.
Like, guys who, to be honest, this is a good example, is the guys who accidentally get rich or intentionally get rich, and they're just like really fucking smart about it off crypto. If you're like one of these like internet dweller, okay, not everyone, but like if you're just like some guy who's like, a young kid who kills it in crypto, but you otherwise don't go to the gym, you have no, social, leadership qualities, you don't have a big friend circle, like nothing about you is admirable other than the fact that you have a big bank account, you drive a cool car, like you're still just a dweeb, but you're in a Lamborghini now. Like that kind of thing. You're not going to get very good women. And even when you do, none of them actually want to be with you. So there's like a huge disparity in the high value thing. Wealth is like so overemphasized how important it is. Like,
I agree.
I did very fucking well when I had
with no money,
none of this stuff. Like with $100 in my bank account. As long as you have ambition to they love ambition. Something that is infinitely more important than if you're currently rich, in my opinion. So I think it's like looks, social status, leadership qualities, ability to articulate yourself, social skills,
easygoing, some respect from other people and your peers respect you, your network, so they can vouch for you.
Self-esteem, self-confidence, stuff like that.
Easy to talk to. And of course the finances is a huge bonus because it opens doors later on, so that makes your relationship material.
And you can create memorable experiences with the financial freedom, which ultimately is like the difference in financial freedom of like $100K a year versus like $1 million a year. Maybe you get like some new toys that you couldn't have got at 100,000, but it's like, is that going to be the needle mover if you got like good, like hot women?
No,
or not?
I don't think so. No, because you can get hot women if you make very little money. I mean, I've done that. When I just got off university and I started working as a consultant, you make like €2,000 a month. That's before taxes. But if you have, good skills and you can talk to women, then I would land similar quality women as where I would make a multitude of that.
Can I comment briefly,
most
guys?
of my money I made was with my wife, so maybe we should address that topic of having a supportive partner, because it's a way better game changer for your success than dating women.
Yeah, I think Derek, you made some actually really deep point there. The ambition thing, I don't know if you experienced the same thing as I experienced with women before, but I think that in periods of my life where I was more ambitious, less that. Remember, you always talk about how I lost
complacent.
No, not how the mushrooms and psychedelics affect you, and like you lose interest in that stuff and whatever. So when I was not like that and I was very ambitious, even if I didn't have anything. In fact, I felt like when I didn't have anything, when I was a little bit less, even like in college or whatever, when I was poor, but really ambitious, I saw it. I think this is what it is. I think when someone meets you and they're interested in you and they see that there's a feeling, I think it's an evolutionary psychology thing with the woman. She sees that you're moving somewhere. And also think of it this way. It's sort of like when you apply to colleges. A college, they don't necessarily care how smart you are if it's a professional school. What they want is where you're going to achieve. They want you to climb the mountain, take their flag with you and plant it on the top of the mountain. In a way, sort of, I feel like that's how ambition is an aphrodisiac sometimes, because a person may want to join you for your journey. And that's different than being rich. I think if you're actually rich, you may be a high value male to women, but for different reasons. And this is what I wanted to comment also. I think that, I think you may represent security and you may represent a lifestyle, which may not be what you want to represent. For example, there's a lot of research I came across by accident recently that shows that women seem to have specifically two preferences in men. They have two different men that they like depending on the time of the month. In normal days, in surveys, when they show them different pictures of men or descriptions of men, this is consistently shown over decades. Women will often pick a man who is more masculine seeming, like a longer beard, something like that, but less attractive. And they'll pick a guy who seems basically more stable, somebody who might be a better father figure or a more reliable guy, and so on. During their ovulation, they're much more likely to pick a man who they deem as more attractive, and they will specifically note that more attractive man, who's also doesn't have a beard but more facially masculine. Facial masculinization and beard apparently represent different things, but the facial masculinization. So basically, they pick the alpha male to have sex with in ovulation, and they specifically say we don't want a long-term relationship, and they don't pick that guy when they ask in other times of the month. Have you heard of this?
What's even more interesting than that, and is exactly in line with that, is the difference in female preference of partner when they're on combined oral contraceptives versus off of them. It's the equivalent where you have, when they're ovulating versus not, you have this disparity in what they prefer in terms of alpha versus like a provider / like somebody who's a stable choice. When they're on combined oral contraceptives like progestin plus estradiol synthetic to castrate themselves, essentially, they find their preference in male is different than when they're off of it, to a point where the literature almost suggests that, because a lot of these girls don't come off their oral contraceptives, they're on it for years on end, and they meet their partners on it, that you may otherwise have a difference of preference had you not have met that person when you were on the combined oral contraceptive. So it's very interesting where their preference leans far more towards that, like that alpha preference you get during the ovulation thing. It's not, you don't have that when you're like manually preventing yourself from having your ovulatory cycle, right? Because a lot of girls don't come off and go on the placebo pill or anything. They just stay on and never bleed. And that's like the whole goal of staying on it all the time. So they end up in this like perpetual state of artificially induced preference of like provider male sort of thing.
Oh, no, they come off for
because of the progesterone,
and then their preference changes. Ooh, risky.
That's because of the progesterone, right? Because the estrogen peaks during the ovulation. I think the estrogen is the driving one for
I think it's the progestogenic activity, but also the fact that your free test levels when you're on these oral contraceptives drops by like 70%. So you're essentially you're almost on like a fucking decacycle essentially with a minimal amount of androgenic activity. So it's like the equivalent of you being like, if you're a hypogonadal guy, your preference of women versus when you're on your test levels are at 900. Like you're probably going to be a bit different in terms of how you behave, just like a woman will when she has like her fucking androgenic activity is dictated by like some microgram quantity of levonorgestrel versus, a full 60 nanogram per deciliter total test level. It's a lot different.
Absolutely. And my wife has super physiological amounts of tests, not from exogenous, but naturally produced. She took like birth control for a month and it just wrecked her. She became insecure and hungry and over analyzing things. So we took that out after a month of maybe the first month that we got into a relationship. And then I switched her over to a Paragard, which is an IUD with copper. I think she's on the second one now or third one. And that's infinitely better. I would recommend that for all competitors. I think.
How does that work? Through which is it just a long acting?
It releases a little bit of copper in the uterus, which then prevents the egg from nesting.
Okay.
So the egg can get fertilized, but it doesn't nest. And then, of course, you need to take the copper IUD out a couple months before you actually want to get pregnant. Not that my fertility is stellar right now, but. So that's a method of contraceptive, and you don't get any adverse effects from having any additional hormones in your system. So it makes fat loss easier. You don't get this increased hunger, no insecurity or mood changes. The downside is that you have an additional copper burden, but a low dose of 10 milligrams, 25 milligrams zinc picolinate, which you've been running for the last 10 years or so, or 8 years that you had the copper IUD, that offsets it right away. So
we should mention just as a public service announcement, if any people here have girlfriends that have the BRCA polymorphisms, they're a group of SNPs that are about 15 to 17 of them. 23andMe only covers about, and you should check it if you're a guy too. They're the major predictor of cancer in men and women. But if you do have like say over 23andMe probably genotypes about 60% of them, 70%. If you're carrying the polymorphisms and you're homozygous or even not, and over like 6-7 of them, if I were a woman, I wouldn't take contraceptives because it's a major risk factor for breast cancer later in life.
Yeah.
Interestingly, the risk of breast cancer declines if you lactate. I mean, if you have children and you breastfeed. But so that really increases the risk. So you're probably protecting your wife. That's great.
No, for sure. I did a lot of research at that time when we decided on contraceptives. And no, the birth control is probably the worst, or combination birth control pill is probably the worst option women have. And ideally, you don't do anything, but of course you run the risk when you're sexually active. And even on steroids, you can get your girlfriend pregnant. It doesn't induce azoospermia. Completely. I still have semen when I'm on testosterone or primo.
Same, yeah.
So Leo, the genetic analysis stuff we should revisit after the call off camera for talking about how we can get that finished, because that's something I would love to help facilitate getting done, and I know it's going to be near impossible if we're both back on a regular posting schedule. So we should talk about the whole editor thing and the genetic analysis software and stuff like that. Because a lot of people, by the way, for like a year, I don't know, even at this point, sort of been like Leo's been slowly chipping away at creating a way to analyze your raw data from, one of these genetic analysis companies. You get your genome, you can get essentially a big printout of all your different all the SNPs and whatnot that you could get manually identified for genetic predispositions and whatnot in a way that's way more useful than what 23andMe provides or any of these other companies that are just like, oh, you're 70% more likely to have like a fucking freckle or something, like stuff we don't really care about as much as actual like disease and, health optimization and stuff like that. And that's something I'm very much looking forward to promoting on the channel and, being able to offer as a high quality service. And hopefully we have our own genetic or the actual like sequencing kits where we can like get people's, actually collect the DNA ourselves. And then we don't have to work through like 23andMe or something like that. But yeah,
we really shouldn't. To be honest, I was disappointed in 23andMe. The other day, My wife had told me that she saw that she had some, she had strong blondness. It was either blondness or skin color genetics, one of those two phenotypes. 23andMe shows you some of your phenotypes, and then it shows you some health risks. I imagine that at the very least, the blondness or skin color would be a really polygenic, calculated thing. They used maybe 20 SNPs or 30 because I don't know if you guys have been watching my videos recently, but I've been doing a lot of things about skin color and hair color and stuff like that, which I'm usually not that into. And when I went and saw the 23, it was literally one SNP. I was like, what? You're telling everybody based on one, there's 40, and the papers are all out. I just don't get it. So it's not just them. It's everybody's sort of like that. I don't really know why. I think in the future there's going to be advanced modeling, software modeling, where you have the interactive effects of the different SNPs and stuff like that. But for now, just being comprehensive at the very least, so people know, and at least because people don't realize they buy that 23andMe and they say, oh, I didn't get a warning about Alzheimer's. Well, they check only ApoE4. That's one SNP. There's 30 others you don't know about that may really affect your health. And the funny thing is, some people are thinking, no, they checked it for me already. So these things can be really valuable and also actionable, like we were talking about here with the BRCA genes.
Yeah, but you do get the raw data, right, from 23andMe, so you can upload that somewhere else and have somebody else.
Prometheus has errors in it. Everyone uploads on Prometheus or Prometheus has errors. Self-decode, the other option, is very uncomprehensive and not up to date. I check all these websites. Prometheus is not only incorrect in some parts, has errors, includes the wrong alleles, mistakes constantly. This is a free website that's related to snpedia.com. snpedia doesn't have as many mistakes. I think people edit it more often, but Prometheus, or whatever it's called, the program, errors, also biases, unusual amount of, for example, Crohn's disease variants. People go, whenever they go on Prometheus, they're like, oh, I have Crohn's disease stuff. I'm like, no, they just included that.
With the amount, the fastness at which new research is coming out, you would need to have a whole team on top of that 24/7 just to.
They have thousands at 23andMe, but they have thousands of employees, including research scientists. But also they have, suspicious things they do. Like, for example, if you go search online, 23andMe employee whistleblower or something like that, you'll find these old articles where 23andMe, what they used to do is they take your genome, right? And so there's a way you can predict where your ancestry is from. Basically, what it means is this. Every time we mate with a person, we have what's called meiosis. We share, like at each single nucleotide, we take one allele from the father, one from the mother. So if you see large chunks of DNA that are intact, you think that someone shares an ancestry with a certain group, right? If me and you, Steve, had like one chunk of DNA that's big enough, that's similar, we could think we can inherit it from the same person. So that's basically how the software programs tell you where you're from originally. But the problem is there's a lot of subjectiveness there, right? So there's an option to, because you take a reference population, which is only like sometimes 1,000 people. And so if depending on where you set the limit, you can see. So what they were doing was telling people that they were American Indian when they weren't. Telling them like they had interesting, you have a little bit of African ancestry, you're a little bit of American and Indian, and it was, or Native American, sorry, and it wasn't true. And as one of the employees outed them. So there's a lot of, even in the ancestry stuff, there's problems.
I think we're still in our infancy, when it comes to genetic analysis, and it's going to take another, right?
But it's actionable now.
Yeah, it's actionable now, but there's still so much research that needs to be done. Still, same with the medical community. I mean, the new stuff that comes out and disproving old practices, it just changes all the time. So you really need to stay on top of it. And then, right, the main issue with the genetic issues is that a lot, or the medical field, is that a lot of the overlap isn't analyzed. It's just one single subject, one single drug in a particular disease, which might overlap into another disease or a healthy individual, but that hasn't been examined.
Exactly. So if you're a determinist, if you believe the future can be predicted, you're not like a quantum physics guy. You would imagine that one day, given all of the information about someone's environment and their whole genome, you could have a software that would predict the interactive effects of the environment and the genome and predict their diseases in the future. Hopefully one day that will happen to us.
Should be able to read it and see exactly what they look like, at least.
Yeah.
Healthy.
And
right.
Exactly.
So this is your body when it's absolutely healthy, and this is you. You're mad obese. And you're doing something wrong. That would be great. I interpret your genome and then I give you an ideal physique of what you should be looking like.
Hey, Derek, before we get started, can I make I just want to let you guys know something. I started watching this podcast called The Fighter and the Kid, which I didn't know about before, with Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub. And there's a gentleman named Mark Harley who appeared on that podcast and referenced both of you. in very glowing terms. He represents us very well as the PED interested community and weightlifters. He trains at the Zoo Gym, I think, with Brendan Schaub. Anyway, I just want to say he shouted you guys out. He has a podcast which is new, which is called Haters Will Say. It's a separate channel called Haters Will Say, but he's also, the most recent episode was on the Thick Boy channel with Brendan Schaub. And he mentioned my channel on that also. Without even, I mean, this is before I even knew him. But then I left a comment on his page because, you know, in LA, everyone's robbing everyone. His Prius got broken into. I know. I heard that when I was watching their podcast.
Yeah.
So I left a comment like, my condolences. And then he knew us. He knew me. I was like, oh, this is the, what a coincidence.
No, I think he watches BioBros. Yeah. Like he mentioned me a few times on Fighter and the Kid a while ago. So
he's very supportive.
That.
Yeah, he's super nice guy too. I had some conversation with him in the past. Seems like a super cool dude. Hella Mark Harley on Instagram. Yes. Yeah. Super funny. And he posts like these clips like recorded at Zoo Gym, and they're hilarious.
Very funny. Exactly. I noticed that. Yeah.
He's a cool dude. Yeah.
No, Brendan Schaub also, he was, I talked to him intermittently, like very infrequently, but he was a big fan of Chris's Happy Hippo Kratom, and he's actually sponsored by them now. So I kind of coordinated that. So I don't know if he's going to promote that on Fighter and the Kid, but he's now like a Happy Hippo sponsored ambassador, not like athlete, I guess. Like I don't know what they call it, but yeah. So
it's fantastic.
Should be interesting.
Yeah. Steve, do you want to share your screen to show the report? I don't know if I've given you permission or no.
I don't think.
So the preface to this for the audience, we actually did a 1 hour deep dive into this autopsy report already, and we came to a conclusion that we actually realized in hindsight was we wanted to do a correction, so we never actually put it out because there was some interesting stuff with his electrolyte levels that at the time we thought we interpreted it correctly.
It was my fault. It was completely my fault. I'm sorry.
Not your fault. Like it's very easy to.
No one would have even noticed the thing you noticed first, and then to actually go back and correct yourself by digging into more obscure literature that no one would even think to look at too. Like it's I would not blame yourself at all for that. So
Derek, you're just a very kind friend who always you're one of the reasons I hate myself less. That night I was in bed at 11. I think I was asleep already. I had a half nightmare. Like, wait a minute, what if? And I got up and I found it out, and I started texting Derek, but he was so nice.
And I had a little bit of a hunch, like during the recording, but I wasn't exactly sure that potassium would spill into the bloodstream post-mortem. Because I remember
you mentioned it, and then we were like, "Oh, we don't know." We don't
know. Steve had the right hunch, exactly.
And then you started researching it, and you contacted. I think like middle of editing already. And he's like,
"I'm sorry,
we did something wrong." And then I realized that our entire diagnosis is completely off. But
guys, before we get started, should we mention that we didn't just take this like everyone else did? We had actually ordered this, or I had ordered the autopsy from Florida, because in Florida they do autopsies on a lot of people, and it's oftentimes public information. I discovered this when I was doing my own ancestry. My great grandpa died in Florida, and I found out that from his autopsy that he had cirrhosis and that he was a heavy smoker and so on. So I remembered that, so I applied for it, and this autopsy was actually only sent to 4 people. One was a documentarian who has done a documentary on Kai Green, and one was The Sun, which is a newspaper, I guess, or something like that, and the other one was TMZ, and the 4th one was me. They showed all of our email addresses, so I realized that's how everyone else got this, from TMZ, but we actually got it directly from
they sent it to Mike Polsonella, right? No, the guy that did Kai Green's documentary, or
whoever that company is, but I didn't see his name. They sent it to the company.
Probably Mike
Sorry, I didn't know what that was. Okay, that was him. I know.
I think so. I would
the other
assume
Polsonella.
That's the guy. Yeah, you have Dave Polsonella and Mike Polsonella, and they did very good bodybuilding documentaries back in the day called "Raising the Bar." If you can find them somewhere online, give them a watch. They're very, very interesting. I learned a lot from those documentaries when I was coaching. Yeah, dude, like little tricks, like using a hair blow dryer for the hair, just to increase vascularity. I would use this for the Thai bodybuilders when we travel international. Just put like 5 blow dryers upside down, blowing hot air into because it's all drug tested. So we were limited in what we could use, and it would get mad vascular and stay a little bit hot, and then they would go on stage. Yeah. Silly stuff,
Fascinating.
but it works.
Wow.
All right, let's go over the document. So the cause of death, they say sudden cardiac dysrhythmia due to hypertensive cardiovascular disease. And the contributing factors was anabolic steroid use, boldenone, and stanozolol, which is a winstrol for the people who don't know. Nick Strength and Power said he didn't know what boldenone and stanozolol was.
So
That's
boldenone,
equipoise.
EQ, equipoise, stanozolol, winstrol.
Yeah.
How long? Do you guys remember how long stanozol's half-life is? It should be quite short, right?
If it's oral, it's detection time is
depends.
3 weeks, and injectable is 6 to 10 weeks.
And
Because
boldenone
it
is
stays-
very long, right?
Yeah, 5 months. Yeah.
Yeah. And these are detection limits of like literally present. So it's like it could be lingering. Like the EQ could have been from fucking like 8 weeks ago for all we know. Like we don't
Or
know if he was on it.
5 months ago. Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's-
undeslinate half-life, I don't remember, like 15 days or something ridiculous. And then the actual detection time of it, like 5 half-lives later, plus whatever residual metabolites linger
Mhm.
at threshold concentrations in the urine that are like fucking minuscule because it's a synthetic compound that would otherwise not be there endogenously. It's not necessarily indicative that he was going into the show on a high dose of EQ, but
And then-
just worth mentioning.
With winstrol, the reason why there's a discrepancy between the detection time between oral and injectable is because the injection depot actually keeps the winstrol crystals in place for way longer than passing them through the liver. So you see that injectable winstrol might have a 6 to 10 week detection time, depending on a multitude of factors, over 3 weeks of oral. So just keep that in mind.
And also preface that Peterson was 2 days out from the Olympia when this happened, or one. Yeah. So right before the show. So, you know, obviously speculation around diuretic use, potentially. Report did not mention anything about diuretics though.
No.
Just mention anabolic steroid. It was kind of like a urine panel for as if an athlete being tested for doping, because that's just presumably the cost-effective way they analyze urine for anabolic androgenic steroid metabolites. So anyways.
Yeah. So here they said in conclusion, considering the circumstances of his death and the toxicology analysis, they think that the death of George Peterson was caused by a sudden cardiac dysrhythmia due to a hypertensive cardiovascular disease, and a contributing factor is anabolic steroid use. So the main reason why they analyzed that is because of his present heart enlargement. Leo, I'm sure you want to go on a little bit of explanation there.
Sure.
So
About the heart enlargement, while you found it all there.
Yeah,
So his heart was 500 grams. The normal range is about 250 to 300 grams. 400 is usually a cutoff for labeling someone having cardiomegaly, which just means you have an enlarged heart. It doesn't necessarily mean that you have a pathologically enlarged heart. A pathologically enlarged heart could be enlarged due to hypertension, and as it gets enlarged, it loses some of its, like it becomes pathological in its function, loses some of its functional integrity. Like we'll talk about later with a thickened ventricle wall, which Steve will, I'm sure, comment on. But so anyway, what I was trying to say is we don't know that it's not clear here because they haven't measured the best indicators of having a pathologically cardiomegaly kind of with myopathy is not measured here. So all we know here is actually that it's slightly large and the left ventricle is thickened and so on. So it could be an athletic heart. But just before I finish, I wanted to mention that so it's beyond the cutoff. It's 500 grams. It's double the size of some other people's hearts. But if we remember that Rich Piana's heart was around 800 grams, if I recall correctly.
No, I think Rich Piana was 600 something, and then Dallas McCarver was 830.
Are you sure it wasn't that Dallas was 1,000?
No, it was.
No, it was 800.
The highest instances recorded was 1,000 grams. But I think
we covered it last time. I just didn't have the notes here. Yeah.
No, that's okay. So I think Rich Piana was approximately 600 grams, and then Dallas McCarver was 830 grams or something of the sorts, which is severely disproportionate. Right? Because we can assume that heart enlarges slightly according to body weight. So a larger individual would have a larger heart compared to a smaller individual. So when you compare the weight of George Peterson to the weight of Rich Piana, they're both enlarged, but maybe proportionally enlarged to their body weight. Whereas with Dallas McCarver, his heart was severely disproportionately enlarged compared to his body weight. Still,
Something
it's
Leo
way over
mentioned
the. Yeah.
that about the weight of acromegalics and their organ weights. And for Dallas in particular, too, it's not just like obviously the guy was very, very heavy and huge, and body weight has a huge contributing, blood pressure, body weight, all these things are contributing factors, the amount of anabolic androgenic steroids you're using, but also the growth hormone dose. And I think with Dallas in particular, his growth hormone abuse, I think, far exceeded what Rich Piana was likely doing, far exceeded what a lot of these guys who have autopsy reports are doing. And I think that was a big contributor as well to his significantly heightened organ weights, because I've never seen somebody have such a blatant representation of like essentially like flagship acromegaly development throughout his professional career, going from winning his pro card to when he passed. Like the changes, morphological changes in cranial structure, just absolutely like so blatant and insane how quickly they happen too. If that's happening at like the actual like cosmetic level, you can just imagine what's happening at the organ like morphological level as well. So I think that was a big contributing factor for Dallas, and probably somewhat representative of the disparity in like Rich Piana, also a 300-pound guy who probably didn't use as much anabolics as Dallas because he wasn't like actively competing, but probably uses a fair bit of shit. Was known for stimulant use, but I doubt he was using the copious amounts of pharma GH that Dallas was using. And I'm sure Peterson, being a guy in classic physique, or I think he was 212 too, he has weight limits that he has to stay within. Like his dosage burden of everything was probably like far more reasonable. Body weight was lower significantly. So a lot of this, I think, is representative in the organ weight disparity we see on these autopsy reports.
Wait, just a sub note about Rich, just because I live in California. I'm close friends with one of Rich's 20-year-old friends. And the rumor was in LA, at least from my close friend, he says Rich's mouth, was that he was using 30 units, a full thing. In those days, especially, there was a lot of AIDS patients in California getting GH treatment. And my friend, who was Rich's close friend for 20 years, he was taking 30 a day also. And he said Rich was as well. So I don't know if he was toward the end also. And I just wanted to mention the average acromegalic size is actually specifically 600. I had checked out a study.
Okay.
600 grams, yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, sorry to interrupt, guys.
So when we look at the rest of his cardiovascular system, right, there's moderate amounts of epicardial fat. So that's the fat surrounding the heart, providing a little bit of energy in cases of need. And the coronary arteries are normal, no arteriosclerosis or stenosis or something like that. Otherwise, besides the heart enlargement on the left ventricular side, the heart appears to be healthy. So again, there's no arteriosclerosis, no cardiovascular disease. It just means that the left ventricular hypertrophy is present, and the walls are 2 centimeters thick, which is quite steep. That's quite a thick enlargement and thickening of the heart. And I think that's where the diagnosis of hypertension comes from, because again, right, hypertension you can't diagnose post-mortem. But that's probably the speculation why they say that hypertension is one of the contributing causes of death. Now,
which is weird though, Steve, right? Because if you think about it, like what I was mentioning earlier, the key indicator of whether it's pathologically large heart is the cavity size, which she didn't measure. So you would think that if the mortician had said, or I don't know what the job is, but if they had said that it was hypertension induced as opposed to athletic, you would think that they could clarify that it was pathologic. But we have no actual evidence that it's pathologically large. Like even when she recorded, she wrote hypertrophic cardiac myocytes with enlarged nuclei. She didn't say hyperplasia in the nuclei, or she didn't measure that part. So I just wanted to say, like, it's seems like a slight leap, because if you're a weightlifter and you're strong, you get acute hypertension when you're weightlifting. That's how you get an athletically enlarged heart.
Right. And it's just comes with the territory. So he doesn't have an astronomically enlarged heart, and I would say it's representative of what you can expect from a bodybuilder at his level, and taking the performance enhancing drugs that were through the toxicology report. So Yeah, I mean, his heart looks otherwise healthy, besides the hypertrophy, and all of his veins and arteries are clean as well. There's no issue diagnosed there.
Hey, let's point out a guy who's 37 years old. I think he's 37 years old. And African Americans are a little bit more predisposed to heart disease, both genetically and this is shown in research evidence, both genetically and due to environmental and, of course, socioeconomic reasons. But the fact that he didn't have plaque clearly in the coronary arteries and didn't have calcification is quite impressive. At 37, there are many people, like we were just in bodybuilding. A lot of people have been doing their CT scans for their coronary arteries to see if they have calcium buildup. If you're 37 and you have anything on that score, you have calcium and you've had plaque for over 10 years, usually on average. And some of these bodybuilders, not to mention any names, but they've been saying so openly, have in the hundreds their CAC scores. So he didn't have that. So imagine. Interesting.
I mean, based on the analysis of his organs, he looks reasonably healthy.
Except remember the liver is
the liver is a little bit enlarged, and the kidneys are a little bit enlarged. His lungs are normal size. I had no issues there, but like the liver here was 2,300 grams, which is larger than normal. But you can also kind of expect that with the food quality and the drugs involved, and right, just the additional stress that you put on your body by the act of bodybuilding. I think this is to be expected at this level. And again, there's no polyps, no cysts, no issues with the bile duct, no stenosis, or what is it called? Fibrosis, sorry. So again, besides that it's enlarged, the liver looks otherwise healthy, and it's the same for the kidneys. Let me see where.
That's a really good point. Like she would have clearly, if it was very fatty, the liver, or if it did have any kind of like scarring there, she wouldn't see the inflammation. But if it had some kind of what the scarring in the liver is called cirrhosis.
Yeah, cirrhosis.
So if he did have that, I bet you a lot of bodybuilders. I mean, I get messages from people all the time that have liver tumors, bodybuilders. That they. In fact, I had one guy on the channel. I don't know if you guys ever saw that podcast of the guy who came on my channel. Yeah. Liver cancer. Remember how he found out he had the liver cancer? He was walking on the street and he bumped into something, and it hit his midsection. It hurt so much. He went to the hospital, found out he had a tumor that had just burst.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. So and a friend of mine had that also, like a cyst in his liver, and it exploded. And his creatinine was 6, and his liver enzymes were 1,000, and the CPK was 20,000. Just flood the system with all these toxins and metabolic waste products. No, he was in the hospital for a week. They had to cut part of his liver out. That's how poorly his liver health was.
That's a good point. You can have cysts also, but you can also have the adenomas. You can have adenomas, and then you can have tumors that are growing that are cancerous or not. So there's a variety of things that are benign
adenoma.
Yeah,
I can't remember what it's called. It's completely benign. In some cases, it's from childbirth already. So if you see a little dot, a little circle in the liver, doesn't mean it's a cyst. It could just be there, like a coagulation of blood vessels that can burst also if you put a lot of strain on it. So my friend of mine, he was squatting 4 plates, and then it burst. But of course, he was on oral steroids, so his blood pressure was high, and I'm sure it was a contributing factor also. He lived, by the way, guys, so don't worry.
And maybe we should mention, just if the audience is curious, if they're using PEDs, the reason why the liver would be particularly interesting is because if you're using GH or BPC or TB500 or EPO, anything that causes blood vessel development, in the liver, the thing that predisposes you the most to liver cancer, I believe, is that vascular development. The liver cancers really respond to that.
Yeah. So the kidneys were both slightly enlarged, approximately 200 grams each. But again, normal echosonicity and normal appearance. So besides the enlargement, no real indication that his kidneys were damaged or anything of the sort.
Yeah, we should mention that Dallas's were exactly double. The combined weight of his kidneys were almost exactly double, around 800 grams.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah,
so most of his organs are actually in expectable condition, right? And most notable that there's no real cardiovascular disease or plaque buildup in the coronary artery. So that is of note. And then when we get to
One thing, sorry, I forgot to mention earlier. We don't really know the average heart size of African Americans as compared to the average population. Most of the average heart size studies, as both me and Steve found out, were done on either mixed populations that were the majority European descent or some Asian actually studies. But like, for example, I discovered, I was trying to figure out whether heart size differed between ethnicities. I found out that average heart size among Pacific Islanders is larger specifically. And Pacific Islanders, as we found out on a recent video I made, that they have a myostatin deficiency, like in Samoans, that makes them so large. Polymorphism found in about 20 to 40% of them, if I recall correctly. So African Americans have differences in their IGF-1 signaling as well. And as we can see from their physicality, sometimes they have larger muscles, or, so there could be, it might not be as enlarged as we realize, is what I'm saying.
No, and I mean, how much is it disproportionately large to the bodybuilding community? I think it's very representative of most bodybuilders competing at that high level. Like, most bodybuilders have some sort of an enlarged heart. Some are more enlarged than others, obviously, depending on how hard they train, how much hypertension is present, and how much drugs they're taking. But to say I died due to heart enlargement, well, that's basically the entire fitness community. So, right, I have borderline enlarged heart, but that was diagnosed when I was off cycle, and months after being off cycle. So if I were to do an MRI again, I'm sure my heart would be larger now after being on cycle for a couple months compared to back then when I was off cycle for a couple months. Right? It will hypertrophy and grow with the strenuous workouts and the drugs that I'm taking. So,
not to mention, when you're taking GH, like acromegalic people, the pathology of how their organs grow is, first, the organ has like an edema. It holds more extracellular water. In fact, that's the major difference between acromegalic people and people with high GH, is they have extracellular water differences. So the heart would enlarge when you're on GH as well. Yeah.
No, I think that the additional water retention puts a lot of strain on your heart. You're basically creating myocarditis, right? Inflammation around the heart, but it's coming from water retention, and it might impair its function also, right? Forcing it to work harder than necessary. Of course, that's where what sodium glucose transporter type 2 comes into place. So that's something of note. Let's see, toxicology here. No drugs in the system.
So something to note that a lot of people misinterpret about this is they don't know the difference between what's testing in blood versus urine. So right here, it specifically says blood drug screen through immunoassay. So these are recreational drugs like amphetamines, fentanyl, cocaine, etc. But later, when we get to the synthetic anabolic androgenic steroid portion of this tox report, it's going to be urine metabolites, not blood. So when we're talking about his testosterone levels, this is not something you convert from nanograms per milliliter to nanogram per deciliter and figure out, oh, he was on 10 grams of test. Like, no, this is not what we're reading here. So, so first of all, clenbuterol was tested for, right, as well, and it said none detected. So some interesting compounds that you would think would be in the system at 2 days out of the biggest show of the year, not there. Masteron not there. Trenbolone not there. Clen not there. Halo tested not there. Primo also not there. We had speculated that maybe the boldenone might have been like faked and he thought he had Primo, but I don't know, like we'd be just speculating if he had fake drugs or not, because some people would think, why would you go into the show not on trend or whatever? And we had, I don't know, like ultimately the guy is the top of his weight class as far as I know. I could be wrong on that, but I don't know if he needs these other things. Like some of these cosmetic agents, I would think would have been no-brainers, like Halo maybe, or Masteron, that won't necessarily inflate his body weight significantly. But I mean,
well, you got to remember that, he was a seasoned competitor. And as you develop more muscle maturity and really dial in your physique, I mean, he was always in shape, probably the best and most conditioned guy of the show in any class. Right? He was really in the top 3 of most conditioned guys. And in that case, you don't need so much anymore. So whereas he might have needed halo tests in the beginning of his career to create artificial fullness and hardness, once you've really developed that muscle maturity and you have a weight cap, you can't really play with too much drugs anymore because, right, taking the halo and the Superdrol and the this and the that will just prevent you from making weight. Now, he was 205 pounds at the moment of this autopsy report, but he could have been 200, 11.9 pounds of the day before, or at the weigh-in, or did he weigh in or no? I'm not really sure if he weighed in. So I believe that we figured out that you do lose weight after dying, right? Whether that's urine or through defecation or right drying out slightly. So you might have been on the cusp of the weight limit, and if you're on the cusp, you can't use all of the drugs because they just put weight on you, and you have to be in shape and make weight. And I've noticed this many times myself with guys competing in weight classes. With all that muscle maturity, you can't use Tren and you can't use Halo because it just prevents you from making weight. And then you need to do drastic measures and take a fuck ton of diuretics and not eat for like 2 or 3 days to get the weight off. So right. I think that's why his drug selection is just test Bolden on a Winstrol, assuming it's all real.
So we can confirm based on this. Again, this is urine. This would be done via a more or less a athletic anti-doping panel. So this is not like, oh, this is a bodybuilder, we should test him for anabolic. So there's a reason there's random shit on here. He would probably never be using like, clostebol. Like obviously an Olympia competitor is not necessarily, the foundation of his cycle isn't balasterone. So this is like an old school panel. And this is where we see the representation of his testosterone levels. And we can sort of extrapolate out from there, potentially what he might have been on dosage wise for that. But for Boldenone, we don't know how long was in his system, what was in his system at the time, how many weeks ago he dropped it, or if he was still on it. Stanozolol, I think it's safe to say he was at least going into the show. The plan was test and stanozolol were the base compounds, and then maybe residual EQ. But if we could go down to the test levels, this is where some of the discrepancy comes in interpretation. So we see his testosterone levels, the reporting limit is nanograms per milliliter versus epitestosterone none detected. So this is your endogenous steroidogenesis is shut down when you're on exogenous hormones. Everyone knows that. So this is why upstream in the steroidogenesis cascade, epitestosterone is a precursor. It's up higher than, you have like DHEA, androstenedione, all these things. And down at the bottom, you have testosterone, DHT, and all these metabolite estrogens and whatnot. Upper, closer to the top, you have epitestosterone. It's not a byproduct of test. So your EPT actually goes down when you take exogenous testosterone, further inflating this testosterone to epitestosterone ratio. And this is why guys who are caught doping, testosterone to epitestosterone is usually in a ratio of 1-to-1 in a natural. And then at most accounting for genetic outliers due to UGT2B17, UGT2B17 polymorphisms that impact your ability to glucuronidate testosterone and excrete it or urinate it out, essentially. It's going to potentially, you might see a natural at 4-to-1 might be like the most dramatic outlier possible, but 99.9% of people are not going to fall outside that range naturally. So if you have a T to E ratio of less than 4, it's considered normal, while a ratio greater than or equal to 4 is considered an abnormal finding, suggestive of testosterone use or abuse. And see, the ratio is recommended by WADA. So this is like 100% anti-doping panel. So he had no EPT detected, so he shut down, as we know, and then he has 150 nanogram per milliliter test levels. So we do not convert that to nanogram per deciliter and say, look, he was on like fucking 10 grams of test. That's not what we do. We look
Derek, did someone do that, by the way?
Yeah,
we don't have to say who.
So a lot of people who were interpreting this, they were critiquing each other's interpretations of it too, and correcting each other and saying, stuff like that. I don't want to say names specifically, but there was people converting this amount to nanogram per deciliter and being like, look, this, like, well, let me even look up what that is. Nanogram per milliliter to nanogram per deciliter. So we're looking at 15,000. So a lot of people think he had 15,000 nanogram per deciliter serum levels of test, which no, this is a urinary. Yeah. And it's like literally glucuronidated testosterone being urinated out. This isn't even like what's floating around in serum necessarily. So again, this ratio of 150 to 0, if we have a 1-to-1 ratio in a natural and a 4-to-1 in genetic outliers, like 150 to 0, like he was obviously, I would speculate on grams of androgens in totality. I don't know, but like how many grams? It was I would imagine at least over a gram of test, but I wouldn't go so far as to say, oh, he had a clearly on like 5 grams of test or something. Because I've seen some of the UFC ratios of guys who've popped at like, I think like who was it? Alistair Overeem, Chael Sonnen. Some of these guys have popped for high T to E ratios before, and I've seen kind of representations in the literature of genetic outliers when it comes to urinary metabolite ratios and whatnot, and how many milligrams of test guys can get away with and without genetic polymorphisms and whatnot. And I would speculate like this is over 1 gram of test, but I don't know how much higher it is. But based on the ratios I've seen, this is like he's on grams of something in general, you know. So I would imagine at least 1 gram, 1.5 grams of test with a good amount of Winstrol and some undisclosed amount of boldenone that may or may not have been in his system intentionally at the time of going into the show. And that's kind of the furthest I could really speculate as far as like what he was taking.
I think at his level, you can just run boldenone all the way to the show. I don't think that needs to be discontinued. There's no cause for more attention.
I just don't think a lot of people at that level, the gurus they use, I don't think they know that. I think they think EQ is going to bloat you because it converts at half the rate of test to estrogen, which we know is not the case at all.
I've never seen a top coach's cycle that was pre-contest that had EQ personally, and I've never seen it. But I've seen it, Derek, about that.
I've seen it.
Derek, can I ask you, does anyone try to inject epitestosterone to trick the test?
Yeah, but there's a urinary cutoff. So see, the reporting limit is 2 nanograms per milliliter. So if you had, let's just say, a test to epitest ratio of 1:1, but your reporting limit, you exceed that, they're going to go see, oh, you clearly use exogenous epitestosterone. But back in the maybe like a few decades ago, that was a very, very commonly abused way to get around the system.
Oh, wow.
But now they use
maybe not a few decades, but like, you know, before they came out with more sophisticated longitudinal data with the biological passport and threshold limits.
But I think they also use radiocarbon isotope analysis.
Carbon isotope ratio testing.
To see if the testosterone or epitestosterone is synthetic compared to bioidentical.
Yeah, which you can skirt around by using animal-derived cholesterol and reacting it down. But at the end of the day, even if you exceed the 4:1 cutoff of testosterone to epitestosterone, they have to do confirmatory testing via carbon isotope ratio. You can't actually say for certain somebody's doping unless you have a direct identifying characteristic in like the chemical signature of it that it's deriving from plant-derived sources, because that's what commercial grade test is synthesized from. So if it looks like it's being made in your body through endogenous processes because it's animal derived, it's like you can't really prove anything. You can have the guy on your radar and like red flag him and keep like a very fucking close eye on him, but you can't really prove anything if he has like a 6:1 ratio, but his test passes the carbon isotope ratio test. Like, what are you gonna do? You know, you can't prove shit. So
look for something else.
Yeah, exactly.
Something else to flag the guy. So, right, based on his toxicology report, not the most exciting cycle, but it is of note that aromatase inhibitors and diuretics were not tested. So we don't know if he used letrozole, arimidex, right, Lasix, other loop diuretics, hydrochlorothiazide or diazide, aldactone. That has not been determined. Now, I want to scroll up a little bit because the last time we made a little bit of a mistake on reading the potassium. Oh, where is it? So the potassium was basically death-inducing high, 13.6 milliequivalent per liter, which in reality should be, 4 to 5 at maximum, for 4.5 at maximum, Leo. And then, so last time we thought this was the root cause of death, where the potassium was so high that he would go into a cardiac event, right? Potassium, for everybody to know, is the active ingredient of a lethal injection. That's how a lethal injection works. Super high serum potassium levels causing your heart to stop. But we later figured out, or we speculated and then later confirmed, that after death, potassium leaks from the surrounding tissue into the bloodstream and then causes potassium levels to be very, very high.
Not only that, but the specific level he had, 13.6, is actually the average level if they tested his blood after death about within the 3 to 6 hour range. So it's like perfectly normal. And not only that, but the sodium, which is a tiny bit tiny bit low on the low end, it's that also gets lower after they die. So like there's almost nothing we can really make of the mineral part.
No, unfortunately. So if his blood work looked like this at the time he was alive, it would surely induce a heart attack.
Yeah.
Right. So whether that's due to potassium loading or diuretic use, potassium sparing diuretics in combination with potassium loading, that would have surely killed him. But right, based on this autopsy report, I mean, this amount of potassium is normal. Glucose being low is apparently normal also. Blood urea nitrogen, I'm not really sure if that's after death that it changes. It's very, very high. Right. You see bodybuilders with 30, 32 milligrams per deciliter because high protein intake.
Protein, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not really sure if that after death is that increases. His creatinine is beautifully low, though. So I would assume that his kidneys were functioning properly.
Yeah.
It's
I mean, on paper, he's basically, you could almost think he's just athletic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I would say that he's basically healthy, besides a little bit of enlargement, which is to expect at this level of competition and in combination with drug use. So it's very hard to pinpoint a cause of death.
So basically, we think that that the coroner or mortician or whatever they're called exactly, that they assumed that he had hypertension because he had an enlarged heart. But in reality, he's a weightlifter and he would get acute hypertension anyway from that, and his heart would grow over time. So we don't really understand. I guess, in my opinion, I don't really understand how she diagnosed the dysrhythmia. I mean, obviously, there must be dysrhythmia for some kind of heart attack to happen, but how they diagnosed that, I don't know. And then the hypertension also, I don't know how they diagnosed that either. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
It could be because of the left ventricular hypertrophy and the thickening of the walls. I mean, that could be the underlying root cause of this diagnosis. And of course, the contributing factors of anabolic steroid use. I mean, well, you know, people get heart attacks and die without steroid use. I'm sure there might be a contributing factor in the left ventricular hypertrophy, just as training insane is a contributing factor, or growth hormone use is a contributing factor. But I think it may be a genetic defect, because I do understand that George Peterson's father died of a heart attack at a similar age.
We should mention, if it was due to growth hormone, how do people who have acromegaly usually die? Like bodybuilders, they usually die in their early 40s or late 30s of heart failure or a sudden cardiac event. But, you know, that, anyway, so I can't really make out much out of it myself. I mean, I think that the autopsy, I think that maybe it was not comprehensive enough. There should have been something else, you know?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a freak accident. I mean, maybe at the time that he passed, he was weak, obviously, coming into the show. Maybe diuretics were used, but I believe that his coach ensured everybody that diuretics were not used at that time. And
he told Boston that the day he died. Actually, the day that George died, his coach called Boston or texted Boston, and he was horrified because,
of course,
the coach seems to be a nice guy, and he was close to George. And he was very concerned, and he told Boston he didn't even use diuretics, you know.
Yeah, so it probably could have been a freak accident, and it's very unfortunate because George Peterson had a great physique. I mean, he was always in shape and a very likable guy, like no drama out of his camp. Always very passionate about what he was doing. I was following him actively, and then you get the news, and you're like, man, you know, another one of the good guys that passed. Just like John Meadows, you know, and unfortunately both of them from a heart attack, and apparently both of them had hereditary issues with heart disease in his family or in their family. So what can we learn from this? If you have hereditary issues in your family, don't bodybuild.
I mean, if you have a family member who got cancer before 40 in your close family, or if you have a family member, like I'm saying, uncles, aunts, or parents, or direct grandparents, if some of them died before 50 of a heart attack, you should look into it. I think that's what I would do personally.
I agree.
Like, for example, I don't actually have this gene, or these whatever set of polymorphisms caused this, but I have in my family. I didn't know this myself. I had heard when I was younger, my American mother told me that her grandmother from her paternal side had died suddenly of a heart attack, and that we had that on our side of the family. And I didn't know much about it. When I finally like did all my family tree and stuff like that, I was surprised to find out that, so basically my mom's grandmother died of a sudden heart attack in her 40s. Both of her parents died of a sudden heart attack in their 40s. And then my mom's uncle also recently died also in his 50s of a sudden heart attack. So there's sometimes things like that. You might find you guys have lipoprotein little a polymorphism. You might have a ApoE4 homozygous variant. Like I know, some bodybuilders who are people that are known on YouTube who have the ApoE4 variant. And I've warned them. I've been like, are you taking drugs to protect your heart in any kind of way? Do you really want to do bodybuilding? Do you really want to continue this? And this I've never had one guy say, oh, this is scary. For some reason, they're like, no, I don't care.
And the problem is, like we could take George Peterson for as an example. Let's say you would do a CT scan or an MRI. They would say his heart is enlarged, but he has no coronary artery issues, right? And no issues with the blood vessels. Maybe an EKG or an ECG would determine some sort of conductivity issue, which can occur when your heart is larger and the nerves around the heart, they don't fire uniformly, causing you to go into an arrhythmia. I think I mentioned that previously on the previous recording. So let's say maybe this happened to him due to heart enlargement, maybe a contributing factor is high potassium, which we speculated last time, but could be incorrect. The conductivity around his heart caused an arrhythmia, causing it to contract irregularly, sending him into an arrhythmia, causing his heart attack, which is a known effect of having left ventricular hypertrophy, especially if it's severe, right? Because again, the nerves and the signal doesn't arrive at the heart uniformly. But if you were to do an MRI or CT scan and you would look at your heart and, I got left ventricular hypertrophy, moderate enlargement, I'm okay. All my other organs are okay. So you kind of put your head in the sand. I'm not saying that George Peterson would have done that. We don't know if he did all this organ imaging. But based on talking to a lot of bodybuilders in my years, they only stop if there's a severe medical condition. Most of them, they don't do preventative stuff, right? As we can take myself as an example. I did a screening of my organs and I got non-alcoholic fatty liver disease diagnosed, and I stopped. I fixed it first. But how many bodybuilders would actually fix it? No, not many, because many bodybuilders have non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. It's a lot. So it's very unfortunate, but it's very hard to pinpoint what the actual root cause is besides the arrhythmia that took place. And what really caused the arrhythmia is, well, we could say that's the left ventricular hypertrophy.
Yeah, good point. So basically, all we know is
it's a bit more ambiguous than, there's no like clear-cut answer really, but we see some morphological changes in the organs. We know he had historical use of anabolic androgenic steroids, prepping for a lot of shows. Maybe he had genetic predispositions. Potassium thing, we can't really prove anything because it may have leaked after dying. And then, that's kind of all you can gather for it. And you just speculate. It's kind of fucked up how, it's just, it almost, I don't know, like there's no evidence of use of diuretics versus not in this tox report. So we can't say for certain, but I think his coach, you mentioned how the coach said he didn't use diuretics. Whether you take that at face value or not, I don't know.
A thing of note, what I do know is, because I've tested diuretics extensively, right? Figuring out clearance of electrolytes and how it affects your blood work with athletes in the past. I will say that when you look at his electrolyte, yes, his potassium is a bit high, but his creatinine is quite low, which with diuretics, if you use diuretics, potassium can go down, or creatine can go down, but then shoots up afterwards, after a little bit of burden has taken place on the kidneys and aldosterone concentrations change. So that's just something of note, right? Can I prove it? No, just anecdotal evidence that I've seen over the years. Or creatinine goes down and then goes up, depending on the time where you're tested in relation to the diuretic. That's
we can know one thing for sure. He was not, is it called hyponatremic? He didn't have very low sodium when he died, because I've seen and potassium is actually so reliably, it changes so reliably so after you die that that academics actually use potassium levels, for example, in the eye to predict the time since death. And they have like really standard schedules. So basically, as long as he was tested, as long as this was not the second he died, as long as this was like within 2 hours later, he couldn't have been very low on potassium, you know?
No, because it goes up quite steadily and then it stays around this number.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No,
it's very hard to pinpoint what actually caused him, what actually killed him. Yeah.
You guys want to do my blood work?
Sure.
By chance? Okay, so I haven't done a video on it because I just got back into posting, but I also thought it would be good to get your guys' insight on, I did a pretty elaborate panel through Marek Health when I was in Vegas. Now, some of the context on it was I was pretty underslept at the time. I had just trained with Dan a few days prior, which might have elevated things a little bit. I try to take as much time off before the blood test as possible, but I was leaving literally the next day, so I had to get it done. What else? My diet was not great throughout the trip because I was traveling for 2 weeks straight. So I was just kind of eating whatever and like going out to dinners with my girlfriend and whatnot. So this is kind of like the worst it could look, I feel like, because I was also using, some days I would use stimulants and whatnot in order to, help me stay awake when we're locked in, when I am underslept. Diet was not great. Hadn't been training properly for a few weeks. And then I also did a pretty good workout a few days prior that might have elevated things. As far as pharmacology involved on TRT, what else? Telmisartan, I think it was on 40 milligrams, ezetimibe, 10 milligrams, finasteride, 1.25 milligrams.
Every day?
And
I thought,
yeah.
Is that superior? Wasn't the scale? You told me before. There's like a, sorry to interrupt you. There's like a lower dose that's like 0.25 that's highly effective. Also, I was curious why 1.25. Isn't that above the normal one?
So the 5 milligram Proscar tablets for benign prostatic hyperplasia are a lot easier and cheaper to get, and you can cut them into quarters. So instead of getting a Propecia for hair loss at 1 milligram per day and paying more, you pay less for 5 milligram Proscars that you cut into quarters. That's kind of the logic behind it.
It's such a rip. It costs me a lot every month. I'm like, and they don't cover nothing. My insurance doesn't cover that finasteride stuff.
Yeah, Proscar is cheap as fuck if you just cut into quarters. But
what
are you doing now personally? Do you not use minoxidil anymore?
No,
what are you doing?
Dutasteride. I've been taking Dutasteride for months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, completely. Every day I take the full thing. It's crazy.
Like oral 0.5 milligram soft gel or topical?
Yeah, the 0.5 and the topical, because I got the topical again. I just put minoxidil again like a month ago. I'm starting to recover some of it. By the way, let's talk about your blood work, but after you got to give me hair advice. I think I'm going bald now officially. I'm not even on anything. I
think we're getting cerebrolystin we're taking, dude. I mean, you feel cognitively expanded.
I need Derek's help.
I think you have fluctuating. I think you have fluctuating things in your life. Your stress levels go up, go down. Yeah. You're on minoxidil, you're off minoxidil. You're on dutasteride, you're off dutasteride. You're on Anadrol pre-workout, then you're off Anadrol. Like this kind of thing is erratic is literally like the foundation of telogen effluvium. So
you need some topical GHK copper, dude.
Oh,
I don't know about that. Sure. I mean, I wanted to ask him about. Okay, before we go to the blood test, can I ask you one last thing about hair? I didn't hear what you said, by the way.
The topical GHK copper. It's a little troll.
I remember what that was. Okay. Yeah. But I wanted to ask you, Derek, just real quick question. When people get, I only noticed this because of Doucette. I don't watch his videos because he really annoys the hell out of me. But I've seen recently on YouTube, sorry, it's true. But recently I've seen his YouTube thing. He has like a drilled in his head something. So what I noticed is this: there's a few people who went to Turkey recently to get hair transplants. I don't know if he's one of them. I know Ian was one of them.
He is. Oh, he is. He's made videos about it.
Is there one company that's inviting everyone?
They pay for the influencer hair transplant if you post about it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because there's also an eating guy I follow that his name is Nate Figueroa, something like that. He did the same thing. This is my curiosity. I wanted to ask you about this, Derek, because you think a lot about hair. If you ever got a hair transplant, are you similarly terrified as me about this being uneven slightly? Because that's what I noticed about Doucette. I've been watching his thing and I'm like, wait a minute. I didn't watch the video, but I can see from the thing that it's like, it's a little off. What if it's not straight, bro? What if it's not straight? What are you going to do?
Like, for me, I consider the transplant surgeon like an artist of sorts. So I would just pay way more. I would never do one for free and choose a company that is just like mass producing them and trying to get influencers in and out the door. I haven't actually checked if that company is reputable. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't, but I'd probably be using like there's some individuals I defer to who've had hair transplants and have done the research and due diligence on which like I don't even know what you'd call them, like cosmetic surgeons that are like the best and have like the best track record. So I'd pay for it myself and I would do whatever the best is personally. So yeah, like I guess it doesn't worry me because I haven't actually like scheduled one or like done one yet, but maybe if it becomes a reality that I'm actually doing it, then I'll probably start thinking about it a bit more.
Come to Thailand, dude. It's very cheap here, and they're very good.
I don't trust.
He's not.
They're very good, dude.
That's literally the opposite of what I just said, bro.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, come here.
Really, there's very reputable guys that do hair transplant here. They service people all over Asia. They fly specifically to Thailand and get their hair transplant done. And then they have a little holiday and they move about their business. The hardest part is showering because you can't shower in the time. You know, if you have a
but then you've got this thing, you've got the helmet that's off center. But can I say something?
There's very another good thing guys here. Come on, dude.
It's sort of like, I think it's sort of like the gynecomastia thing. You know, if you get, it's sort of, there's some art in it. But last thing about hair, real quick. Have you ever seen the show No Jumper? The guy who's in No Jumper,
Adam got a hair transplant.
Amazing. Yeah, that because I looked at some old videos and I was like, wait, he was bald? He has a full head of hair now. Impressive. Yeah, really impressive.
So you call that guy, give that guy a call and say, who's your guy?
He's in LA. Yeah, we gotta ask that guy.
Yeah. Okay, go to after you're done. Well, after we get off, you can watch this video, or you can just go click it right now. I did a video a year and 3 months ago about his hair.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna watch this right after. Oh yeah, you can see huge progress. Oh my god, unbelievable. Yeah. He's okay. He's got the secret. All right, sorry to interrupt. Let's talk Bloodwork.
All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna share my screen.
So I'm on a shit ton of supplements, stuff that a lot of you guys already know of though, like citrus bergamot. I do take the Thorn multivitamin elite, which I don't know. I'm still a bit like, I've definitely seen some of your videos on the multivitamin stuff and I'm a bit on the fence if that's something that I should continue or not. But
I have so many supplement ideas, by the way, for Girl of Mind. I have so many ideas recently. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, that's something I want to revisit for sure. But as far as other supplements I'm on, melatonin at nighttime, there's like so much stuff. Magnesium, bisglycinate at nighttime. I don't know if that stuff's really relevant to the blood work as much. Like, I guess it is to some extent, but ultimately the main things are to note is, I did add in Nature Throid, or was it Armor, the NDT, natural desiccated thyroid at 2 grains, which for me, I've always had a bit of an elevated TSH. And my SHBG has always been borderline single digits because of past blasting like years ago. And then when I transitioned to just TRT only, it kind of just hovered around like 10 to 15 all the time, which for me is kind of low because not only does it make me more disproportionately more androgen dominant, which is bad for hair loss and, you know, trying to shift into a parasympathetic state and all these things that otherwise are a little bit counterproductive from not being more balanced from an SHBG binding protein aspect. So I thought that maybe the thyroid thing, if I rectified that with the natural desiccated thyroid, I can not only bring my TSH, so my thyroid is not stressed as much, down to like sub 1, because it used to chronically be, no matter what I did, micronutrient wise, minerals wise, iodine wise, any of this shit, selenium wise, any of this stuff, sleep hygiene, I could never get my TSH under like 2.5. So I would have like a low normal T3, low normal T4, and a around 3 TSH, and that's been like chronically forever, like even since before I really like fucked with hormones.
Did you ever do an
So-
ultrasound on your thyroid to see if they're enlarged,
No.
if you have one of those nodules in there, or no?
I
No.
think about over 15% of Americans have nodules.
Yeah, I have one. Yeah, I have one. It's completely benign, but you can check the size and see if there's any inflammation or issues within the thyroid simply with an ultrasound.
So something to note.
Before we leave the thyroid thing, just so the audience knows, the rate of papillary thyroid cancer has dramatically risen in the last 30 years. It's thought to be partially due to either environmental factors or the increased iodine supplementation from salt and stuff like that. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, so there is part of my logic too, is the discussion around like heightened TSH and the stimulatory impact on potential like proliferation of cancer cell growth in the thyroid. Like I don't want my thyroid being like heavily stressed just to produce like low normal hormone output. So I was like, okay, maybe I should try replacement and just like see what happens. Maybe it'll improve my lipids because I've always had low HDL.
Right.
And my LDL is usually fine. My diet model is kind of like bad on this trip, obviously. So that's going to represent itself in the blood work a bit. But the SHBG being low, the chronically high TSH, these were just things I wanted to correct and see what would happen. Now, unfortunately, even though my blood work looks pretty fucking good, I think on the thyroid panel, I had my resting heart rate increase by almost 10 beats per minute. I also was more hungry and very like much harder to stick to a diet that gets me leaner. So I got fatter doing thyroid replacement. And then in addition to that, my SHBG didn't really budge at all. So I've since come off of it, but I would still like your opinion on the blood work based on the context of should I have stayed on it? What did you think about it? My resting heart rate on my Oura ring, I would literally have like a 50 to 55 when sleeping. It would jump up to like 65 to 70 when I was on 2 grains of NDT.
Did you use a beta blocker like Nebivolol at that time, or because it does have a little bit of an effect, right? Alongside,
I tried it, but it was not that useful. I was still walking around at like 65 resting heart rate, which for me, like when sleeping, that's high. You know,
yeah,
of course, yeah.
I have about 5
I should mention that
on a beta blocker.
I found the same problem when I tried to supplement with a little bit of T3. I can't tolerate supplementing Cytomel. I think that it's a little bit difficult to do so if you're not deficient originally. By the way, a lot of people supplement thyroid and just they don't check their heart rate. I think they don't realize that right after you take Cytomel, even if you break it up throughout the day, even if it's a desiccated thyroid which has some kind of T3 in it, you'll notice your heart rate goes up a little bit. I've only been able to supplement with T4 by itself without having that problem.
So taking T3 and Clen together. Oh, it's a recipe for elevated heart rate.
So for me, I did the 2 grain NDT is what got me to this blood work, which to me on paper looks pretty like optimized. If you were to look at this from like a TRT perspective, everything like high normal TSH, like under 1, but not sub therapeutic, or I mean like sub. Your
T4, or is that on another page?
Yeah, it's T4 free direct is under the TSH, and T3 is on another page. So T4 is 1.15 right under the TSH, and that's the reverse T3.
Yeah.
Sorry that the order's all fucked up, but
that's right.
Basically I have 15 microgram T3 sustained release capsules as well, and then I guess I could chop up the NDT into smaller dosages too.
Can we stay in one place for a second?
Yeah, sorry. I was looking for the T3.
So you tested all of the tests for thyroid autoimmunity, huh?
Yeah.
TPO, you did the thyroglobulin. Very interesting.
Yeah. And so for me, the fact that I'm not super physiological at this dose, that puts me like a lot of people see this T3 and be like, nice, like that's your metabolism's good and like everything's firing where it should be. For me though, having the extra 10 beats per minute, almost 15 in some instances, and being hungrier all the time, it seems like the ROI just to have it on blood work look better. I don't know if it's there, dude. So that's why I pulled it out since, but I'd still like your guys' opinion on.
And you're also taking ACG, right?
No, never.
Oh, okay.
In years.
Oh, Steve is commenting because we found out that the HCG causes a an independent effect on the thyroid as well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
Derek,
on my blood work, by the way, I did it before and after. Before I introduced ACG and afterwards, I saw no changes before and after ACG on my TSH T3, whether it's free in total and free in total T4. But that's only me, right? That's anecdotal evidence. I was doing it in a caloric deficit, so maybe it was sustaining my metabolism, but it.
We should quickly mention though that allegedly, I mean, maybe in reality this is different in practice, but allegedly in academic literature, it is T4 that lowers TSH. So Derek was pointing out that he was getting more hungry from the T3, and even though his metabolism is faster, he said like he's commenting on two things: one, the effect on TSH; one, the effect on his metabolism and hunger and all that kind of stuff. The hunger and metabolism, all that is affected really by the T3, which is also affecting his heart rate acutely, whereas the T4 is lowering TSH and not doing any of that other stuff. So I would just point out that you could also alternatively just supplement with T4 by itself to lower the TSH.
Sure about the T4? I thought it was the T3
in academic literature.
Oh, really?
No, in academic literature, they believe it's the T4.
Oh,
yeah.
Because
So
I know a lot of people that supplement T4 and you don't see their TSH really go down.
Well, that's why if you go to like a doctor specialized in thyroid, they won't even supplement you with T3 unless you have some pathologic issue.
Yeah,
they'll see your TSH above like 4 or 5, and then that's the medical indication to supplement with T4. And the reason they don't give you T3 is because they're not trying to optimize your metabolism; they're trying to lower TSH. I mean, that's at least what they do. I don't know. Maybe in reality, T3 does lower TSH. I haven't looked at that many people's blood work and thyroid, but in the academic literature, they say that T4 is what lowers it, and they only need T4 to lower it. It doesn't need to convert all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
to clarify for the watchers though too, because they probably don't know like 1 grain, 2 grain, NDT, what the fuck I'm talking about. So natural desiccated thyroid is like literally, it's sort of, I don't know, like it's literally like, it's like pig thyroid, right? Yeah. So sort of like I don't know if it's directly comparable to cerebral lysin, but anyways, it's basically like broad spectrum T4, T3, T2, and T1 all in a pressed tablet. But the actual dosages, when you have 1 grain, 2 grain, like these are just increments of dosage burden. And as far as T4 content per grain, it's about 38 micrograms of T4, and the T3 is 9 micrograms. So if I was on 2 grains, that means I was on 18 micrograms of T3 and 76 micrograms of T4. So
almost replacement. It's not considered replacement. It's 25 micrograms, right? Or 12.5.
So, well, for T3, but then I also have the T4 on top of that too. And like clearly based on my blood work, like I'm borderline super physiological, like hyperthyroid. So for me, I think it was more than, I don't know. Like that's the thing is I'm wondering, should I be lowering it a bit to like 1.5, 1.25 grain and doing that? Should I be doing T4 only? Should I not be doing anything at all?
You could try ACG, see if that has an effect on your blood work, take the thyroid out, and then see how much more effective your semaglutide is. Because I honestly speculated that it didn't work for you because you're running thyroid. It overrides all hunger medication.
Oh, really?
Well, let's comment briefly on the cerebral lysin reference. That's a really interesting historical fact. In the early 20th century, there were many more medications that came from animals. They're much less now, but desiccated thyroid is one of them. The thing is, it's pretty hard to convince a performance medicine kind of doctor to give you desiccated thyroid. Some do prefer it, but the industry standard is never to give somebody T3 unless there's some other pathologic indication. Like, for example, T3 can improve people's moods. There's double-blind studies that show T3 supplementation can alleviate depression and things like that. But the T4 is usually what they'll give you. If you have an elevated TSH that's like 10, your doctor will first give you T4 like 100 micrograms or so, and then wait, and then see if it doesn't. Yeah. So I was taking personally 100 micrograms of T3, and I was aiming to get my TSH around 1.5 or 1. I wasn't trying to just flatline it, like really lower it. I'm not trying to have an atrophied thyroid, but and yours was, if I recall, it's like less than 1. So anyway, my personal opinion, I think I've shared it with you before, is I don't think supplementing T3 is healthy because of the cardiac effects. Yeah.
So I think that some individuals, now this is obviously nuanced, but some individuals need it based on like high reverse T3 or issues with, I think it's like deodorinase activity, but it's individual dependent. So this is why having a full panel is necessary for actually like figuring out what's going on. So just to give I don't know, representation, like for me here, the like you could, I think a good way, a good metric without having to get blood work done every time, because a lot of Canadians, for example, they will not give you a T3 unless your T4 and TSH are simultaneously out of range. And the likelihood of that happening, if you're somebody who has like Hashimoto's thyroiditis or something, you may otherwise not even have that represented in your blood work and still be symptomatic, even though on paper it looks like you're totally cured by your synthroid. So for individuals like that, using your resting heart rate and body temperature as metrics of progression, I think are definitely critical. So checking your morning temperature, midday temperature, and taking averages to see kind of what your metabolic furnace, so to speak, is responding to on a longitudinal basis is actually very important. Again, that's like an actual daily metric you can assess to determine what's going on with your thyroid and if you're actually getting that active conversion to T3 that's having like the pharmacologic effect from a biological like metabolism standpoint. So
I got it.
But also go ahead.
Yeah, I got an article on my website about essential health monitoring devices for people in the fitness industry, and one of them is a baby ear thermometer, which is a little bit easier to acquire than an adult one apparently. And then you can check your basal body temperature upon waking, and then kind of assess how your metabolism is doing. And we're also discussing the ranges for your metabolism. So vigoroussteve.com, and then look for an article called Essential Health Monitoring Devices in the article section. And there I cover that entire method to monitor your basal body temperature, and use like an Omron 7 to check your heart rate and that kind of stuff, your blood pressure.
A tip for the body temperature too is something that a lot of people do is they take a baby thermometer, they shove it under their tongue, they get a reading, and they get one reading and they assume that's it. It's kind of like blood pressure. If you sit down, you take a blood pressure cuff reading immediately, it might be elevated because you just sat down, you haven't relaxed, you just sat, and it's something you need to actually like sit down and let it adapt to the temperature in your mouth before you get an accurate reading necessarily. I used to get like 95s, 94 point something consistently because I just like grab it, put it in my mouth, get it, and think I was like super hypothyroid. And if I left it there for a while, it would actually climb up to, closer to where it should be, but I was just not letting it get there. So that's something to kind of, if you want a more accurate representation of what's going on, just like with the blood pressure thing, I recommend you like sit there and kind of like get to baseline for a few minutes before you take your reading, sort of.
Yeah, you take the average, like with the Omron 7 that you put around your wrist. You do
multiple.
You do both sides, and it takes 5 minutes in between. You take the average, right? And it's mostly about the trend, is it going up or down?
Actually, while we're talking about this, we should mention, if people don't know, you should also measure your heart rate when you wake up every morning. Because if you really care about your health, you'll notice that your heart rate will go slightly up in the morning if you have poor sleep, or if you trained really. It's a good way to notice if you're overtraining or fatigued as well. I do that myself, and I used to have my clients do that. I want to mention another funny thing though. A TPO at the top there, did you know that goes down often when people smoke? And smoking is protective against Hashimoto's. There's some advantages to smoking. It's because protective against Parkinson's, Hashimoto's.
In Hashimoto's, this is usually very elevated.
Part and smoking is protective against helps. Is it the nicotine content?
I haven't looked
I know for the Parkinson's, because we should be careful to say helps with Parkinson's, as in you could get that same effect by taking nicotine gum rather than smoking, obviously.
We think so, but I mean that's theorized. I'm not sure that's completely true, but it's what's expected. But I don't know what the theory is for the Hashimoto's, because I'm not as well versed in it as I am in Parkinson's. But also things protect you from Parkinson's, like NSAIDs, long-term NSAIDs use, all kinds of. There are weird associations.
Removing the train
based on
from your cycle, amyloid plaque buildup, or that's Alzheimer's, right? Sorry.
So based on the fact that my heart rate goes up, but this seems to correct my actual blood work, would you advise
which part is being corrected? The TSH is the only part that's being corrected. There's
low
no
T4
known
and low T3. They're low normal chronically.
But why would it matter if they're low?
Just like if you have low
health
testosterone, it's
for performance.
So with thyroid, it does impact mental state a little bit, or quite a bit actually, and it's also representative of your metabolic health a little bit too. So like a lot of your metabolism is dictated by thyroid production a little bit. So I don't know, I just said a little bit. It is quite a bit. So for that, obviously it's a little bit of peace of mind knowing I'm high normal versus low normal for thyroid active like T3, and my TSH is sub 1 versus before I'm very stressed just to produce like a minimal amount of it. But at the same time, it has all these negative ramifications in real life where it's actually harder to stay lean and my heart rate's higher. So in that situation, would you advise just going cold turkey off it and I don't really need it? Or what do you think?
I think it just depends on your objective. Look, Derek, honestly, all my blood work, I've never ordered T3 or T4, and I've never even looked at it. I only look at TSH because for me, I'm always looking at how I feel, and if I feel fine, then I'm just trying to optimize my health. But I know you're more into performance as well as health, so I guess it depends.
Personally,
maybe Steve has some more
all
to
things
say.
considering that you just mentioned, I would take it out because your resting heart rate is higher, right? Which overlaps.
He's gonna have
into
TSH at 2.5 and has his thyroid slowly go over time.
Yeah, but listen, you can also always do an ultrasound on your thyroid.
They do
If I
take
go
iodine
back
too,
to thyroid,
right?
I just go seeing as my reverse T3 and everything looks normal from a conversion aspect. Do you think it's reasonable to assess that I would be better off on Synthroid only if I go back?
What's Synthroid? You mean
The T4? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could give it a try and see if that keeps your TSH in range. But the highest it got up to was 2.5, right?
No, it goes up to like 3.5.
If you're taking iodine, if like for example, Steve likes to take a low amount of GH as a replacement dose. If I was
Before
taking 1
I
unit,
stopped.
yeah. Oh, you stopped?
Yeah, a year ago, dude. Yeah.
If I was taking one unit, good. I'm glad to know that. If I was taking 1 unit of GH a day personally, I would be then seriously concerned about the TSH, and I would be always on T4. Because the acromegalics frequently get thyroid cancer. It's very common among people with GH excess. For example, Dallas had thyroid cancer when he died.
That's right.
Palumbo had thyroid cancer recently. I mean, people that are known to abuse GH get thyroid cancer frequently. Even I would assume if I just had an unusually high GH just for an adult, I'd want to make sure TSH was 1.5. But that's my personal opinion.
I see changes in TSH and thyroid from 2 units of growth hormone and upwards. But that's in the context of bodybuilders. I don't see it from 1 unit.
The worst part is that the thyroid will grow without TSH in the case of growth hormone. The TSH can be leveled
and ACG, of course, which also stimulates the thyroid. Yeah, thyroid stimulating hormone receptor. So,
exactly.
2 questions for Derek. Did your
before we go to that, there's a thyroid that doesn't. There's a thyroid kind that doesn't affect the heart rate. That's all I wanted to say before we finish. Like, there's another option.
T0. What is it? T2.
The GC1 is called.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
that's an option too.
Yeah. Okay. So
T2 sucks, by the way. T2 is terrible.
Yeah, it doesn't do
a supplement that's sold over the counter.
Yeah.
No, this is an agonist of the either alpha or beta.
GC1 looks interesting.
What is it called? Sibutramel. Sibutramel. What is it called?
What?
AA has it. An abbreviation.
I have it. The GC1.
Yes.
I just haven't tried it yet. I was supposed to experiment.
GC1, right? Yeah. Yeah, it has another name, I believe. Okay, never mind. 2 questions for Derek. Did your creatine phosphokinase go up after supplementing T3 or these grains? And did your SHBG go up? Because here you see your CPK is quite elevated, not astronomically high, not heart attack high. I like how to say alert, when in reality, this is just normal for people who are physically active.
Yeah, it's very true.
And your SHBG is 10. So did that go up and CPK go up?
Well, the CK... the creatine kinase definitely went up, but I think that I'm hoping it was representative of lifting a couple days prior. It might have been a few days prior, so that's why I was a little bit concerned about it. But thought SHBG didn't move at all. Okay. So yeah.
So I would.
There's another reason that made me think I would pull it. Yeah.
I would just pull it out and switch to T4. Maybe 50 micrograms to start. See if that works because you're not using growth hormone. And then maybe consider to bump it up to 100 just to keep the TSH in range. The CK is probably from training. I mean, I see it between 500 to 5,000 frequently, and it has no adverse effects. Right? If your CKMB or troponin T are elevated, then it might indicate an issue with your heart or a previous heart attack. But CPK up until a couple thousand is very common in athletes. So it shouldn't freak you out. I like how they put alert. You know, if this was liver enzymes, it would definitely be an alert. But for CPK, 1,000 is just part of the game when you're training, you know?
Yeah.
Or
So interesting.
I have
is,
way higher.
I also was not fasted for this test. I should mention I had some
Okay.
food in my system, and I went in like the late afternoon.
Oh, your insulin is good.
All this
5.8.
the entire context of me going into this blood test was like not ideal circumstances. Underslept, shitty diets.
Sound like a bodybuilder that just
afternoon.
takes his progress pictures. I was underslept and I'm watery and the moon is blue and yeah, that's why I look like shit in these
Yeah.
pictures. I didn't use
If
a
I was
filter.
in,
Hashtag no
Yeah.
filter.
yeah.
So it's just for the audience that doesn't know about fibrinogen, you should get that tested if you're curious for another marker other than the C-reactive protein. Fibrinogen has some, and if you're curious, I have a video called How to Research. If you ever want to look at papers on scholar.google.com, it could help you out. If you want to see what fibrinogen is associated with, go to scholar.google.com, write fibrinogen, learn about it. It's a useful metric for cardiovascular disease, inflammation, other things. I just want
And
to say
take
that.
the DOI number and put it in Science Hub and then you get the full paper.
Yeah, SCI.
that's-
Yeah, exactly. That's great.
Dashhub.org, I believe.
Exactly.
/English. Yeah, it's a
If you
great
find any
website.
paper that's not on there, you can find it on the
Yeah.
Sci-Hub.
So fibrinogen's all good. So no coagulation issues there. All good. Should we just start at the beginning? Because I think we covered
Yeah.
most.
Yeah,
So
the
when
problem
people-
is like the last page is actually the first page for whatever reason when I sent it in WhatsApp. So
Okay.
it's if you go all the way to
This so this
yeah,
the
like
first page.
hematology. Yeah.
All right, so I'm
And then
I'm
to get to the second page, you have to scroll all the way back to the first after.
okay.
So we're on page 1 right here,
This
I think.
page 1. Okay, so I'm speculating you're taking some sort of B12 supplement.
So when I said I was taking stimulants while I was there on days I'm underslept, that included like high caffeine energy drinks pretty much daily.
With B12 in there.
Yeah. So like an energy drink in general, they have
Yeah, they always add
like
Yeah, a little bit of
600% the B12 content that gets dumped into you right away. So I've seen this before and it's kind of freaked me out, but I always found it was correlated with like very, very high supplementation. So
Yeah, it could also have to do with your appetite because B12 supplementation can have a little bit of an overlapping effect on your appetite. It's very
I
common
did
during the
worry a
off season
bit that,
to do
that
B12
shouldn't I just
injections.
piss it, that I'm not pissing it out to stay in range if I'm drinking it, even if I'm getting a huge amount, like the fact that it's represented in my blood kind of like freaked me out a little bit. I don't know.
I see this all the
did-
time with bodybuilders who supplement
No.
B12, you know?
There's
Okay.
not
Yeah.
there's not there's no toxicity at that
Yeah.
level. No,
No.
there's nothing to be
Okay.
concerned about at all. No.
No, same with
But-
folic acid, you know? I mean, you're out of range over 20 nanograms per
That's-
milliliter, but
Do you have any MTHFR polymorphisms that you're
The worst
concerned?
one,
You do, right?
C677T.
Yeah, I would have
homozygous.
thought so. For me, bro, I have I overdose folate. Otherwise, my homocysteine is high. I feel bad. I have all those polymorphisms too. But look at that interesting hemoglobin. It turns out that you're not an avar from Dagestan, unlike Habib Nurmagomedov, who may have unusually low hemoglobin despite, we'll talk about it later, genetic
Yeah.
polymorphism. You have a very high
Yeah.
hemoglobin, huh? It's interesting.
Yeah,
That's the
it's,
first one I noticed.
Yeah, because I'm not on anything above TRT, so it makes me wonder what that would push to if I actually did some shit. Like, fortunately, I'm not going to, but I mean, I don't really.
you
I
were
don't
fully
really-
hydrated, right? In this blood work.
That's
What
the
I was,
thing, dude.
what I was curious about is the apnea. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
Because
surprisingly,
it's
your
basically a sign of
RBC is good.
hypoxia.
Yeah.
Historically, when I have blasts in the past, I do have. Well, a lot of people have, RBC,
Yeah.
hemoglobin, hematocrit go above range, but I mean, yeah, this is. I don't
Well,
know.
that's
like
what I was thinking. I
hydration
know you're not
level,
taking a lot.
I'm not 100% sure if I was. I probably chugged water, but I mean, like the whole diet going into it, electrolyte intake wise, nothing was dialed in. So it's kinda
For
hard to say
anybody,
certain.
for anybody thinking that Derek is lying about his dosages, look at that white blood cell count. That would be way lower if he was running more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really great. You have a really low red blood cell distribution which is
Yeah.
a mysterious indicator because it's like associated independently with cardiovascular disease, but that's even the most specialized academics are not completely sure why or what it means. But that number is very low, the 12. And every 0.5% you go above that, tremendous effects on cardiovascular mortality. and
So
stuff.
what I see with a lot of bodybuilders, if they have a very high red cell distribution width, so that's the difference in sizes between red blood cells, whether some are small or some are big. And it could be due to erythropoietic compounds or hematopoietic compounds like boldenone, primo, anadrol, producing a lot more new red blood cells after you introduce these drugs, or through overdonation.
Hey, it's Nick Walker. He commented on my podcast.
Really?
That's
nice.
so cool.
Shout out
I
to
love
Nick
this
Walker.
guy. I love this guy. He's
Talking
awesome.
about erythropoiesis.
Oh yeah.
So overdonation.
I have to go to. I'm just gonna jump to the washroom really quick before we dig into this, if that's cool with you
Yeah,
guys.
sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Go for it.
Hey, that's so cool. I really like Nick. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, Nick is a cool guy. Yeah, I like Nick and Ian. They're
I mean, Ian also, yeah.
very entertaining on that podcast. It's going a little bit south. A lot of poop and fart jokes.
I
Fuad, if
stopped-
you're listening, yeah, it's getting a bit too much.
While I was not feeling too well, I stopped listening to the podcast, so I haven't been kept up to date. But I got to tell you, Fuad, one of the great things that he did with the channel, he collected the most, like the coolest personalities. Yeah, like Guy, Ian. I really like Guy. I like Ian.
Yeah, I like
That's
Guy
why I
a
was
lot.
watching it, because I don't like Fuad too much himself, but I like the other guys on the channel. I mean, I don't dislike him anymore.
It's illegal to stand up for Guy nowadays.
Yeah, I love Guy. He's
I
my
love
favorite
Guy,
one.
but
That's the
it's
reason why I used
illegal,
to watch it.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
illegal.
people get upset if you
get
if
flamed.
you like. Even though to me he seems like he has great morals. He seems like he stands up for his friends. He's I
absolutely.
loved how he stood up for
Sean Rosen,
yeah.
I loved how
Wow.
he stood up and helped Dallas McCarver. I mean,
I didn't know about that. I wasn't aware at the time.
When Dallas fainted, he was the first one to help and the last one to go back on stage. Cost him,
You told me that.
probably placings. No, the guy is a good guy.
Yeah, that's the kind of morals that, in my opinion, I mean, if you don't treat your friends well or stand up for your friends, I don't know what your values are in life. It's one of the most important values on earth is to be protective of your family, your friends.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, because how many friends can you have?
Well,
You have to stand up for them.
It's a basic principle, I think, of if you care about somebody, you should look out for them. That basically it indicates if somebody is not defensive of their friends and protective, it means they don't care about others. You know what I mean? And you see, Guy cares about a lot of people a lot. I think that people are very sensitive. They didn't like that thing he did in the gym,
No.
but now he has all this merchandise over it. So
Yeah, it's the same as when Dennis James called the Oxygen Gym the Camel Crew. They just made shirts of it, even though it's slightly derogatory. They were like, yeah, whatever. They made shirts, and now they got all these, like from Camel, like the cigarettes, they merchandise that.
is Dennis the one who called him the Camel Crew originally?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, because I was surprised. Like a few months ago, I was about to make a response video to, like maybe 2 months ago before I stopped posting, I was going to make a response video to Dennis because I like his show. I was watching his show one day and he was talking about the guys in Kuwait and it was like almost racist. I was like, whoa, this is weird.
Apparently had a bad experience there. So
Yeah, it was like these guys don't appreciate their money. They don't understand money and all this kind of stuff. And I was like, whoa, this is, because he doesn't strike me as a racist guy. He grew up in Germany, he's American and stuff.
he's been in Thailand. He's been all over the place. Dude.
Exactly, yeah. You wouldn't have thought.
He's well traveled for a bodybuilder. He's extremely well traveled.
Yeah,
I like Dennis. He's funny. Yeah,
me too. Yeah, me too.
He's
to
funny.
be honest.
I'm happy
He has
he's
a good
going to-
podcast.
Yeah.
You watch it too or no?
Depends on the guest.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it's not like a regular thing, so it depends on the guest. That's true.
Yeah, right. It depends on who is interviewing. So some I watch, some I don't, and it's like a background stuff, when you're taking a shower or cleaning the house.
Yeah.
It's not a podcast like BioBros where you need to sit down and you got notes. And you're like, Leo said something. I gotta.
Actually, you know what happened to me?
Do
Steve,
more
to be
research
honest?
afterwards.
The reason why I wasn't so well prepared for this, I planned to prepare in the morning. Man, this 2-a-day video thing, it's
It's murderous.
Steve, you don't understand. I didn't film the video. I tried to film the videos. I ended up with not enough time. And I didn't film the videos and didn't prepare very well for the podcast. I'm like, this is just, I don't know how Derek managed it,
He's got editors but it's very difficult, especially if you want to do informative content that you need to prepare and sometimes you mess up. So you need to clip a segment. That is very time inefficient.
Oh, I say the wrong word. By the way, I say literally, recently I was trying to say magnesium oxide. Apparently I said magnesium oxalate, which is just random.
Yeah.
And then someone commented like, "There's no, do you really mean that?" I'm
I
like,
get
"No,
this
I
shit
don't.
all the time, and sometimes
I don't know how
don't
to
catch it. Yeah, sometimes
I don't know
catch it.
how to or maybe they that's the thing. I was thinking if you notice this, do I do this more often and nobody says they're just being nice? Like I'm saying the wrong word by accident.
I mispronounce shit all the time. That's why recording for me is very time inefficient, but I still try to get one video per day done. But it sometimes takes me an hour to record a 15-minute video because I just mispronounce. I know exactly what I want to say, and then my mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. Does that ever happen to you where because for me, what happens is this, now how I started to record is I don't just talk, I stand and I think about what I'm trying to say and then I say it.
Yeah.
And then I think about the next thing I'm trying to say and then I say it. Sometimes, Steve, I know the exact sentence. I have 4 sentences in my head.
Yeah.
I'm saying them. On the 3rd sentence each time, one word I mispronounce it. I'm like, oh my god!
You start over again, right?
Oh my god! And some point I'm like, you hit the table. You're like, fuck. You get pissed off. It's crazy.
Yeah. I don't even say fuck anymore because it ruins the audio track because it
Oh my
spikes the volume. So I'm like, and then I start again. So if there's a lot of cuts in my videos because I keep mispronouncing words that I know how to spell and write, but my mouth is not.
Same.
Yeah,
man, I'm glad you told me this.
I think dude, it's a huge issue, and I think it's an issue for both of us because we grew up multilingual, right? We had English or native language, and then we're trying to speak another language on top. Like, so ideally, I would move to the States or in a Western-speaking country and just be surrounded with English, not this broken English from Germans and Thais and Singaporeans and Arabs, and I'm surrounded with all culture, and everybody speaks horrible English. And then I try to make the best possible English on a YouTube channel, and I just mess up. And during a podcast, it's very easy to talk, but when you present, high
exactly
quality
right,
content,
it's so much different.
I just mumble, dude.
Does that happen to you, Derek? Do you ever you're trying to say a sentence and one word you just mispronounce it, and then you're like, oh damn, I have to say that. So you say the same thing again, then the same word mispronounced. Does that ever happen to you? Or is this because I'm a foreigner?
One thing I've noticed is a lot of times when you say something that you think you fucked up, when you, in retrospect, no one would have really noticed. And then you end up doing the same part over and over again that no one would have cared.
My life. Not only that, sometimes I notice the more times I did it, the worse it got. And I picked the earlier version in the editing. I'm like, I spent 20 minutes, or not 20, but 10 minutes repeating a sentence. The first one was the best.
Yeah.
One of the main things that I've learned as far as efficiency is even if it means like 90%, like 90 to 95% of the quality is retained, but it saves you 20 minutes or something, like sometimes it might be useful to just like no one's even going to notice that, if you fuck up or you pause in the middle of a sentence, like maybe it gives it, I don't know, some people, especially scientific content creators, they don't want to say anything that represents that they don't know what they're talking about. So they edit out any mistakes, any kind of errors in sentence structure. But that kind of stuff is so meticulous and it's not really representative of what you actually are. So then in a podcast, you get exposed because it's live and you can't actually see you like actively thinking or screwing up. And it also is just way too time inefficient. So I leave in like a lot of errors quite often. And I don't mean like actual factual scientific errors on purpose. I would obviously fix those, but like little, little.
And I'm like, how can you let that in? I would be like mortified to let a segment in like that, I had one time where I mis-edited the time and you just see me just go fuck. And I'm drinking water and then it starts the next cut. I'm like, oh shit, and already had like 5,000 views. People were laughing their ass off in the comments.
No, some people like that stuff. Like sometimes when I sneeze, instead of cutting it out, I like highlight it, just like zoom in on me sneezing or something.
Bro, so I'll end this real fast. Go back to the blood. The last thing I want to say, just today, I actually did this so much, Derek. I got pissed off and I didn't record I have no videos for tomorrow. And I'm so upset. I spent 45 minutes repeating. I got so angry, I left because I was like, I have to prepare for the podcast now. I just spent 2 hours and a half to record a video that I could have done if I didn't repeat it. It would have been 20 minutes. I got so angry. I came here with a bad mood because of it. And then now I'm like so upset. I have no videos for tomorrow. Anyway, I just had to vent. But I wanted to point out something. Your neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio. Let's talk about this.
Okay.
It's interesting. Your neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio is a bit high. Did you get the vaccine or have a virus or anything like that? Maybe the traveling did it. But basically, your
Well,
neutrophils
I
sort of
basically waited until the last minute to get the shots. So that might be residual, but it was the last one was within like 6 weeks, I think, of the or 4 weeks maybe of the travel. I don't remember, but it was like a month or so after. But also, yeah, I was like pretty not. I had like a minor cold at some point too during the trip because I was chronically underslept. Like I said, like some days, like Joe Rogan podcast, I was on over 2 days. I was on 5 hours sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
You did very well for that.
Yeah.
but I know I was shocked how well
couldn't tell.
fluent I was given the lack of adequate sleep. So
But so
lucky on
we
that.
we'll comment on this. This is the first metric we see so far that's alarming. Your neutrophil to lymphocyte ratio is about double the level at which it would normally be considered indicative of ill health, which is about say 2.5. Yeah, it's actually a really high number. One of the highest I've seen recently.
But keep in mind that white blood cells have an active life, 9 to 11 days? So it could change rather quickly. And this high sensitivity C-reactive protein was beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Good point. Yeah. So it doesn't with these inflammatory markers, you have to like, and there's other ratios you could make. You have to like triangulate sort of.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's homocysteine you tested also, right, Derek? And it was also good.
Yeah, which for me is something of
doesn't buzz as
concern
much.
being C677T homozygous MTHFR. For me, my ability to methylate is severely impaired. So I end up with higher homocysteine if I don't supplement with choline or betaine or
creatine,
5-MTHF for methylfolates rather than folic acid, stuff like that. Creatine, yeah. So for me, having a good homocysteine is like really good.
Quick question. I want to go. Probably don't have time to discuss 5-amino-1-MQ, but which is a fat loss aid, so to say. Do you, Derek? Do you notice that fat loss is gradual and doesn't stagnate towards the end, where you're getting like 6% body fat or 8% body fat? Do you notice that because you have a methylation polymorphism?
Well, it's kind of hard for me to say for certain, like what, because I don't have a comparison metric as far as like myself before, like I guess before and after supplementing with methyl donors and stuff to kind of like rectify my situation. I don't really notice a difference personally. No. Yeah. Like for me, it's like if I'm eating little enough and doing enough energy expenditure, I lose fat at the rate at which I would expect. It's kind of like how it always is.
Do you feel like you stagnate where you have to go to extreme lengths to get the last little bit of fat off towards the end?
Yeah, but I also have like really shallow abs. For me, I have to get really fucking lean to get the leanness that I desire from an abdominal separation aspect. But by that point, everything else is like so lean. I shouldn't even be dieting at that point because it's not sustainable to walk around at. So like,
so it's a stubborn body fat on your abs, basically.
Yeah.
But everywhere else
like,
you get lean.
Yeah. So for me, I'm I don't know, like the last bit, I feel like it's less about that it's hard and more so that when anyone gets to sub 2,500, 2,400 calories with cardio, you feel like shit.
Yeah.
You know,
so I
wouldn't say it's stubborn and stagnates as much as it's just way more impossible to adhere to it in a sustainable way. But if I could, hypothetically, if I had no appetite because I took like Adderall every day or something and semaglutide and everything under the sun, I'm sure it would not stagnate. So,
Yeah. So this is why I was researching so much about 5-amino-1-MQ, which is an N-methyltransferase inhibitor, which inhibits the methylation of nicotinamide. And it's the nicotinamide that contributes to fat metabolism within the fat cell. So, of course, when your metabolism slows down, the actual fat metabolism within the fat cell gets less and less and less. So you get less lipolysis or lipolysis and less brown fat activation, keeping your body temperature elevated. So this is a method to remove the cap off that. So I've been trialing that extensively, but I think you might want to discuss that after we're done with this blood work.
We're already discussing it now. Like, methylation. So my ability to methylate is supposedly like 10 to 20% of somebody with no polymorphisms in their MTHFR SNPs. So for this 5 amino stuff, the mechanism of action and implications it has for somebody with impaired methylation versus not, what exactly is going on again?
So you're already got impaired methylation of nicotinamide in the fat cell, making it easier to lose fat. And people who don't have that issue, that methylate a lot of nicotinamide, they might benefit from 5-amino methylquinolinum or let me see, what does it stand for? Let me just double check.
I think if there was an association, between MTHFR and related polymorphisms, which by the way are the most well-studied polymorphisms of all, if there was an association with low body fat, I think, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it would have been noticed.
No, so it's a very new research, and then there's multiple different nicotinamide N-methyltransferase inhibitors, and 5-amino methylquinolinum, I believe it stands for, is the most bioavailable, the most cell permeable NNMT inhibitor that is available. So I ran that through a compounding pharmacy here, and I noticed that fat loss was very, very cool. It just kept going. Kept going.
So if I use that, would it fuck up my methylation to a point that I literally can't like induce gene expression correctly?
No, not that, because it's very selective to nicotinamide and methyltransferase, so it doesn't inhibit the methylation of other enzymes, which apparently in the liver there's a lot of methylating enzymes. So it only inhibits this NNMT enzyme, which contributes to fat metabolism inhibiting. This enzyme contributes to fat metabolism in the fat cells, adipose tissue, but not in the liver. So it's very selective. But I assume that your fat loss might be more gradual compared to others because of this methylation issue that you have, which might be beneficial for fat loss. So other people would need to use this inhibitor to have gradual fat loss up until you get to the stubborn body fat, and you need to kill calories and use, I don't know, all kinds of methods to get the last little bit off. But
the
so for
enzymes
me, is there a point given my severe impairment already, or is that just like pushing me to some level that's absurd?
Probably, yeah.
So you think it's worth trying because it's just to see what happens?
I think let's say next time you stall, let's say you do another diet when time is right, and you control your appetite, and when you start to stall, and you add 50 milligrams to 100 milligrams in, so not the dose I recommend on my YouTube channel, because you already have a methylation issue, so you don't need to supplement much. You're just supplementing on top. Then I think 50 to 100 milligrams 5-amino 1-MQ would just gradually make you lose fat to the point it's almost easy. Because it made fat loss for me stupid easy.
So the literature supporting it, is this like a rodent supported research chemical?
I'm the first human to trial this appropriately with blood work before and after. No adverse changes on my blood work. The only thing that I noticed is that fat loss was gradual. Again, I was in a caloric deficit. I was doing my cardio. I was walking in between sets. I was keeping my caloric intake steady. But that's the most gradual I ever lost fat from all parts of the body. So my back got more disproportionately lean compared to previously without running this compound, because it's the fat cell, the metabolism within the fat cell that actually improves. So it's not actual fat burning, it's fat metabolism that improves, or there's no cap on it. There's no adaptive process where fat metabolism slows down. So my body temperature was a little bit elevated. No adverse reactions on my blood work. The only adverse study that I found is that N-methyltransferase enzymes, methylation of nicotinamide, reduces oxidative stress in the endothelium. So taking this long-term might have an adverse effect on your endothelium, but estradiol has a protective effect, and so does vitamin C. So from the literature that I've read, I would say that
in the ER, the endothelium.
Let me finish.
Which endothelium? Which endothelium? So I know
in the vascular system. So it's the vascular system that the endothelium is a space in between where nutrients from the blood vessels can enter the extracellular space and then into the cell. Okay. So this is a little
reducing oxidative stress there is concerning.
It might potentiate oxidative stress there by inhibiting this.
That's why I had to because I didn't understand what you're saying.
So 5-amino 1-MQ inhibits this nicotinamide N-methyltransferase enzymes, which methylate nicotinamide into methyl nicotinamide, and if you inhibit this process, it might potentiate oxidative stress in the endothelium. But there's a ton of different benefits. It might be anti-cancer, anti-obesity, anti-metabolic adaptation or metabolic issues, right? Metabolic diseases. But that is of note that it might potentiate some negative effect in the endothelium, but keeping estradiol sufficiently high and supplementing with vitamin C might be able to offset. Yeah, phosphatidylserine might be able to offset that, because those are all endothelial oxidative stress protective, if that's the right word to explain it.
Yeah.
Right?
So is this an appetite stimulatory compound, presumably?
Don't notice anything on your appetite. The only thing you notice when you're dieting is that fat loss is gradual.
And how
your wallet is crying, literally, because it's mad expensive, of course, because it's a new compound.
How'd you arrive at the 50 to 100 milligram dose? Just extrapolating on rodent data?
Extrapolate, just trying it out. I started with 50 milligrams for 2 weeks, then I bumped it up to 100 and 200 and then 150 to see if I noticed a difference. And for me,
if you're doing
the half-life is unknown, unfortunately. Again, it's a new compound. A TaylorMade does have it on its list, so it should be able to, come into the market.
So hypothetically, if you were to introduce metabolic-related agents, pharmacology-wise, during a cutting phase, with the least risk and highest reward,
at the end.
This is like the very last thing you'd put in, even after Clen and T3 and stuff?
No, actually, you put it because usually Clen, T3, and all these funky compounds you put in to take care of the last little bit of fat. And I think this will be an earlier step in that process, because if it inhibits metabolic adaptation and makes your fat loss journey steady, then you don't need to throw in the Clen. Well, you might still need to throw it in at the end, but maybe the exposure to Clen instead of 10 weeks is only 4 weeks, because you've been using the 5-amino-1-MQ to potentiate fat loss and make it more gradual towards the end when you're stagnating otherwise, right? When the fat cell metabolism is just getting worse and worse and worse. I read a study when fasting, NMT enzyme activity goes up sky high. So that's actually inhibiting fat metabolism within the fat cells after 4 or 5 days of fasting. That's why you see fat loss is getting less and less and less the longer you're fasting, because this nicotinamide N-methyltransferase activity is going up. More methylation of nicotinamide, reducing fat metabolism in the fat cell. So it's,
I have some on hand. Maybe I'll give it a shot at some point. I don't know why my webcam turns like progressively blue. It's like I keep having to like turn off my light and turn it back on. It goes like good color for a second, and then
the sun is up over there, right?
Yeah, but it's been up since I started, so I don't know what the fuck's going on.
The sun is coming up.
It just like randomly changes. This is why I switched from this webcam. It's like higher quality, but it like goes blue for no reason, like randomly.
I think it's a background that just messes with the color correction, the white balance.
Here's my white balance off. Now white balance on. You see how it goes like correct for a second, and then it like goes back to blue?
Yeah.
Fucking weird, dude.
Man. The sun is coming up here now. It's 7:00 in the morning. For everybody to know, I woke up at 3:30 this morning. Oh, the Disco Derek.
Yeah.
I woke up at 3:30 this morning to get this podcast out of the door, because scheduling is a nightmare for us.
No, yeah. Okay, before Leo starts falling asleep on us, let's get this blood work happening. So we're at my lymphocyte neutrophil ratio is all fucked up, unfortunately.
I mean, I wouldn't say unfortunately. It's your lymphocytes are low in particular. I'm curious why the lymphocytes are low in particular, and neutrophils being a bit high is normal, because the neutrophil sort of represents non-specific immune function. If you had generalized inflammation that wasn't directed against one particular antigen, that would be high, whereas the lymphocyte is not very high. So it's like, it's weird. Your lymphocyte is low.
Doesn't going into a decompressed state, like flying, for example, or hyperbaric chambers, change your white blood cell count?
It could be something like, what I was thinking originally, Steve, was just the fact of being in an airplane with even, you might not get sick, but there's so many viruses and small things going on there. So I don't know. That has something to do with it.
Everybody's close together and you're wearing a mask and you're rebreathing all this. It's
pretty gross. Yeah, really, honestly.
It's very gross. That's why I've been stuck in Thailand for 2 years now. not travel.
Yeah.
The hematology wise, what do you think? My iron and ferritin are a little on the low side, but
I think you have
you
hypoxia.
probably like that.
Yeah, but I think leaving that sorry, just before I forget the hemoglobin, I think because Derek, you don't use much, you don't have a reason to be producing that much. I don't know if I just think you may have a mild hypoxia still at night with the sleep app, the CPAP.
My CPAP it mentions it's called like AHI, and it's like a metric of how much you're apneaing to the extent you are, and it says it's good. So, but again, this is just like, I don't know for sure, to be honest. So it's
honestly, if it was really severe apnea that was unmanaged, then your red blood cell count and hematocrit will be way higher. This is actually quite good, and you're eating beef liver and beef frequently, right? So
yeah, but on this trip, I hadn't been for like 2 weeks at the time of this test. So
yeah, but iron and ferritin doesn't go down that fast. It's recycled. Iron,
okay,
yeah.
So,
and this ferritin is quite low, so I don't think there's too much inflammation.
That's present. A good point. Yeah.
All right, let's go to the next page.
Yeah.
So I think you should probably scroll to the first one is page 2.
Wait, do you not eat much iron? Do you not eat much meat?
I have about 5 ounces of bison per day with an ounce of cooked liver. And then as far as other meat, it's mostly chicken and yeah, that's mainly it. So red meat, about in totality 6 ounces, one of those being liver.
So if your body was trying to produce a lot of reactions to hypoxia, your iron would go down. Yeah. So that anyway, it's just a note.
And he's taking 1,000 milligrams of vitamin C, which I think is a little bit on the low side for somebody who's physically active. But vitamin C also promotes iron absorption. So maybe there's
keep in mind, physically active. Can you even call it that when you're working out 3 to 4 times a week for an hour?
Compared to me, you can.
Of course. Yeah.
Compared to me.
Okay.
Of course.
But sure.
You know what's weird? A subscriber sent me a really interesting paper I want to look into that apparently there's some kind of, I think it was a controlled study showing that NAC could attenuate sleep apnea symptoms. So there's some kind of oxidative stress element that's
as at the actual at the stress level, but like the actual mechanical issues that are causing it, like it's not rectifying anything. You're like band-aiding the damage for sure, though.
I didn't even think it would make much of a difference. Yeah.
Well,
okay, so let's look at
the end of the
lipids.
day, the amount of stress on your heart and shit, probably not much.
Okay, so this is interesting. So
your particle size of LDL is a little bit high. But again, your diet was not 100% either, so maybe your lipoprotein is just full with bacon at the time.
Actually, this is a little concerning, to be honest, because
is it?
Yeah, because if you think about it, he loves citrus bergamot, and I take his citrus bergamot too. I take yours, by the way, Derek.
I'm also on 10 milligrams of ezetimibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that doesn't lower HDL-C and HDL particle count. Both of yours are low, and citrus.
Oh well, that's from being on TRT, I think. I've always had my HDL 30 to 39 for HDL-C. At best, it was 39, even when my TRT was like 100 milligrams a week, or like I think the lowest I went was like 10 to 12 milligrams a day of prop or something, and I got my HDL up to like 40, and that was the best I ever got.
It's very hard to keep your LDL or HDL high, you know.
Yeah,
and your does finasteride also have a negative effect on HDL? I'm not exactly sure.
I mean, just to finish the thought, put in perspective. One curiosity, I don't remember, Derek, did I ever go through all of the cardiovascular polymorphisms that you have?
I don't know, man.
Okay, because the reason why I'm asking this is just because when I was weightlifting recently, I did do blood tests to check my HDL, and I was taking Anadrol on pre-workouts. I wasn't taking much testosterone, but I doubt I was taking more than you. My HDL would never go that low. Never, not even without citrus bergamot. So, and I don't have polymorphism that protect me in terms of reverse cholesterol transport.
I have cardiovascular disease summary you have here. You said I don't carry the risk allele for lipoprotein little a.
Yeah, but is it 5 pages or 4 or like 4 points?
No,
is it
it's like six points.
So we haven't been through the details. Yeah. So there's something, you might have a polymorphism that worsens reverse cholesterol transport. It's really weird. You know, there is absolutely no intervention that has ever affected either HDL particle count or HDL cholesterol count, the total cholesterol, that has had an impact on mortality. Nothing. But genetically predetermined HDL is really impactful. So I'm curious. I'm sure
I
you have a
one
genetic
copy of the protective allele at RS5882 on the CTEP gene, which is involved in reverse cholesterol transport.
Oh, yeah, fantastic. Okay, that's great. Okay, so that one doesn't affect your HDL the way it looks on paper, but it's like a hidden like angel that just you're lucky guy. Like my wife has that too.
I find it weird that the LDL cholesterol, the total one, has a range below 94, and it doesn't.
It's calculated. It's not real. It's calculated.
It's calculated, right? Yeah, it's calculated.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't know what that really is, but yeah, it's interesting.
Well, it's got a total cholesterol, so you could take like 100 and then 10% lower. Yeah, so it would be below 94.
Yeah. Have you ever, Derek? Have you ever tried Repatha?
No, never.
It's really interesting. My neighbor actually nearby, he just got on Repatha himself. After I mentioned it to him, he loves it. He was taking a statin, I think, for a short period, but his uncle, who just had a heart attack with COVID, and then I happened to meet them after that. So his uncle was put on atorvastatin, I think, or simvastatin, a very strong gorilla kind of statin. He had a lot of myopathy, muscle weakness, and that kind of stuff. And they switched to Repatha, both of them, because they both have high cholesterol levels. I think they're genetically predisposed to it, and they have zero side effects, zero myopathy, zero muscle weakness. I mean, the guy I'm talking about is a weightlifter. He's strong. He said, I can't notice I'm taking it, and the LDL is just flatlined. It's about $300 to $400 every injection. They usually take it twice a month, but it's interesting because I know you don't like statins, and I just noticed your LDL is a bit high and the HDL is a bit low. But
well, the LDL particle number versus LDL-C versus total cholesterol and triglycerides, like kind of elucidating that, because most people don't have like an NMR lipo profile, and this kind of stuff is new to them. Like, what are your main areas of concern? Because usually you talk about having an LDL under 70 to avoid plaque buildup, but we don't really discuss particle number or anything like that. So is there anything you could kind of like summarize in like a layman's terms way for this whole section?
Yeah. So, well, if we can just scroll up the deal with the LDL. The LDL is there also? Is there in two places?
No, there's a particle size here. The small, the size is there. Large.
Oh, let's look at that. Yeah. So the large VLDL, I don't know. There's interesting. So you do have, this is what I thought from the above. There's a lot of these small ones, huh?
I think it's a lot of not so much cholesterol transport. Because if the cells are small, it indicates that there's not so much content, not so much cholesterol, triglycerides within the cells.
Well, that's good. You don't
One
have
thing to note to the audience while Leo's reading too is that this stuff is highly variable in a shorter time frame than you would otherwise think from diet manipulation. So like I'm somebody who's like a hyper responder to cholesterol from diet. So eggs, if I go from eating 0 eggs to a few eggs a day, my LDL doubles. Like, it's very significant.
So for me, it's weird, right? When I did the carnivore diet, my total cholesterol was sky high. But if I just eat pescatarian, my lipids are beautiful. Even on like right now, my HDL is about 45 and my LDL is 90.
So the main thing
that's with ezetimibe and citrus bergamot. So, but I'm running Primo and Test at much higher dosages than what you're taking, and my HDL. So there's a lot of variability, and I think what we also have to recognize is the role of inflammation that contributes to cardiovascular disease. And what is it? Lipoprotein A and scurvy, right? Insufficient amounts of vitamin C, which can, they have like lipoprotein A can bind to collagen, the proline and the glycine, when there's insufficient vitamin C. So that's another way you can get cardiovascular disease.
So let's talk about what Derek said, the eggs, just because I feel like that's one of a lot of people, when they first heard some research saying that dietary cholesterol doesn't raise LDL cholesterol or total cholesterol much in most people, really what it is that there's some people that get it really majorly raised. Yeah. I don't carry that polymorphism that does that, but I'm like Derek. If I eat 6 eggs a day, it does change. Almost everybody I know. Every time I had like
and it changes within like a couple of weeks easily.
Yeah,
like,
it goes fast. Yeah.
Exactly. So that
it also depends on what you eat concurrently, right? Like for me, eggs don't raise my cholesterol, but I usually have my eggs with a decent amount of fiber. Now, if I have no fiber and a lot of steak and butter, like in the carnivore diet, I absorb everything. and my cholesterol goes sky high. So
the next thing to mention is that
doing,
you said that the fish was good for you, Derek. Steve, which would make sense because it's less saturated fat. The two dietary components here are dietary cholesterol and saturated fat. Right. And the people that disagree with this, the people that are more on the carnivore ketogenic side, they say if you have good there are three factors that contribute to cardiovascular disease mainly. The one is the dyslipidemia, either having high LDL cholesterol or a bad ratio of total cholesterol to LDL cholesterol, stuff like that. The other you would usually find in your triglycerides. That means basically that you have bad metabolic health, you're insulin resistant, stuff like that. So the carnivore guys will say, no, it's mostly that part. It's mostly your metabolic health that impacts cardiovascular disease, aligned with also the third part, which is inflammation. So some of those guys, they're basically the contrarians. They'll say that inflammation combined with poor metabolic health, insulin resistance, is the main contributor to cardiovascular disease, not the actual cholesterol or the saturated fat and dietary cholesterol in your diet. But either way, whether you agree with them or not, there's at least three possible causes. Derek doesn't have insulin resistance from what we can tell. No. He has very low triglycerides there. He also has most of his markers of inflammation are quite low also. But personally, let's talk about the particle size. So there's a gentleman named Ron Krauss.
GorillaMind AR real quick. Carnitine for triglyceride absorption. Derek, what's your code?
What's your code, dude?
No, dude, it's your triglycerides.
I don't pay myself, so you guys are both sponsored.
Leo, what's your code?
Vigorous or code Leo?
My code is Leo. Yeah.
So Derek has been on top of his Gorilla Mode AR containing a decent amount of health. I thought I'd plug it. I mean, listen, everybody that I know.
No, I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with us. We did it's a funny joke. But just to talk quickly about the particle size. So there's a gentleman named Ron Krauss. If you guys are interested in him, he has actually a lot of interviews. Rhonda Patrick once or twice went up to Northern California, I think, where he lives, and interviewed him. Ron Krauss is not like a very prolific researcher, but he, I think, mainly developed and popularized this idea that it's the particle size that really impacts the development of plaque in the arteries. If you agree with the cholesterol model, remember there's three causes. If you think that cholesterol contributes to heart disease, it seems that when you have these larger particles, they don't get lodged in the arterial system when there is inflammation as much. So that's why Derek's Marek Health has, by the way, really, this is really wonderful that Marek really encourages their customers or clients, or I don't know what they're called, to patients, to get the particle size, and so that you know, because some people may have, really where this matters is if you're in the middle of the range. If you're in the very high end of cholesterol, it doesn't really matter what your particle size is. There's a lot of cholesterol going on. I mean, a lot of particles, lipid particles going on there. And then if you're on the very low end, you could have small particles, but a low amount of them, it wouldn't matter. But Derek's sort of in the middle of the area, what it seems. And also the HDL seems on paper lower, which this part that scares me. The reason why I'm always like a little bit hesitant, I love citrus bergamot. I do think that unlike niacin and other things that affect HDL cholesterol, I think that, or HDL particle count or cholesterol, I think that citrus bergamot probably does affect people's health in a very good way. But what it does for sure is raise that HDL cholesterol, and I think also the HDL particle count, in a kind of way that we think may not actually impact health. So it may be masking an even lower HDL. And so with that in mind, and the fact that the particle count is somewhat high, I would personally have thought that, or not high, but like, you know, it's the particle count is there. I would have wanted to control that balance of the HDL with the LDL, given that I'm thinking that the HDL is being masked. That's just my thought, but I don't think it's justifiable to take Repatha, and I don't think it's justifiable to take a even a baby statin like pitavastatin. Maybe you could, I mean, if I were you, I would probably take pitavastatin once or twice a week, I'd have zero side effects, and it would bring it a little bit down, but I wouldn't want to bring it too far down. By the way, there are side effects from having very low LDL. There are side effects. I didn't tell you guys this. I don't know if I ever told you this, but I think I developed gallstones because of having too low. Too low. And by the way, on that topic, if you do ever develop gallstones, other than estrogen being a predictive factor of developing gallstones, if you do, you should probably use an AI. But other than that, TUDCA very, very effectively dissolves gallstones that are made out of cholesterol, not calcium. You may go to a doctor with gallbladder pain and they'll tell you, literally, they'll tell you, how long have you had this for? If you've had this for a few months or it's been even like a year and a half, they'll tell you, I need to cut it out of you. I want to take your gallbladder, and then you're going to have issues for the rest of your life. You may be surprised to know that even with people who have predispositions toward gallstones, if you're taking like a gram or 500 milligrams of Udka or Tutka twice a day, it'll keep that stuff dissolved. I developed gallstones to the degree where I tried to record with Boston twice, and I had such immense, like, I couldn't concentrate on the thing. It wasn't like the Crohn's disease pain, but it was bad pain. I had to not record. So I just wanted to mention there are dangerous side effects of having, my LDL was 15, the LDL cholesterol, for a while.
So just to make sure the audience knows and to reiterate too, this is like the worst my blood work could get based on bad diet in Vegas, underslept, doing podcasts, going to like conferences and team building things and partying and shit like that. So step one obviously is to get my actual, do like my real, like actual healthy diet, and then get a blood panel done and not lift for like a week prior before adding more drugs into my system.
I don't think you need to take a week off because your CPK was not that high and your liver enzymes were fine also, which is mostly what it affects. Inflammatory markers can go up a little bit, but it's only for super crazy workouts that will make your brain fogged for weeks.
It just sucks because for me at this point with the travel restrictions, if I take a trip to the States, it has to be for something significant, like, and quite a few things on my schedule. So the likelihood, like, part of it is just poor forecasting and planning on my part, not getting good night's sleeps, and also eating shitty when I'm out. So I just have to be more mindful of that on my next trip, because I can't get these panels done in Canada. I have to go to the States, and to go to the States, I need to justify going there at this point for like something significant enough. So
that would explain, by the way, that neutrophil lymph. I forgot that you didn't sleep. I don't know why I didn't sleep. That's why I forgot. But
so I think
late in my day.
Some of the diet things leading up to this blood work and lack of sleep, that is represented in the blood
lipids,
work, so.
I am less concerned. I don't think the HDL will improve that much with my diet, to be honest, but I think the LDL particle, as well as I think the LDL-C looked fine. And then I don't know, triglycerides were very good, right?
Below undetectable. That's why we plugged Gorilla Mind AR.
Yeah. And then
before we leave this page, I thought it's interesting to mention, you know how it says EGFR if non-African American or EGFR if African American? I just want to let the African Americans watching this know that if you see like, oh, it's a different range for me, that means my kidney health is fine. You are predisposed. A large portion of African Americans are predisposed to kidney disease. And that's why the numbers are different. They're based on reference ranges. They don't mean that you're healthy. You're still compared to the average, because there's a variant called in the gene called APOL1 that really predisposes African Americans toward kidney disease. So be careful if you're African American and you see your kidney metrics are not, are a little concerning. It'll be more concerning for you potentially. And maybe the reference range maybe you shouldn't trust that it's really keeping you safe.
So and keep in mind, this is estimated glomerular filtration rate. So based on a calculation, it's not your actual GFR. Which
there's like four different calculations. Of course, here they mentioned that they use.
This is creatinine calculated.
Yeah, creatinine. But there's also 3 or 4 different calculations. Sometimes
I have a Cystatin-C calculated one too, which is going to be kind of weird when we get to that. But you'll see why.
So, how many meals did you eat before this blood work?
Maybe like 1.
Okay, so your glucose is totally fine following 1 meal. Your blood urea nitrogen is super low, so you should have been eating more protein, Derek.
Creatinine I was not getting enough protein on the trip.
Creatinine is totally fine. Totally fine, because that stays elevated for a little bit longer, whether you're training or not, or eating protein or not. Sodium is good, and well, the potassium is in normal range also, unlike we saw previously, which was astronomically high.
Yeah, I was gonna say, by the way, Derek, that's really cool, because you're taking telmisartan as well, and I've seen sometimes clients get up to 5. I'm a bit higher than you, so that's you're resistant to some of those effects.
Mine was.
But I might do okay with minoxidil if I use it.
I mean, I don't know anything about hair, but I've been shocked for the whole time I've known you that you don't use minoxidil. I don't understand how it's so effective. But you told me that you don't.
It's the commitment to using it. Like even
shed,
for
right?
you know how well it works, and you're like, yeah, I'm off it. Then I'm on it.
I wasn't off it. I was
The
relying on
amount-
someone that was unreliable. That's the only reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I didn't mean to go off it. I actually switched. I tried to buy it from this company. I'm not going to mention their website. I tried to buy it from the company I was recommending to my clients, and they're such an unreliable. I was speaking to the customer service. I got pissed off and I didn't order. That's what happened, and that's why I ended up not.
Intelligent Elephant is coming out with minoxidil, right?
My wife told me that. I didn't know about it. Yeah.
Maybe I should
Hey, you guys are both affiliates, by the way, too. If you want to
maybe we
promote
should
it.
grow
So
a beard.
20%. Yeah, so that stuff is fast drying and non-greasy. So it's the prefix is it's intelligent minoxidil, as in it's not going to be like your Kirkland, Costco greasy shit.
I forgot to shave in a couple of videos, and people got excited that I was gonna grow a beard. So maybe I'll have to go that route. You know,
We all got to get beards. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel left out.
Honestly, Steve, I wish I was like if I could shave, and I can't even. Steve, I don't know if you ever seen my videos with Derek. I have I get like irritation here.
Yeah,
I can't even shave this every day. It gets
do
screwed up.
it before bed. I have like a little bit dry skin now also because the climate is changing here. Normally I'm so used to the humidity, but the humidity is going down. So what I do now is I shave before bed, and then my skin is like a little bit less inflamed or irritated by the time I record. Of course, you have a little bit of a stubble, but that's considered masculine.
No, that's the problem. That's what I was saying. I wish I had less beard hair so I could do that. I can't. If I shave 2 hours before, there's already stubble. What
is it that bad, huh?
Yeah, it's weird.
You got your
and it's
5
mostly on the
o'clock
neck, for
shadow
God's
at
sake. It's
11
not here.
o'clock.
I want to transplant this and move it up here. That would make sense, at least. It's
just slither it in minoxidil, and then it becomes so thick you don't need to. And then
bro, when I tried minoxidil on my face, it went all the way to my eye, and then I got ear hair. That's what happened when I tried minoxidil on my face. It was
an audition for what is that movie?
I could be a werewolf. I could have been a werewolf.
2001: Space Odyssey, the opening.
Yeah,
it
seems that as I age, my hair is shifting from here to lower.
It migrates. It fucking migrates. Yeah. I never had hair on my
back. It goes from your head
chest.
down to your ass crack. Brutal.
Yeah. Exactly. It goes to weird areas. And you know what happens again when you're like 40 or 50? You gain new hair also in other areas. Yeah. All right. Oh, interesting. Your AST is a bit high.
Yeah.
So that's interesting.
Did you drink alcohol during the meetings?
There was one. We went to the club once, and it was like a couple days before, I think. So
it's elevated for about a week after.
Oh, really?
Speaking as almost a professional alcoholic, former professional alcoholic, I personally would, whenever I did drink for one night and saw my blood work, I didn't see the ALT elevate fast. Also, when I looked into research, I hear that the ALT is more raises over the short term more often. I know
also
Steve
more from training.
Steve's seen the AST come up.
AST is,
but for me,
this from medication and drugs, and ALT is a little bit more from training. But it's so hard to pinpoint,
For me personally, I look at the ALT as being representative more of a recent toxicity to the liver, and the AST. Yours are not both very elevated, Derek. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I mean. I just mean to say that, huh?
Mine are higher. Mine are like 45,
really?
50. Yeah.
No,
it's a training, dude. It's a training.
Because you guys are muscular.
The stupid supplements I have to take to stay alive. So it just all passes through your liver. So mine are 45, 50, but that's without alcohol in the picture. I'm sure that would be like 70 if I have a glass or two of alcohol.
I'm suspicious. I mean, my personal thought is if I don't know if you can have an AST above like 30 without having some kind of liver inflammation, but that's just my personal.
How acutely would your liver enzymes elevate in response to a oral anabolic androgenic steroid?
One day.
Okay, so one thing I should note too is when I was in Vegas, so obviously I met a lot of clinical stuff at a lot of HRT clinics and compounding pharmacies and stuff. I may have taken a sublingual Anavar at one point during the trip.
Sampling.
It's called When in Rome. When in Rome.
Yeah, When in Rome.
Yeah, so I don't know if that would in itself like
for sure.
So that might have been that.
Could have suppressed your HDL also. You should have mentioned that at the beginning, Derek. How we
interpret
I didn't. I guess
incorrectly.
Maybe I don't know.
You have a good albumin to globulin ratio, though. That's a good indicator of your liver health. The albumin being an indicator of the robustness of the liver. Right. You have a total bilirubin there. Okay.
Totally
That,
fine.
I mean, it doesn't look concerning. There's
No.
nothing to me.
So I do think that the AST and the HDL being a little bit lower could have been affected by a single dose of Anavar, being 25 milligrams.
Okay.
Yeah. Will it be a lot? Maybe a couple points, right? But it all contributes. It all contributes. Yeah. Your analysis looks good. You were hydrated. pH is okay. 6.5, 7, all good. Yeah, this looks totally normal. You should have gone on a sodium glucose, what is it, SGLT2 inhibitor, so you could have had a little bit of glucose in your urine.
Yeah.
That's your, if you see glucose in your urine, it's a side effect of the GLT2
Right.
inhibitor.
You know what happened to me? My insurance stopped covering my SGLT2 inhibitor. I finally failed at something with these insurance guys. You know, I've been having the time of my life with them for a couple of years, but they rejected it. I don't know. They decided that they don't approve the SGLT2 inhibitors. I'm switching insurance. Horrible. I love those drugs. I love the feeling of taking them. It makes me feel less inflamed. I really like them. I was moving to canagliflozin, which is much more intense than empagliflozin.
I did notice a difference from empagliflozin, but the only thing I saw running is that the glucose is now present in my urinalysis.
You didn't notice like you were when you urinate in the beginning, the first few days, it was like you were like a racehorse. Suddenly, you finally understand that expression of peeing like a racehorse. That's what I felt.
No, but I have that all the time anyway because I drink like 8 to 10 liters of water every day. You know, I'm hydrating a lot. Yeah, a lot of sodium, a lot of water, a lot of electrolyte. It's Thailand. It's hot. You know, people think I'm crazy, but I just need it to stay at a nice body temperature.
Thailand's it's humid, and that humidity really gets to you.
Yeah, so now it's less humid, so I drink less water, so I have a little bit dry skin, especially here, my chin. But it is what it is.
Sometime after this world thing ends, we have to. I know it'll be hard to get Derek to get over there, but I'd love to visit Thailand and know somebody there. I could see you and Tony and these guys.
Derek will come to Thailand. Bring your girlfriend. Vegas would have been like you'll laugh at that whole experience.
Yeah. Thailand was one of the funnest places I've ever been to. I first went there 1998 maybe. I went there.
You go to the ATM once, and then a week later you're like, I haven't gone to the ATM in a week.
Yeah.
I feel like a fucking millionaire. You're like, I did all this cool stuff, and my money is still not finished. Well, of course I can help you spend the money. Don't worry about that. I know some places, but it's
really fun, Derek. It's such a cool place.
Still here. I mean, I go to the ATM once a month, dude, and
we're done with this page though, right? Prolactin,
total test 930, so it's kind of what I'd expect for my TRT. And my free test obviously significantly elevated due to my SHBG being almost single digits, which I would like my free test to be lower, but that would be, I don't know, lower my test dose, I guess, and then I have like a 500 600 total just to get a like high normal free.
So I was trialing Turkesterone and I'm on Epitestosterone.
That's very interesting. Wow. Sorry to interrupt you.
So I was on 225 milligrams of test and 375 milligrams of Primo. My SHBG was 9. Then after 3 weeks of Turkesterone, my SHBG came up to 15. But I'll still have to check my SHBG after 3 weeks on Epitestosterone, which I should have done last weekend, but I didn't get around to it. So I'll do that this Sunday. So I do feel more anabolic, whether that's from the Epitestosterone, Turkesterone, or increasing my SHBG. But from what I've seen now, it might be a good ancillary.
That's something I wish I could check more frequently. It's the fucking travel. I used to just drive over the border and go to LabCorp whenever I want, but lately it's like it sucks because this is something, especially now with Marek, like it's not. I pay for it like for myself, but I have access to like better pricing and like I'm obviously more financially independent where I would get a lot of blood work done, but it's like I literally have to go book a flight somewhere now to like get my bloods done. It's fucked up.
All the more reason to open up a clinic there, dude.
On the to-do list, to-do list.
So what I've noticed, this might be a valid way because of course when you take selective estrogen receptor modulators, like when I was trialing roloxifene, my SHBG was sustained also, but my IGF-1 came down. So this might be a little bit more sustainable option as a cycle ancillary. Of course, it's never going to be as potent as a full dose of Anavar. But at least you're not missing out on the sexual binding globulin receptor complex pathway, right? By increasing or activating the androgen receptor through a different pathway. So
Anavar's very ruthless on SHBG for sure.
Yeah. So I'm going to finish this ecdysterone, 300 milligrams per day, do blood work, then 2 weeks on Anavar, do blood work, and then compare the whole thing, and then do a video about that, and then see which one is best. I think I'm going to do 5 milligrams of Anavar. Yeah, I'm just going to do 5 milligrams of Anavar. That's where the ballpark that we gave, right, over the last couple of months. How it compares. Right, so I felt that the Turkesterone was more effective on cycle than doing it drug-free. But it's so hard to pinpoint. It's so subconscious, this compound, and it
seems more the thing I've started to notice after a lot of reports have come out is it's more. You see it more blatantly in effects on compound lifts and breaking PRs than in actual like body cosmetic changes necessarily.
Yeah. I felt a little bit fuller, but that's about it.
Yeah,
and I got one increment
I think
of
this
strength.
is more like this is something I feel like allows you to lift more, which indirectly helps you build more muscle, but it's not like directly like hyperinflating the fucking muscle or like binding to the AR and causing increased muscle protein synthesis. It's like a downstream increase in muscle through long-term accruement of strength translating into more muscle.
Personally, I didn't notice like an acute effect like you would have from pre-workout androgen. So I would take like 300 milligrams Turkesterone pre-workout. It's the same as taking it 150 milligrams in the morning and 150 in the evening. So that's 3 capsules morning, evening. And the same result. So I would say it's a lingering effect. And maybe potentially it could have an overlapping effect with anabolic steroids by keeping SHBG levels somewhat sustained on cycle. But then again, if I go on a gram of primo, no amount of Turkesterone or ecdysterone or roloxifene or tamoxifen or whatever is going to keep SHBG sustained. This is just
now that I'm back in the gym, I just started doing 6 caps of Turkesterone, complex Turkesterone. So I guess
do your blood work.
I wish I could check my SHBG easier though, because I would want to follow.
There must be a clinic out there close to you that is going to do it for you.
It just feels so fucking stupid that I'm like, I literally own like a clinic that has like 40 plus people working for it. And then I have to go to some random fucking doctor here and be like, hey, can I get my SHBG checked?
Well, why don't you move to America? We've been waiting for everyone's
easy.
praying. All your friends in America
you have no
separately.
idea, bro. You have no idea what goes into it. It's insane.
Yeah, but like people are, you don't realize that people are competing over trying to convince you to go to different states. Like, for example, I talked to Stratton. I'm like, because Stratton's in Colorado, and then there's Chris, and I would like to convince you also. We all want you to move.
But I've been trying to get Derek to Thailand for the last 2 years already.
To visit, he's not going to move to Thailand.
He should move here. Yeah, it's the same time zone, but at least it's light. He doesn't have to change his sleep schedule.
I bet you my brain would fuck it up there too.
I'm sure. But you have a girlfriend already, so you can't. I mean, your girlfriend is doing very well over there. It will be difficult for you to ask her to leave all of that behind. That's one of the reasons why I haven't moved to Dubai, because my wife is doing very well as a personal trainer. And even though I could cover her entire salary and I'd laugh about it, it's just like for her, I mean, she put so much effort into it, and I'm sure your girlfriend's the same. I mean, she accomplished so much just getting there.
Oh my God. You guys have the same problem? That is literally why I never left California, by the way. That's why I've been here for 3 years, because Lucy has wow, that's interesting. We all have
we can work anywhere.
You're right.
I can leave to the most obscure country, and if there's an internet connection and stable electricity, I can live there. And a gym, obviously.
If I was to move, even if I was able to at this point, though, facilitating moving my corporate structure to the States, I have to get rid of everything I own in Canada and transit to the US tax system, pay an exit tax on all the capital gains I've accrued. It's not as simple as just move and get it done. It would be a month of doing nothing but that at least. For me to do it.
No, it's the same as here. I've got it set up in a certain way here in Thailand, and if I were to move to Dubai, I would need to open up a business there and maybe do it in the duty-free area, which is a little.
No, you have a local who can help you. I can give it to you for free.
Oh yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing: don't move to Dubai. You'll regret it. I'll tell you the truth.
I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, Thailand isn't perfect, but it's so easy to live here, dude. And I'm so used to this freedom.
You'll start to hate your life if you live in Dubai for 3 years. I promise.
You think so? Yeah.
Thailand zero income tax?
No.
What
It has
is
income tax?
It has income tax, yeah, 30%. But there's always ways
10
to
to
set it up.
30% on corporations?
Corporations, I'm not really sure. But on personal gain, it depends on your income. But there's always a way to structure it in a method that you get to keep most of your money. I'm sorry, I have to be a little bit cryptic here, but sorry. But there is always a way to make it work in your favor. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So it requires a little bit of, I don't know, creativity. I would say.
Dubai used to have like no taxes. We used to get the citizens used to get free electricity, free water, and we had no tax. Now there's no income tax, but there's a sales tax, and there's a secret. There's a tax you don't know about when you live abroad, which is that no matter where you drive in Dubai, there's these toll stations that record your car and tax you as you're driving. Yeah. So unless you don't drive and don't buy anything, you still do get taxed.
In Holland, you got a tax for that also. It's I don't know, driving tax or road tax. Yeah. It's insane. They have tax for everything. That's why
existing tax.
Yeah, you're breathing and then you're producing CO2, so you have CO2 tax. They put that on food. Can you imagine that? This has a very high CO2 output. This food.
Yeah. Dude. My wife was telling me about the French taxes. Like she was telling me honestly, in France, she told me directly. She said, if you're poor, it's great because you really you can't have that little money. But if you want to work, like I used to work in banking, and so I had a lot of French people are in the UAE bankers, because in France they get taxed like 50% or more than 50%, and so they don't want to be there. Which I feel like for a country, you're incentivizing your most hardworking people to move abroad.
Yeah. That's the biggest export in Holland. Highly intelligent and educated men.
True. We had Dutch bankers.
They all leave.
Yeah, you're right. There were
all
Dutch
my good friends who are successful from Holland, they all left.
That's true. I just realized that they were Dutch. Hey, I want to mention about
I'm not against paying taxes, but at least you should respect your citizens for the amount of taxes that some people pay. And if you don't do that, I'm going to move somewhere else. It's that simple.
About the Turkesterone, Derek, I've never tried it and don't know much about it. I just want to let you know I've received comments from a lot of subscribers who did, and I was shocked. Like people saying major changes to their body within a month, and some of them were using steroids. So I just wanted to.
I think it has its
I'm
place.
shocked how many people still think it's like scammy. I'm just like, at this point, do you think people would continue recurring buying it if it didn't work? Like you would try it, you would see no translation in effect, and you would stop buying it.
Well, see, like
the best evidence,
6 bottle purchases over and over again on the website, in my affiliate dashboard.
Well, so the best evidence is the fact that after you introduced it, a lot of other companies started selling the exact same product shamelessly. Well, I don't understand. How can you have, okay, I'm not a supplement company owner, but if a certain channel introduced something basically and popularized it almost single-handedly, I would feel a little bit disingenuous to a month or two later make the exact same product.
Let's go back to
sorry, this is just my opinion.
I should go back to
we're going to talk about Apo-B and Apo-A1. It was anyway, we'll stay here. Yeah, I just thought it was a little disingenuous and weird to.
I don't know.
You don't seem to notice, but.
Yeah, well, like I notice all the companies copying, and when they don't mention me at all, and they act like they just discovered it or something. But I mean,
that's the fitness industry, nobody gives each other recognition. It's almost disgusting because at least in the medical field and the scientific field, people constantly refer, this guy developed this and we're extrapolated and developed further upon that. But in fitness, nobody does that.
Actually, to be honest with you, that's how I started disliking Doucet again. When I saw that product with the Turkesterone, I know you guys like him. You guys like him, but I saw this product and I said, what the only reason I started liking Doucet in the first place is because of Derek. And then this guy anyway, it's just shameless. I hope he sees this, by the way. You're a punk, really. For you take the exact same product and it's your friend. Anyway, you guys are friends, so I don't want to make it awkward for you, but it is very and the worst part, bro, who buys from the guy? Why would you buy it from him? He didn't introduce it. Who are the customers who are buying Turkesterone from Doucet?
I'd like to see him explain how it works.
I'm just glad. I'm shocked how many people make videos about the lack of understanding the mechanism of action and don't even reference. It's like they didn't even take the time to watch my my videos on it or something. They just were like, oh, it sells a lot, let's sell it. And like didn't even look at interaction with ER beta, any of this stuff with like potential mTOR interactions, things with downstream IGF-1 expression. None of this shit. They're just like, it works. And like, no one knows how it works, but fucking buy it. And
does it work? Doesn't work? Clearly works. Just do the blood work and understand the fundamental mechanism behind it. I mean, what is his name? Cooper Dan Fitness? Who you later...
Cooper Duran.
Cooper Duran. And he's got a great YouTube channel where he explains a lot, and he's putting it to work, dude. He's benching 3.5 plates now, just running these kinds of compounds. So it clearly works. I mean,
that guy's like 250 with like visible abs or something.
Yeah, and he's tall as fuck, you know, and strong as hell, way stronger than I am, and I'm running juice. So he's doing something right.
Yeah, that we just trademarked, fortunately, the complexation process. So I'm hoping that in itself kind of makes people realize. Like you can copy the active ingredients, but you can't copy the complexation process or the trademark I'm putting on it. So hopefully people acknowledge that, and you know, it's some sort of way for people to stop like ripping my shit or whatever.
Shameless, bro. It's shameless. You have such a like balanced and like well balanced personality. That's why I couldn't have a supplement company. If somebody else had done this, I would make a video. I'd be like, are you kidding? I just introduced this. I'm your buddy. We talk to each other. You shamelessly introduce the same thing, and without even saying like, hey Derek, I'm gonna offer you an alternative. Just say it. You just anyway, I'm sorry.
But many companies, Revive has got their own Turkesterone.
I know Matt Jansen, but he doesn't. Do you know Matt Jansen yourself also?
No.
You don't know. You guys don't talk, right? So it's weirder when you know somebody like Steve. If I had a supplement that you read the same exact one that I introduced, you'd think you'd mention it to me.
I'm going to open up a website where you can analyze your genetic code.
Well, I would be okay with it, but you tell me first. I've been building
this for 2 years. No, I'm not going to tell you. Just going to launch. No, but that's the same thing, right? You take somebody else's expertise and then try to piggyback off of that. I mean, it's... And at least give somebody credit, you know. I mean, we all work hard enough. We all work
instead of giving him credit
until 11 o'clock every fucking day, guys. And a little bit of credit where credit is due is okay.
Did you see what he gave him credit? I don't know if you were watching the videos while he wasn't posting.
No, I don't watch it.
I mean, I don't watch his videos, but I saw the titles. They're all about him. While he was gone, he was posting videos about. Anyway. So guys, I wanted to point out the Apo-B to Apo-A ratio. That's important because remember I was saying the LDL and HDL cholesterol seemed off? We have some evidence here that it really is off. You see the Apo-A1, which is the lipoprotein with the HDL particles, is a bit low. And the Apo-B, so the ratio you can see there is a bit high. That's the Apo-B counts not just the LDL cholesterol particles, but really all of the atherogenic particles divided by the lipoprotein that is not on those particles. So basically you're on the high end of the balance. But again, as we said, there could have been a diet thing, whatever, you know. But I just want, that confirms what we saw earlier. So they're all in line sort of. And that's the most reliable metric. Apo-B and the Apo-E for reverse cholesterol transport, but the Apo-B, that's the most reliable number, even more reliable than the LDL particles, because the LDL particles are just LDL. There are other particles that are also atherogenic that have the Apo-B particle. So basically that ratio is in line with what we saw earlier. Oh, the Cystatin-C is interesting.
Did you check your lipoprotein level A, Derek? Is that someone?
Yeah.
While we're on the subject.
He doesn't have the genetic for it. He has a very low one. But you know who has a high one? Pete.
Here.
Pete Rubish.
Yeah, Pete is quite high. Yeah, I remember.
Pete was just texting me the other day.
I noticed all the people who are the cholesterol hyper responders that have like Steve, your wife. What's her LP(a)?
Well, she tested it on the Zetamib, so it's like low.
Like my friend who has like a natural 1700 total for testosterone. His cholesterol levels are super high, and his LP(a) is like very fucking high. So I think it's something
was at the top of the reference range, but I was in milligrams per deciliter or liter, I think. So mine dropped from 13 to 10, and hers was like 9. But that was after 2 months of taking ezetimibe.
No, but so both of you, Steve, just from experience, your wife can't have had the full polymorphism, because if she did, it would be around 100 or so. And so if she took ezetimibe, it would be like 20, 30. Yeah, the orders of magnitude difference. So she doesn't have the that.
No, I don't think so. For her, it was mostly her LDL was high, resulting in total cholesterol to be high. Her HDL was beautiful.
So how common is that undetectable LP(a) like mine?
I've never seen it undetectable.
Is it really Yeah, I've never seen that. Yeah,
Well, it's like
usually
less than
very low.
8.4 means
it's
that's the
not
low end of
undetectable.
their. So is that bad?
Mine is below that number also. No, it's not bad. It's a good thing, of course. No,
so the little tail of
particle.
the little a, that's what gets clogged apparently in collagen that doesn't have vitamin C or is improperly bound. It turns into a pro-oxidant.
Okay, I just make a small joke because I noticed something. Steve has a separate theory of cardiovascular disease. There's the metabolic one, the inflammation, the cholesterol, and the vitamin C theory.
I read
his own vitamin C cardiovascular disease.
Listen,
so, I'm not making fun. There are people who think a lot about vitamin C, but
we're just trying to piece it together, right? So I read several studies where scurvy was linked to cardiovascular disease because vitamin C acts as a collagen donor, and if there's not a sufficient amount of vitamin C present, the collagen deposition in the arteries, the glycine and the protein, acts as a pro-oxidant. And then this lipoprotein little a actually gets stuck there, contributing to cardiovascular disease. I think cardiovascular disease is multifactorial, what's in your blood, your diet, your blood acidity, the inflammation. Vitamin C deficiency, right? So that's why we're still undecided on what the root cause is. Somebody at my door. I gotta see what's going
Take
on.
your time.
I'll be right back.
I love Steve. He's the best. He's the best. Oh, I love him. He's a good guy.
So this looks pretty solid though, right? LP(a) under 8.4, C-reactive protein, undetectable.
It's not going to change, bro. The LP is just one SNP. It's one polymorphism that you either carry or don't. You don't carry it. You don't really need to check it again. It'll vary according to your lipids, but you just honestly don't need to check it again. And then wow, C-reactive protein is beautiful. Huh?
Considering I was definitely doing inflammatory stuff, like that seems pretty solid.
Really, really, very much so. Oh, they tested TMAO also. Can we scroll or it's on his side? Okay.
No, we're stuck here.
Yeah, but
yeah,
but that Apo-B to Apo-A1 ratio is a legit thing though. That's not a cool ratio. I mean, if I were you, I would definitely, just because the ratio is not cool, I would lower the LDL slightly, but just very slightly. I would personally probably have taken like 1 pitavastatin maybe a week. Something like that, and it would lower it so little, but then the ratio would be just. But that's what that's excessive. That's actually biohacking or something like that. By the way, I noticed something there. Some channels are talking. There's a channel that's talking about like biohacking myostatin. Some people think that you can put in CRISPR into your body as an adult and get rid of myostatin. If people are curious about this, people have already tried it. It does not work. Many people have tried it. Yeah.
And what is the average lifespan of a Belgian blue versus like a normal cattle? Like I would imagine the myostatin deficient cattle probably die way sooner from being like so fucking muscle bound too. No,
I would imagine that they would have similar profiles of health as like Samoans do. For example, Samoans have very bad lipids, genetically predisposed to it. I don't know if it's connected to the myostatin, but I've never.
There's definitely a connection of bad lipids and hypercholesterol, like hyper
responders to exercise strength. Yeah.
And producing testosterone though too. Like I mentioned, the guy I know with the 1700 total test level, his cholesterol's fucked, LP(a) fucked, but he's like his total and free tests are like he's on a decent dose of test like all the time.
I've noticed this among like Lebanese sometimes.
And Steve, your wife, her cholesterol is high too, and she has super high test levels. Like,
and the ezetimibe didn't bring the test levels down, so win-win.
Wow, nice.
I just got that. Yeah, Steve is great. Yeah. Well,
our wife too.
This is cool stuff. I was so upset with myself for not recording, but Steve completely fixed my mood today. I swear to God, I was really upset. I was so upset.
You can post this podcast, and then you have content, dude. You have a full like 4 hours of fucking podcasting here.
No, I want Steve to have it because let's say that here. If you're a subscriber of mine and you're watching this full podcast on Steve's channel, Steve is my friend. Even if you don't want to subscribe to it, please subscribe. He's worthwhile. He has good videos. No, because I receive comments.
Make it sound so bad.
No,
This channel's about
for me,
nothing,
if you're a
don't even-
subscriber and you like me, subscribe to Steve. The reason why I say this is because sometimes people are like, they actually like our content, Steve, but I received comments recently, like, I saw you on Derek's podcast. I never subscribed, but now I decided to subscribe. I realized that you actually have good videos or something. Check it out. Steve does put a lot of effort into his videos. He helps a lot of people. Please subscribe to him if you're from my channel. And I'll also tell people on my channel separately.
And one thing I should say too is I always put it in the video description, but in case you guys don't know, the full podcast.
Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Funny stuff is going on today.
Perfect timing, Derek.
So they test TMAO, huh? That's fascinating.
Yeah.
See, that paper really, because you know that paper.
Hybrid content is not the ratio that some people are subscribed to me to. If you want that,
Derek, you dropped out for like almost
until hybrid content. Until hybrid content, you dropped off.
Oh, it says my connection is unstable. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
That's good.
Okay, so a lot of people do still say that, oh, like I miss the days where you posted like only highly intelligent, educational deep dive content, and they don't like the entertainment stuff as much. That ratio of like way more informative relative to entertainment stuff, if you want that, like Steve's channel is like, go to that, go subscrib to it. He's like,
I have a little bit of entertainment in the form of dad jokes, like I frequently drop here, but it's it's a lot of deep dives. Yeah, I put a lot of time and effort into it, so you guys can stay healthy.
He does,
and
really.
Make better decisions. Right, better decisions than me and Leo were able to make. Derek made perfect
and obviously
decisions.
it goes without saying that Leo and Steve are like two of the. I can count on two hands the amount of people I defer to when I have questions about stuff, and they're like at the top. So it goes subscribe.
Two thumbs. It's Leo and Derek. Leo and Steve.
Hey,
thanks
Derek,
so much, guys. Yeah, thanks so much. Thank you.
Derek, do you remember the time that one of the, I won't say who he is, but one of our favorite bodybuilding coaches said, if I could defer to people, out of 5 people, it'll include Derek? Do you remember when I sent you that?
Oh, yeah.
That was cool, right? Cool. So you just did.
Yeah,
so qualify Derek's statement with that also. So now we have a chain of credibility going across.
Yeah.
Anyway, so about TMAO, it's funny, the paper that introduced this subject, which I'm sure everybody has heard about from the Joe Rogan podcast, where there was a vegetarian or vegan kind of guy, and then Chris Kresser, I think it was, and they had a debate about veganism, and the main argument was, part of the main argument was the TMAO produced from meat in the gastrointestinal system after we consume choline or L-carnitine from meat. That actually has to do with one paper. It's one of the most cited papers in the last 10 years. It has like over 1,200 citations, if I recall correctly. And it's just so oversighted that people got obsessed with TMAO. I mean, it sure contributes, but there's so many things we could be testing for. But anyway, you don't have that very high, obviously.
No, this looks good. Undetectable.
Yeah.
I've seen it. Several people that went to Marek that tested their TMAO as well. I've done bloodwork consultations with people that went to Marek, and their TMAO was high on 2 or 3 occasions.
What's good to note about this too? The concern with oral L-carnitine and alpha GPC and stuff that I regularly consume.
Oh,
my
good point.
TMAO looks good.
Exactly. Yeah. Good point.
I don't use garlic either, which maybe I should.
No.
Oh, you don't use garlic, bro? Are you serious? That's like, of all this, because of the smell and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
could repulse vampires. Vampires can't get me, actually.
I used Allison. Like I remember when Allison, yeah, right. I ran it for like a month, but unfortunately I can't test my TMAO here, so I couldn't do a before and after blood work test. But I ran Allison for a month when you were trying to formulate Gorilla AR to see if it would have a difference. I didn't notice any difference.
So notable, I ran 1,200 milligrams of alpha GPC the entire trip. I was gone.
Wow.
Every day I was gone, and my TMAO is undetectable.
That is very insightful.
So if you're worried about alpha GPC, I'm not saying this is going to happen for you, everyone. I'm just saying for me, this is what my blood work looked like with the fucking like Alzheimer's dose of alpha GPC for podcasts and stuff.
Yeah, just to point that out for the audience, connected to the meat, the choline is also in the meat. Alpha GPC is a kind of choline, and it's a very effective kind to improve cognition. So that's what Derek's saying.
And then the carnitine is in the meat, but also in supplements, right? So it's
and
I
that's the reason why.
It depends on your gut microbiome and your individual makeup, because it converts to TMA in the gut microbiome, and the liver converts it to TMAO.
Oh wow! I didn't expect you to have a higher estradiol. You don't control it?
Well, with TRT, no, it's just that's what I would expect with it. To be honest,
I thought you would have taken an AI. I was just surprised you.
What? You thought I would take an AI?
I imagine because you're so into performance and stuff like that with the thyroid thing. I mean, the T3 I feel like is
if I was no, like for me, the high estradiol, like this is I perform the sexual performance and everything's in line in parallel with what I want to see. So I'm not really concerned about this.
Oh, hair protective. That's why you like. That's
that too. That too.
Yeah.
And cardiovascular protective, neuronal.
Cardiovascular.
AIs are ruthless for telogen effluvium. By the way, anyone who's watching.
Really?
So you shed like a motherfucker a lot of times when you're on AI.
Is that the AI dropping your estradiol very, very low, or the compound itself? Because I've been trying to research.
Well, the AI it's not selective. It's not if you have aromatase inhibition in your scalp, your androgen to estrogen ratio, you now have more test that allows it to 5-alpha reduce the DHT that otherwise would have aromatized into estradiol in your scalp.
In the tissue itself. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but also the estrogen, doesn't it have like a protective thing, Derek? Directly? I don't know, it might, yeah.
No, it's like literally at the end of the day, when you look at hair loss, especially this is the most blatantly obvious in transitioning individuals from male to female. Free androgen relative to estrogen ratios essentially dictate your hair cycles.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm gonna go bald when I try to have a child next because I've decided to flatline my estrogen. Seriously, I'm going bald. That's it. And the problem is I have a
flatline your estrogen
because I'm trying to have a boy and I want to epigenetically influence my.
So I have to do it for at least 3 to 4 months.
I have high aromatase naturally, and I don't like it. I don't want if I can slightly affect the epigenetics by having lower estrogen in the few months before. I would.
Don't you worry that would make his brain like fucked up or something? Then like
no, because I'm just going to lower my estrogen to like 5 or 6. There are people that have that normally.
But wasn't it the testosterone that potentiates oxidative stress on the DNA?
Testosterone.
Remember the neuroprotection studies where if you use an AI with a TRT dose of test that you have all the neurotoxicity that you otherwise wouldn't have if you have the estrogen present.
But you have of course I remember all that. That's not what I mean. What I mean to say is that I'm not pregnant. So because I'm not pregnant, my estrogen level is not directly impacting his development. All I'm changing is my expression of genes, maybe slightly. I might not even be able to change them. But at the very least, I'll be more fertile and maybe I can slightly, because I developed gynecomastia naturally. I've always
had
high.
What's it called? Where you can manually choose which sperm meets which egg?
In vitro.
In vitro fertilization.
Yeah, I was gonna say in vitro, but I was like, that's what I call like study design. Like, is that the name for it? Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah,
it is.
Because it's that's what they mean. Yeah,
you don't want to do that because that impacts like a bunch of different things in a negative way, right? Or
I don't want to do that, but I am doing that.
Well, then why would you need to flatline your estrogen if you can manually choose anyways? Like
I'm not trying to choose the gender. I'm trying to change my epigenetic expression to be less estrogenic because estrogen modulates a lot of signaling that may influence in the end how estrogenic he is later in life. I don't know if there's an epigenetic estrogenic thing that I was transferred to or not. But yeah, I'm trying to have twins, 2 male boys. I mean,
you don't think boys? It would be
no, male boys.
So are you going to give Lucy Clomid to increase the likelihood of twins?
No. We're implanting 2.
Okay, right. I guess you can manually do it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't think that would be an easier process facilitated through pharmacology in the kid? Or not that we would do this because that's unethical as fuck, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever. But anyways, hypothetically, if he was like going into adolescence and you manipulated, aromatization or 5-alpha reduction or whatever manually versus you manipulating your own hormones and then having them and then letting whatever happens happen, you don't think that's a more targeted approach, doing it downstream or down the line with pharmacology with the kid?
I do think it is.
Or are you going to do both?
I can't do that because it's illegal.
Right.
You can't.
Right. Yeah. Understood.
I'm very.
One flight away.
Of course, no, but genuinely, I mean, I wouldn't ever do that to a child, honestly. But I mean, if I was in puberty when I tried to do it, I was just a year late. When I figured out about Nolvadex, it was I already had the thing, and I couldn't do anything.
I think if you just provide proper nutrition with the protein, did we cut that out of the previous podcast?
I'm posting it tomorrow as a clip, and then the rest of the podcast is just like non-existent. But
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys.
So no, it's not your. It's just a mistake we all overlooked. So no big deal. But at least with the protein intake, I'm not sure if that's going to cut that out. But you and me, we probably didn't have proper nutrition when we were younger, so we could have been taller with proper nutrition. Like my diet was all carbohydrates.
Steve, were your parents around your height or a bit taller?
My dad is taller. My mom is shorter. I think I could have been taller than my dad with proper nutrition.
For sure, especially because different generation. My father is fully Arab, and he's my height. And I'm half American. My mother's side are tall. And I'm the exact same height. I'm 5'10". And now, come to figure out, you're born in Colorado, like way smaller. Just from being born in Colorado. Forget about
it's a height also,
being kidnapped as a kid or whatever. Huh? What?
Yeah, that doesn't help. Elevation, does it contribute to
elevation, stress in childhood, difficulty during the pregnancy? Say your mother was a bit stressed, even just emotionally when she was pregnant. Uterine, it inhibits uterine growth. Anyway, we did this page, huh? So
so the estradiol looks good, and it's a sensitive test. So
we didn't do the vitamin D. He has perfect vitamin. It's shocking. He has the vitamin D levels on the 25-OHD3 that are comparable to literally people. What is thought to happen in the wild. Like if you were natural human receiving proper sun, it's estimated to be that humans historically had 40 to 50. So that's a perfect level. The average.
So you wouldn't supplement any?
Oh, you're not supplementing?
I have minor. Okay, so I have a K2 and D3 supplement that I use.
Yeah.
So that's like 2,000 IU, and
that's
then the
job.
multivitamin I use, I think it's like another 2,500 in totality.
Oh, okay.
And
So you're taking 4,000.
Yeah. So,
but
I'm
sense.
wondering if I should add another 2,500
Holy
via
crap.
soft gel.
No, you have to watch. No, don't watch it. I'll just summarize my vitamin D series for you later, but with a voice note or something. But it's very dangerous if you go over 40. Look, first of all, what happens is the curve looks like it's a very diminishing marginal returns. As you go up the dose past 2,000, it really diminishes. Once you go past 4,000, the effects on vitamin D status really diminish. You have to keep taking more and more. So what I'm trying to say is, first of all, if you added another 2,000, you'd get a very little bit of a effect. Maybe not more of a cost, but you'd get very little effect. Second of all, you have to be concerned about calcification because it really happened to me. It happened to me. I mentioned on the channel recently, I got a calcified ear from my dog. Literally, I was petting him and he just lifted his face and his nostril or his head hit my ear once when I was taking a lot of vitamin D, and the ear I got a bump now. I'm not a fighter. I don't have a mushroom ear. I just have a piece of calcium because of the vitamin D. So anyway, your levels though, that's what they would think people would have naturally. Like if you look in some parts of West Africa where they're still living in somewhat natural circumstances, hunter-gatherers, stuff like that, they have 40 to 50.
Because I can tell you for sure this is not from natural means that I have this 40.
Okay, that's a fantastic number. That's a very robust.
So you would not. So you just leave what I'm doing as I'm doing.
Yeah.
And not
How much magnesium do you take, by the way? You take MK4 and MK7 also. MK7 is also a little bit useful.
Yeah. I have the Gero's K-Right supplement I use, and then also this Athletic Greens company that just sponsored me just gave me a bunch of free K2 and D3 that has MK4 and MK7 in it. For magnesium I use bisglycinate at nighttime, and it's like 4 big capsules, so I'm pretty sure it's like
Great.
I don't know. It ends the yield I think is close to like 400 milligrams or something, but the actual content is like
any diarrhea from that?
No.
Get used to it. Yeah. And bisglycinate does it lights usually.
Citrate is usually pretty good for diarrhea. But some people, they would probably like, 400 milligrams magnesium, then they go for citrate, and then they're shitting their brains out. Next day.
Yeah, I'll just go grab it and I'll tell you.
There are the most absorbable ones are like, there are no like very comprehensive comparison studies, so it depends on the study you look at. So sometimes it'll be aspartate, sometimes it'll be bisglycinate, sometimes it'll be orate, sometimes it'll be, and of course then in the dedicated studies on the brain, but those studies are funded by the company that I think trademark whatever, patented the L-threonate, I think so.
Yeah, it's 400 milligrams.
Yeah.
400
yield,
milligrams?
like full yield, not the active raw weight. That's
Yeah.
like 4,000 or
Oh,
whatever.
the elemental magnesium, you mean, huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
fantastic.
I take
Great.
200 milligrams with meals, but because it has such a effect in skeletal muscle contractions, right, alongside with the calcium, you're as an athlete, you need a little bit more. So I supplement with 1,000 milligrams of magnesium bisglycinate per day.
Huh.
And that
Maybe
really
I should
makes-
split up because I have 4 capsules I could do like with each meal.
I would do a little bit with each
Doesn't
meal. I
improve
remember-
the diet. Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, I just read a comparison study. I split it up personally, but apparently it doesn't massively improve the digestion.
No, it
but-
doesn't massively improve it. It's just purely if you take a too high dose, it might cause a little bit of diarrhea. And so I noticed that if I take 1,000 milligrams magnesium, which is of course an astronomical amount, if I took that in a single dose, I'd be on the toilet a lot because it holds a little bit of intestinal water. So I started splitting it up, and that's how I can tolerate that much magnesium. And I noticed
Really,
a significant difference between supplementing 400 and 1,000. But then again, I demand a lot of my body, so might not work for everybody. Plus, keep in mind, I get it from dietary sources already 900 milligrams of magnesium.
Of magnesium?
Yeah.
Really, huh?
For my
Okay.
food, yeah, I get a lot.
You're
more.
right. Exercise actually redistributes magnesium in the body. I just came across a study that says
Yeah.
that.
So I've been
Final
taking
note about-
2,000 milligrams magnesium for almost a decade.
Wow, brilliant. That's fantastic. That's really, you're both very, the one thing is, just to mention, final thing about magnesium, if you do, like I supplement with more than one form. I use the threonate and the bisglycinate. And apparently even the aspartate and orate and those ones, they slightly distributed differently in the body. So there may be some value to having a couple of
I
kinds.
used to use L3 until I heard Rhonda Patrick say you just piss it out.
Originally she was the champion of L3onate, actually. It's interesting. But
Yeah.
if I had a supplement company, I might want to make like a mixture. So what they do right now, these supplement companies, they're very tricky. They do like a bisglycinate. I was buying, so the only third party reviewed bisglycinate that I could find was the one I was getting. I forgot the brand. Recently found out that they have magnesium oxide in it, and they won't respond to consumerlab.com about how much the magnesium oxide is compared to the magnesium
That's
bisglycinate.
completely inactive.
Yeah,
magnesium
so-
oxide.
So like if I had a supplement company, I would have probably looked at mixing a couple of them and maybe really looked into the studies to see how they could be distributed. I feel like that's a valuable product. Nobody's doing it on the market
I
properly.
usually carb load the guys on magnesium citrate because they have such a high food volume and they need to make sure that they don't get constipated. So the last couple of days before their contest, I would load them on magnesium citrate, 200 milligrams with meals. So it might be,
Oh, really?
10 meals with 200 milligrams magnesium citrate. And that will just help with keeping a little bit of water in the intestinal tract, allowing for stool to pass through, right? So you don't get a steroid belly on stage.
You know, the interesting thing is I sent you guys a screenshot of this. Apparently magnesium depletion can also stop the heart, but there's no way to tell if he was depleted in magnesium.
No,
It's like almost-
I highly
can't
doubt
find
it,
out.
because there's so much magnesium
I mean, he's
in
not,
food,
but-
you know, it's a lot.
No, he's not. But I'm just saying it's. But on that, before we leave there, I just want to talk about the IGF-1. It's interesting for the audience to know that lipoprotein little a gets lowered by IGF-1 and raised by growth hormone, and I think it's also lowered by androgens when you increase androgen signaling. You have a robust IGF-1, huh, Derek?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
it's,
remember.
even when I
Robust.
take
Yeah.
berberine, metformin, calorie deficit, it's always like high, what I would consider high for what. I
Well, it's
would want
your
personally.
estradiol is also a little bit on the high side. Again, it's a sensitive
When
test,
I
so it might have been
use-
higher on a conventional, but that's a cofactor in IGF-1 secretion or production.
Just a few IU of GH puts me at like acromegaly levels.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's the diamond delt recipe, the insulin-like growth factor that came from God.
But this is like just serum. I don't know if it's like if this actually reflects an ability to do stuff, and like actual
All
cause
bound
satellite
to binding
proliferation
protein
and
3.
like
Yeah, it depends on the receptor, right? But even me, like think of me, I know my receptor is crap and my blood levels never reach yours ever, no matter what I do.
I
Don't
think I
tell me
asked you
you're-
before on a podcast, but I would love to have you tell me what my IGF-1 receptor, because it's just one SNP, right?
Yeah, well, there's more than one SNP, but there's one associated with longevity. With
Yeah,
not
that
just
one,
longevity,
if-
centenarian. Yeah.
If you could tell me that one, because I don't think I got a clear answer on that one, or I just didn't
Absolutely,
understand your answer at the time. I don't know what it was. Something.
Derek, please don't tell me you're also using metformin on this blood work.
No.
Okay, that would be crazy if your IGF-1
Yeah.
is this high. Then, yeah.
But still, it's. I mean, I've had clients
nice,
that
yeah.
go on GH and it doesn't go that high.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
It's
I
telling me
know.
my connection is unstable. now. What is
Which,
going
if your IGF,
You're
just
fine.
a pure quick side tangent, if your IGF-1 levels don't go high when you're running growth hormone, it might be an early indication of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
True, liver
Yeah.
dysfunction. Yeah, will impede the IGF-1. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Also of
I'll
note,
hop on the
DHA
page.
sulfate is quite high for somebody who's not running ACG or running supplemental DHA.
You
So
don't
ideally, this is like a beautiful.
Is this the
level.
top of the page, by the way?
No, there's
like I just want to make
this AFP.
so
here.
alpha fetoprotein is a cancer marker that you recommend, right, Leo?
Yes. It's the main liver cancer marker. It has about like a 70% sensitivity to catch liver cancers, if I remember
So is
correctly.
this what you would consider good, or do you
Yeah,
like to see
yeah.
it like?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. It's not something you optimize. It's more like if it's elevated, it's an indicator. You know, unfortunately, there's only like 4 or 5 at the moment. Although there are companies working on this. There are companies working on assays that can even potentially tell you where the cancer originates from in your body. But at the moment, and I know Steve always tests these also with his clients, but there's the AFP and there's a couple of CAs.
Yes,
I have them all actually on my website. If you go to my website, has
ACG,
a
right? Yeah, you got a
list of biomarkers. The last biomarkers there's like 4 or 5 of them. Those are the most robust cancer markers. They're best at telling you, like, they include PSA, AFP. AFP is related to liver cancer and other cancers. Basically, they can sometimes tell you earlier if you're going to get colorectal cancer, prostate cancer, or liver cancer a little bit, you know.
Well, keep in mind the cancer is already developing when many of these markers are elevated. So it's just an earlier method to detect what's going on compared to an ultrasound, which mostly like this would be off even if you don't have any symptoms, right? Cancer might be developing, but you don't have any symptoms. This would detect it early on. But if you have pain or symptoms of cancer and you're going for an ultrasound, then in most cases it's already too late.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Especially if you're using TB500, BPC157, growth hormone, or any of the other growth factors, which is going to accelerate growth. So if you're running peptides, the best method to get that, just get that early pre-diagnosis is just to do your cancer marker screening before you use those, right? It's not foolproof, but it's the best method we have right now.
Except Derek has a better method.
Such a long clip. Holy shit. This blood work.
Yeah, sorry about that. But last thing I want to say, Derek, I should remind me later. There's a very good radiologist in Canada who does full body fMRIs to look for cancers, and he's very talented. He's in Canada. This is the only reason I don't know any good one in America. I heard the recommendation from Peter Attia's podcast. That's why I know about it. That's the only reason I know. He was on the podcast. He's a radiologist, and I listened and careful to his conversation. He seems extremely astute. If I was in Canada, I would be going there every year for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and fMRI you can do yearly. I mean, the contrast maybe not, but
maybe when you're older, that's true. The contrast, if you're alert, you know.
I had to sign a waiver, dude. If you get kidney failure from this, if you get kidney failure from this contract, what was it? Ganalidium that they administered, and then the adenosine triphosphate, which is of course super interesting to take.
The heart rate, huh?
Oh,
yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah,
the DHA sulfate is high, even though I'm not taking anything that would.
Yeah. So your adrenals, I think this. I could speculate why you're so
smart,
robust. Yeah, smart. Yeah,
smart.
Smart also.
No, I was saying you're smart. Yeah, good one. Yeah.
So I could speculate that Derek is so robust to sleep deprivation because his DHA sulfate is so high, right? And it increases adrenal sensitivity. So I think this is one of the causes. You see that with guys that are chronically fatigued, that their DHA sulfate levels are quite low. That's when, in most cases, you either need ACG, and if that's not sufficient, you need DHA supplementation. 25.
Hey, notice my cortisol is 11.22, even though I was in like the late afternoon. So maybe adrenal like overproduction almost of like adrenal steroids.
Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
That's why you're a workhorse, Derek.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's good. It's good.
That's why the hair is going gray. We finally figured it out.
Yeah.
That's what it is. You're stressed out.
Well, yeah, I think
Evidence.
but it's like shifting to parasympathetic and just being like chill as hell all the time. It's just like so not conducive to getting stuff done.
I know.
Yeah. So your 3-month vacation was supposed to be a week, right?
Yeah, it was like 2 months, and it was supposed to be just 2 weeks traveling. But
I was like,
turned
I
into
was
2
gonna
months.
take like a week off and then come back, and it turned out to be 3 months. But dude, you've earned it. You've
Steve likes to
earned it.
pick on Derek. He's like, "Hey,
No, no, but
you've been
listen.
gone a long time. All your videos are
It's
now
technically
podcasts."
been 1 month and 3 weeks. Technically.
Oh, really? It felt like
Yeah.
3 months, dude.
Derek,
I'm so
today-
used to see your entire, like, my entire feed is like Derek. Just
Yeah,
making
today
cool
somebody was
videos.
commenting on my page. They were like, "Where's?" When I posted the podcast with Boston, someone posted, "Where's Derek?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? He just posted yesterday and today." Then 2 people said I didn't see it. I think they stopped getting notifications.
Oh.
Yeah, I discovered that. Yeah, so I told
Oh,
them.
no. That happens to me also. No notifications.
That happens to me when I'm posting, bro. That happens to me while I'm posting.
YouTube
Well, that
doesn't
happens
like
to me
us.
too sometimes. I don't know. It's just random sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah. All right,
Anyway.
we did this page.
All right, prostate-specific antigen, all good.
Slow.
So
Yeah.
this is normal.
Yeah, we saw this.
And reverse T3 looks fine to you guys, being at the high at 18.3.
I don't manage that. I don't.
Yeah.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me
All right.
see. We did this page. We did this page. We did this one, Cystatin-C. We should talk about a little bit more. So your
What is
first
going-
one is incredibly low. And I think this is one of the lowest readings that I've seen on Cystatin-C.
Look at that EGFR though. Oof.
How much? Yeah, 140. Can I take 40% of that? Can I take like 40 points? Can you just I'll send you some
something to
hair.
note though.
I'll send you some hair, some THC resistant hair. You
I
send me
would.
a
have
dude.
nothing-
That's the fucked up thing. Yeah, I
What?
probably would.
What would you say?
He says, "Can I have some of my EGFR for some hair follicles?"
Dude,
I have nothing to trade, but I would like the EGFR also. I have nothing to give you.
I want your like long-lasting cognition. You know, you're sharp
yeah.
like the entire day. It seems so.
That's not. No.
No, it's not the case.
It's definitely
Dude,
not,
just
bro.
nothing
I
sharp.
promise.
But so could it? So the Cystatin-C is influenced also by insulin sensitivity. Interestingly, I don't know how that. There's a couple of other associations, but I'm late in my day and I'm not
Well,
remembering.
growth
them.
hormone lowers it, but Derek is not on growth hormone, and astragalus root lowers it substantially. That's what I noticed. Like I
I
started
stopped
using.
taking astragalus a bit. I used to take it every fucking day at like 6 capsules a day at least. So 3,000 milligrams of Gorilla Minds astragalus. But I stopped taking it on the trip because it was just too much stuff to fit.
No, but it stays good because it lowers inflammation around the kidneys and helps with a little bit of excretion. So it's not like
So maybe there's a residual effect.
Yeah, it will last for about 3 to 4 weeks from what I've seen. Like I stopped it a couple times also, and then it will take like a month, maybe even longer, before the Cystatin-C is notably changed. And in my case, my
So with
creatinine doesn't really go down on astragalus root extract, but over time, my Cystatin-C just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping till it's like 0.68, 0.65, so that's at the bottom of the reference range. But it will stay around there.
Cystatin-C is associated with higher risk of cognitive dysfunction and Alzheimer's disease.
So
Why is that?
I just wanted to comment on astragalus before, or
know.
how do we say it?
Astragalus?
Yeah, before we finish that, I just wanted to say, I know you guys probably heard about the telomere lengthening from that thing,
Yep.
but there, you know also about that it increases growth hormone or IGF-1 signaling, one of those two. You guys heard of that?
No.
Oh, this is interesting. So there's a lot of papers that show that astragalus, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, it's GH. It's either GH or IGF-1. It has quite a potent effect on that. And I wondered whether its effect on the kidneys is not actually a reduction of inflammation, but causing it to hyperfiltrate, because it improves people's kidney parameters so quickly and so massively that I wondered if it's actually just causing more filtration to happen.
That's what I
which
think.
is what
Also.
GH does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, because people sometimes when they take like 30 grams and stuff, they have like suddenly their EGFR is so much better. I wonder if it's causing the kidney forcefully to filtrate.
And I think with
faster.
the growth hormone, the problem is you don't really see a positive effect on your kidneys because growth hormone also raises creatinine, right? Being more turnover in the cell. But most people don't check their Cystatin-C.
Yeah, interesting.
So it might hyper-excrete creatinine, but it also raises it, so it kind of balances itself out.
In the studies, it shows that even in the in acromegaly, the studies show that it will falsely inflate it. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So anyway, you wouldn't be concerned about this being low? You think?
no,
it's
I would
good?
want to find out what the reason is. So
How about your kidneys?
what I would do is probably
Send them
I'll
over.
text you. Yeah, I would do a comprehensive look at what manipulates Cystatin-C and look back at it.
Yeah,
Did
so
you ever
people
do a
who don't
24-hour
understand what we talked about, this is indicative of like high good kidney function, but almost to a worrying extent that why is the Cystatin-C so low? So like why is it
slightly? It's 10% below the reference range.
Yeah. So this could be transient too.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Did you? What was your Cystatin-C the last time? Like, do you have a trend?
I don't even have a previous one because it's impossible to get in Canada. So
Oh my God.
yeah.
I don't know how you guys live there.
You would love to be here. You can go Bloodwork every month, and you can make little graphs. You see your Cystatin-C go
That's
up,
true.
and then it's time to add in the estradiol route, and you see it going down. And I got graphs and graphs and graphs, and it's super interesting to see. It costs a fortune, obviously, to get it done all the time, and my arteries are not happy. But it's that's the benefit of living in Thailand.
Something that should be comforting for some bodybuilders or people watching this that have what appears to be like compromised kidneys potentially, not like actual disease territory, but just like, oh, I only have like a 70. Maybe my kidneys are going to fucking fall apart soon. I've had like 70 to 80 EGFR through creatinine calculated. And this blood test, even with creatinine calculated EGFR, I'm 100 plus now. So it's not like if you have a 70 that means it can only go down. Like it can go up too in a pretty quick time frame. So this is like shitty lifestyle too in Vegas when I was doing a bunch of conferences and podcasts and stuff. So my EGFR improved despite this being like the worst state of health I could have been in at the time, basically, unless I actually had like
but it takes a while for these readings to fluctuate from what I've seen. I'm not sure what the medical literature says, but
but anyway, it's just like make people comforted in the fact that you can improve it.
Yeah. So
unless you have like an acute kidney issue, that's what I wanted just to say, Steve. If it's acute, you could, right? You've seen like somebody.
Yeah, of
if
course.
Somebody had sudden rise, not lowering. Mainly
then a
rising.
lot of other markers are off also. The uric acid and
inflammation
that kind of stuff. Yeah, inflammation markers.
What is his uric acid, by the way? That's a good
It's
one.
fucked up, I think.
Yeah, I want to see that.
It's
Do you have
very low.
hyperuricemia genetically?
Well, let's finish this page first. Just quickly touch on the
hemoglobin. A1C?
hemoglobin A1C is good.
Well,
Yeah,
one thing just of note, I had a creatinine at one point of 1.92, which is sky high. And then I checked my Cystatin-C a couple of days later because I was worried, right? Did an ultrasound, no issues. I did my Cystatin-C, it was 0.9, so in range. That's a couple of years ago. That's where I started supplementing with the astragalus root extract. My creatinine came down slowly over months, and my Cystatin-C came to 0.7, 0.65 in a couple of weeks. So it can come down very, very fast. And again, creatinine is related to muscle mass, creatine intake, and how hard you train, right? And how your mitochondria respond to ATP Krebs cycles and that kind of stuff. But it's a little difficult to get into it, and I don't fully understand it myself either. All right, so next one.
Steve, imagine we studied biology in college. Like, if I studied biology in college, everything would have been so much easier for me.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I find this difficult. It's not difficult. I still have an advantage because I'm sort of like more quantitative. But I would have had so much fun in college. I didn't know I loved biology.
Maybe you would have been doing something else because school makes you bored with. I'm trying to look for. Maybe you would be bored from.
Oh no, I love academia.
Yeah, I love it too. I wish I studied nutrition when I wanted to change, but my parents prevented me from doing so. All right, homocysteine, good. Uric acid, very low. So again,
whoa, your homocysteine is flatlined. How did you do that? You really supplement well. Wow, impressive. So mine doesn't go below 8. Ever.
Really?
No matter
this
what.
This is with the MC677T MTHFR polymorphism. So
that's crazy. You're very impressive. This is very important. You're doing diligent supplementation. Thanks. Really. Yeah. The uric acid is low. So you were fasting? Were you fasting?
No, it's during the day.
That's weird.
That's why he's got a well, his protein intake was not good, and he's perhaps hyper-excreting through the kidneys, and he's
the kidneys. That would be the only thing I was thinking.
He was taking allopurinol the whole time.
That's what I was thinking. The kidneys. No. I do take allopurinol sometimes. That's funny.
So I'm not sure what the negative outcomes of this would be. I mean, I've seen it a couple times.
Phosphorus was high. Interesting. Not high, but slightly higher end of the range.
A lot of fish.
I wonder if diet. Maybe diet. Could be diet. Apparently,
So we already good.
No, that's real done. Okay, progesterone is low. That's to be expected on cycle or on steroids.
Derek is gonna have to clip the clip.
Yeah, but make it a part 2. This we discussed, and this is just a graphical representation of your markers.
Yeah, so I guess we kind of already went through these. So I don't know if we need to look at the lipo profile, but
no, that's pretty much it.
We went through everything, I think.
Yeah, where's your DHT levels? I would expect you to test those.
I thought we did, but it turns out we must have missed it. But like, it's not on here. I already checked. So, but either way, I've got DHT like pretty dialed in where I kind of know where I'd be at on finasteride. So I don't really care personally.
And it's weirdly like my DHT levels when I tested it drug free, but the testosterone was like 600. My DHT was like 1800, like 2.5 times out of range. And it's like it's not attaching to the receptor or something, but then I take a DHT derivative in the form of Primo and I respond well. It's weird.
But some of those things agonize other receptors. Remember you told me that you were a very good responder specifically to GH as opposed to androgens? Yeah. Maybe it's you have like me. There's 90 polymorphisms in that androgen receptor. 90 that affect its function. We all have some degree of, If
I take 2 units of growth hormone now, we great. Well, we got 1 more left on my cycle. And that's
all right, guys. Well,
to chill out.
I prepared something for next time, I guess, but it will be fun to talk about because I want to point out something fascinating about Habib Nurmagomedov. Number one, his people in the Caucasus, they're related to the Arabs and the Jews historically in their descent. They're the original people. From the Jews and the Arabs moved from the Caucasus to Arabia, and they stayed there. They're fascinating genetically. They don't have any Neolithic, the Neolithic expansion that came from the Western Mediterranean moved the farmers around. They don't have that DNA. They're one of the only groups in Europe that don't have it. And they have those polymorphisms that make them able to tolerate high altitudes, which is, I think, Habib's genetically given PED. Which would also, I hope next time we can talk about it, because I would love to know what Derek thinks next time about how it could influence his performance, because he looks at this stuff a lot. But also, if somebody like that ever used PEDs, I'll show you later. It's so interesting how the effects, it would basically magnify, potentiate everything that they would do. You know, they have their bias toward glycolysis. They have excellent heme metabolism. They have higher oxygen affinity for hemoglobin. Not the Dagestani specifically, but all of those guys. They have like usually either normal hemoglobin despite being at high altitudes. So many advantages. We should talk about it next time.
Yeah, for sure. For
Definitely.
sure. All right, what else we got to discuss? So we're done for today.
Well, I'm gonna.
Leo's about to tap out. I feel like so.
I should go back to sleep. Also, it's now 8:30 in the morning.
Well, thank you, Steve, so much for.
No problem, dude. But just 2 years from now, when I have kids, it's your turn to wake up in the middle of the night. Yeah?
Deal, of course.
Cool.
No, also in the next time, whatever
we'll make it work, dude. I need the subscribers anyway, so please subscribe.
Yeah, absolutely. And
subscribe to
and maybe you can give me a short clip just so I can make sure, or I'll post this something to ask my subscribers to please go to Steve's channel.
Right, we'll figure something out.
And the reason why we're saying that, just to make clear, the subscribers, Steve and I have been together from the beginning when we started our YouTube channel, and it's very unreasonable that I have a gap. I didn't know that he was not growing as much recently, and that's why I wanted to ask you guys.
You have a lot more videos, and you've been way more consistent. You know, I got so much extra business stuff that it's very difficult for me to stay on top of daily videos. And mine, I make long videos, which I shouldn't be doing. But I feel
it's not that. It's probably just
it's all in the same place, right? And
I doubt it's
30 minutes. Shit,
I doubt it.
I don't have time for that shit.
It's probably just because I had podcasts and they bring other people. That's why I'm just saying, please, guys, go subscribe to Steve's channel. Give him some support. He works so hard on his videos. We talk at night about it. Like I tried to record today, got pissed off, ruined my recording and all that. He does that too. He does that too, just to deliver content that's good for you guys. So
horrible,
it would mean the world to us. All right.
Yeah, we do our best. We want to get 100,000 subs. That would be the next.
Yeah, that's it. Then we quit. Then we retire.
No, don't quit. No.
I'm stopping recording now,